prohibiting bringing anything other than an LTC weapon into the store.
Right.
Stop evil. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey guys,
Chair recognized.
I tried to get this up a little earlier. I've been having issues. Sorry, the way that this is going to look, it's going to suck.
My name is Stephen Williford, and I represent myself, and I'm here to oppose the bill. On November
You guys know Stephen Williford.
2017, a madman came into Sutherland Springs, Texas, which I am a resident of. We're under 600 people in total. He started shooting and killing people within the church that I live next to. I grabbed my AR-15. I ran across the street. I engaged that shooter, and I hit him 6 out of 6 rounds with him shooting at me and coming at me and trying to kill me after he killed 26 of my neighbors, my friends.
Hey, can y'all hear that?
I'm here to tell you, without an AR-15, that I had no license to carry, I would have been at his mercy. Criminals, by their very nature, are going to break these laws. And it doesn't make any difference, the laws that you make. When they pull it out of the car and they start shooting, they've already broken so many laws anyway.
This is the hero of Sutherland Springs.
Me and my fellow Texans from carrying the same kind of gun that they used is ridiculous. They're going to get the guns that they're going to get. And I would say that we, the good guys, the good people of Texas, outnumber the bad people in Texas.
Amen.
I want to thank you very much as a committee, and I appreciate the right to come and speak today.
Thank you. Chair recognizes
That's
John
it?
Franklin.
Nobody had any questions for him? I know it's late. What's it, like 9 o'clock there?
Next we
But
have
damn, that's the
Derek
freaking
Reeves and Emily
Sutherland Springs hero. Stephen Williford.
Thank you. My name is John Franklin. I represent myself and I oppose this bill.
Good.
I just want to make 2 points really briefly. The first point, if the intent of this bill is to prevent mass murder, it's worded far too broadly because
Yes, it is.
bans all public carry with few exceptions, regardless of intent.
The intent isn't to prevent killing, it's to undermine our Second Amendment.
Most urban of cities, to some of the most rural land in the country. Where I grew up in, the part of Texas I grew up in, seeing somebody with a long gun was
Ooh, look at that hair.
not a
Look at
big
that.
deal.
Man, I gotta get a haircut.
We don't feel threatened there by it, and it's just the bill is too broad and infringes on our long existing rights. Thank you.
Even a
Thank you.
narrowly tailored bill would
Chair
be crap.
recognizes Derek Reeves. Derek Reeves, he's shown in the record.
You can see this is
You're
Texas
Derek
Freedom
Reeves. Okay.
Force right
After
there.
Derek Reeves, Emily Taylor, then Billy Mustin, and then Walter Barnes.
Hello, I'm Derek Reeves, and I represent myself in opposition to House Bill 127. My testimony mirrors that of all the others who oppose it, in that this wouldn't prevent
Trying to get that. There we go.
the tragedy that happened in El Paso, nor will it prevent any future tragedies. The wording is too broad, and if anything,
And yes, this is live,
display
folks.
of
This is
more
happening right now.
firearms would have been a deterrent, not less.
We've been waiting all day
Chair
for the gun
recognizes
bills.
Emily Taylor.
After this bill will
Then
be
we'll have Billy Mustin, and then Walter
constitutional
Barnes.
carry. This is Texas Law Shield right here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Emily Taylor. I testify on behalf of myself in opposition to this bill.
Well, she's with Texas Law Shield.
Ortega is trying to solve has actually already
Yes,
been
in Austin.
accomplished by the Court of Criminal Appeals, and that happened in 2019.
So if you're nearby and you want to go
2019
testify,
is
they'll
lost
still be
versus
testifying
state
for another
because
few
criminal
hours.
appeals interpreted our
Do you want to go in there and
disorderly
because
conduct
constitutional
statute
carry
4201,
bills are coming up.
Subsection 8, which is carrying a firearm, specifically here a long gun, in a public place in a manner calculated to alarm. I tried one of these cases before this case, and at that time, The jury was instructed. You
Yes.
have to get inside the defendant's head
Oppose
and decide
this.
if he meant to alarm people. But in 2019, that was undone by the Court of Criminal Appeals when they said the standard applied is likely to alarm. And that likelihood is evaluated under an objective standard of reasonableness. So what that means now is openly carrying in a sling, pointed in a safe direction, walking down a country road, not objectively likely to cause alarm. Doing so in a Walmart, in a highly populated urban area, absolutely. I think there is plenty of probable cause.
Oh my
for that
gosh,
911
this
call
is Texas Law
for that
Shield
arrest
saying this.
Under the standard the Court of Criminal Appeals has
Well,
now
a Texas Law
applied.
Shield attorney.
The only other thing I'll say, and then I will step down, is that this would, and I echo Mr. Briscoe, signal a sea change in the state of Texas. We have never before regulated the open carry of long guns.
Members, thank you. Chair calls Billy Mustin, then we'll have Walter Barnes, and then Jill Switzer.
This is why I support self-defense fund.
And then Christopher Turin.
It kills me that I can't be there testifying in
I am
person.
Billy Mustin, and I oppose this bill.
I like this dude.
I understand it's full of good intentions, but the road to hell's paved with good intentions. I mean,
This dude speaks truth.
perfect gun control has been written in 1791. It was 27 words long.
That's right.
This violates that, and for that reason alone, I oppose it.
Okay, so
Why you cutting him off? He's got 2
just
minutes.
for the record, your name is,
Billy W. Mustin,
and you are
represent
representing,
myself,
and
He said
you
that.
are
opposed.
opposed. Okay, thank you. Chief Mustin, that's right. That's what I was looking for. Okay, Chief.
I'm tarred.
Okay, I get it. Okay, Walter Barnes.
Wait, that was it? Oh, I guess he was done. Okay, I didn't think he was done.
Good evening. My name is Walter Barnes. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I oppose this bill, though I do appreciate that the author was here to actually explain the bill, because at first I wasn't sure what it was trying to accomplish besides banning, and I'll try to keep this short.
She lied.
Covered.
She lied. I'm sorry I
First,
didn't get
which
to it
is
on
that
time, but she
There
lied.
is already a statute in place.
She gave a sob
that would
story
allow
about the
for law
shooting in El
enforcement to
Paso and
investigate
Walmart.
this.
And
that's
started
the,
to play
penal
cry,
code,
you know,
4201
bringing on the
for
crocodile
conduct.
tears.
The other part was that in the bill as it's written, it would allow carry, as was previously discussed, concealed in some way. So if it was in a case, it could be carried toward the Walmart, or if it could be carried in the vehicle, which the bill does allow for, now you've got from vehicle to the Walmart. That's the only span that you've got where there would potentially be any difference between the current law and this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Chair called
Okay, I don't exactly know what point he was trying to make.
Gil Switzer.
Oh gosh, here we go.
And after Gil Switzer, we will have Christopher Turin,
Here we go.
Bradley Hodges, and Cody Ryan.
Here come the gun grabbers.
Hi there, I'm Jill Switzer, and I am the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense, and I'm here in support of the bill.
Of course.
I appreciate Representative Ortega proposing this common sense, evidence-based policy that will reduce.
Where's the evidence that open
That's
carry is a
part of our
problem?
mission at Texas Gun Sense.
Gun
When I
dense.
started this job,
Texas
I said to
gun
my
dense.
son that the sad truth is I have trouble remembering all the mass shootings, how many people were killed, etc. And I had to look it up again. 23 people murdered and 23 injured, 46 people. Again, like the representative said, carried an AK-47 style rifle, did not commit a crime until he opened fire.
Actually, yes, he did, because he had the gun in his hand
It's true
the
that
entire
the,
time.
Manner calculated to alarm is in the law, very subjective.
No,
There is no
No, it's not.
license, training, or certification required to openly carry an assault weapon
and there it never
on
has.
things like manner calculated to an alarm.
The courts have
Imagine
already
if you
defined
lived in El
that.
Paso and you had lived through this situation and someone was open carrying a long gun right now.
Yeah.
Pointed the right way, all that kind of stuff. It's alarming.
So what? You're a
Late
coward.
Justice Scalia, a conservative justice Supreme Court,
Oh, here we go with the one line.
said that the
Taken
Second
out of
Amendment is
context.
not unlimited.
That's right.
the Federal Circuit Court this week issued a ruling specifically that restricting the open carry of guns is not a violation of the U.S.
That's the Ninth Circuit, you wench. We're not in the Ninth Circuit. That's the most overturned circuit in the United States.
Preemption of local governments making any sort of gun policies on their own. So Houston and Loving County all have to be addressed by this legislature at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your stupidity.
Thank you. Okay.
Good golly, what a complete moron.
Chair calls Christopher Turin.
These Texas
Then
gun
we'll
dense
have
people are
Bradley
just freaking
Hodges,
idiots.
Cody Ryan and Eric Schaefer.
They have their, emotional arguments that have zero logic or fact.
Good evening. My name is Chris Turan. I'm testifying against HB 127.
So far, we've had one person for the bill. That's
I am
good.
representing myself. During the summer riots last year, I know of many friends who carried long guns in defense of their family, in defense of their property, their neighborhoods, or in defense of public monuments. Now, some of these friends were defending their neighborhood and were not always on their own property. They had to step off their property to deter these mobs from burning down their homes. This bill specifically mentions the person's own property, but does not extend to the neighborhood as a whole. They would not have been able to step off their property. And what about public monuments? I have several.
Hey, Army, yes, they are. Sorry, I didn't see that.
On May 30th, there was a mob of 1,000 rioters outside, and they had spray paint, gasoline, and lighters. We may have heard of a very different story if those men with long guns had not stood out guard outside that night.
Amen, brother.
And these were all private citizens. The police were overrun that night. Banning the carry of long guns will only serve to hinder honest Americans from protecting public and private property against rioters and large mobs of people.
Yes, Joe, I should be
I
there.
urge you to oppose this ban.
But it's a 17-hour trip to get there. So I'm leaving it up to my boys.
Thank you.
I'm
Chair
waiting.
calls Bradley Hodges.
Can't wait to hear Rick.
Then Cody Ryan. Then Eric Schaefer. Well,
Wait, did Rick already testify on this one, or was that the last one?
Against.
I can't remember.
I object on the grounds of authority, as in there isn't any. Article 1, Section 23.
Yes, sir.
And also on intent. I also object on that.
Yes, sir.
Not good intent. The intent is clearly to disarm, and I just want to mention, these are the same folks who want to cancel our license to carry handguns because they're too small, are also the same people wanting to cancel the rifles because they're too big. So which is it?
That's right. Calling them out on their own logic. Good job, brother. Good job.
Chair recognizes Cody Ryan.
Amen.
Okay.
Frickin' men.
Cody Ryan registered against.
Yes, thank you.
House Bill 127. Chair recognizes Eric Schaefer.
Oh, he did. Okay. Okay.
After Eric Schaefer,
I thought he did.
we'll
I guess he was
have
early on.
Jake Collier, then Thomas Anderson, and then Chris Baker.
Eric Schaefer.
Oh, good. My boy, Eric. Here we go.
Testifying in opposition to this bill. Again, anytime the state makes something illegal, it can be abused.
Yep.
Also, I don't believe that this particular one would have any positive effect. As someone who has openly carried long guns in the state of Texas, all over the state of Texas.
Because you're a patriot,
for
Eric.
several years, I can testify that people do call the police on people carrying long guns. They don't recognize that that's illegal behavior, and so they are possibly fearful, and they call.
Let me see if
the
I can
police.
move this over a
Or
little
they're
bit.
not fearful; they just think it's strange.
There we go.
There's evidence of 911 calls where, hey, this just doesn't seem right. Is this okay? You know, why is this person doing this? So the police, they come out, they observe, they ask questions. Sometimes they
Let me see if I can make this full screen somehow.
interrogate people. Sometimes they
Oh, look at that. There we go. Much better.
Anyway, the fact that people can call the police. People call the police if their pizza doesn't show up. I mean,
have happened, right? They call 911, hey, my piece is not here.
Sorry,
whatever.
that box is
It's
me
rare,
recording, screen recording
There's nothing
everything.
saying
So
they can't call 911 if Eric is walking to a Walmart with a long gun. So, and also if I'm in the Walmart and I see someone coming with a long gun, then my, that time traveling across the parking lot is a good indication that maybe I should pay a little bit more attention. If this person is concealing this thing, then I have less time to respond to a potential threat. So this just seems like a bad bill altogether.
it is. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
HBO Matt, I have not. I sent
Chair
him some text
recognizes
messages
Jake Collier,
because I heard Soliaker had been arrested on some kind of
Jake
a
Collier,
warrant.
registered.
He's not texted me back, which
against
leads me to
House Bill
believe he's probably
127,
still
Thomas Anderson.
being adjudicated through, I don't know if he's out yet or not.
Anderson, registered against
I'm trying to find out what's going on with him.
Chris Baker, registered against House Bill 127. Kyle Garacco. Okay. Chair calls Kyle Garacco. And then after you, we'll have Joe Bernay.
Gee, I think he's going to oppose the bill. What do you
and
think?
Leonard Perez.
Something gives me that feeling.
Guacamole. G-U-A. All right. So Kyle Guarco, I'm here representing myself. I'm opposed to this bill. In short, everybody, this strikes straight at the heart of the United States founding principles and the right to bear arms. 1700s definition of arms, short for armaments. This means anything and everything that would be carried into war. So yes, Second Amendment is very much about having that insurance policy against a tyrannical government. I do understand, as being someone who grew up estranged to the Constitution and being estranged from the founding principles, having grown up in New England, actually to be more exact, the Constitution state, that catchphrase is nothing but words. All right. There are generations of people that are being raised in places like Philadelphia, Boston, Hartford, Connecticut, who completely resent their rights. And
As a matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can get a hold of Soliaker.
Because they're estranged from them. And naturally, people just resent things that they don't understand. That's all I've got for you.
Members, thank you. Chair recognizes Joe Bernay. After Joe, we'll have Jonathan.
Oh,
Finley,
wiretap is what they got him on.
Emily Mobley Turney.
Is
John
Florida
Flynn.
a two-party
Yes,
sir.
state? Minor correction. It's Joe Burns.
It is Brooke Burns. Okay,
Burns.
I was
Yes,
looking
sir.
at this. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Or
Thank you,
Florida?
Mr.
Is
Chair,
Florida a
esteemed
two-party
members
state?
of the committee here. I don't want to belabor the point. I think a lot of good points have been made against this bill. I'm definitely speaking against the bill.
And you're representing.
On behalf of
Wow,
myself and as an elected
that's retribution. That's all that
on
is.
the executive committee for the state Libertarian Party of Texas, representing ST 24. So one thing I would like to bring up when we're discussing bills of this nature, ones like it.
Man, I hope that gets
specifically this
challenged.
one, the intentions, while good, they seem to believe that somehow laws like this are preventative in nature when they're strictly punitive in nature. So the difference in the thought process needs to be the consideration of preventative versus punitive. And if the law can't prevent the crime, which it obviously can't, criminals don't pay attention to the laws, they're going to violate them if they will, then we shouldn't pass a law such as this. It only serves to be punitive towards those of us who are law-abiding citizens. So please take that in consideration when looking at bills like this and other bills, and recognize that the criminals aren't going to be stopped. They're not even going to be swayed one way or the other.
That's right.
By a bill like this. It only seeks to strip liberty from law-abiding
That's
citizens.
right.
Thank you.
You think the guy in El Paso,
Okay, thank you.
if this law was in place, you think would have been like, oh crap, I can't get out of my car. It's against the law for me to open carry this rifle. How am I going to shoot these people? I don't want to break the law to murder people. Good golly. That's the kind of stupidity you find in the left.
Leonard Perez. Okay, is Leonard
But they get up there with their
Perez is
crocodile
making
tears.
Leonard
Look, people
Perez.
died
We
in my
have Amy
district.
Mobley Turney.
Because people died because of one person, everyone must suffer.
Good evening, Mr. White,
Libtards.
ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Leonard Perez. I'm here to represent and testify on my behalf, and I am in opposition to the HR 127. I have stood in defense of this nation, and I have stood in defense of the Constitution. I have, in my years, watched as crime has increased and the burden has been placed on the police, the whole burden of protecting citizens, while citizens that are fully capable of defending themselves and defending others have stepped up and decided to put their lives in harm's way should it be.
That's right.
I've stood next to officers offering support, and I believe that hindering any law-abiding citizen from its constitutional right to carry and bear arms is anti-liberty and anti-common sense.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. Members. Chair recognizes Amy Mobley Turney. Following Amy Mobley Turney will be John Brandt, Clint Polar, Rebecca McNair.
All right, I think she's also a gun grabber. I can't remember.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Chair, representatives. I am Amy Mobley Turney, testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters
Yep,
of
that's right.
Texas for House Bill 127.
Of course. The League of Women Voters is wanting to disarm women.
Thank you for allowing us to share the League of Women Voters of Texas position on this
The
bill.
League of Democrat Women Voters.
Texas law permits the open carrying of a long-barreled firearm in public without a license. This type of behavior can be perceived as menacing and meant to intimidate.
Only to morons.
Which is prohibited
and
by
cowards.
law, yet the vagueness of laws concerning this curiosity that has only become a pattern in this century has caused businesses, law enforcement, and municipalities to grow weary of confronting this form of bullying behavior. As such,
Bullying.
the shooter
Exercising your
at
rights
El Paso
peacefully is now
Park murdered
bullying.
23 people, injured 23 more, and left mental scars on an even greater number of persons, was free to approach his targets without question. This bill eliminates the question of behavior and simply focuses on the length of the barrel of the gun. Yet we believe everyone agrees that it is not normal to shop, attend a concert, sporting event, or church, dine at a restaurant, or even exercise one's First Amendment right while openly carrying a firearm, a long-barreled gun. I want to retract that, firearm, a long-barreled gun. Regulating.
That's where it starts. It starts with a long barreled gun, then it goes to a medium barreled gun, then it goes to a small barreled gun, and then it goes to no gun.
It will give law enforcement and business owners the ability to make decisions without being penalized for the vagueness of the wording of the code when addressing this recent disturbing trend.
We've been doing it forever, since
saving lives and
1845.
protecting the general public. We urge you to support this.
And even before that, before Texas was a state. Dumbass. Another dumbass. League of Women Voters. What a poor example for women.
Rebecca McNair.
Because I know a lot of strong women that can carry a long rifle, and they're not pussies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, for a long day and continuing to listen to us. My name is John Brandt, representing Texas Gun Sense.
Gun Dense. Texas Gun Dense. This guy should be a member of the League of Women Voters.
We're a statewide, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to reduce gun tragedy.
Nonpartisan.
We're pro-safety, not anti-gun. We listen to data, reason, and moderation.
Which none of which is in this bill.
To support HB 127. This bill would prohibit the open carry of long guns in public spaces with exceptions that would still allow individuals the flexibility they need to lawfully own and use these weapons. In Texas, as we've heard, it's currently legal to open carry a long gun in a public manner, as long as it's not in a manner calculated to alarm. No license, training, preparation, or certification is required. We've heard plenty about El Paso tonight, and rightfully so. But
no, not rightfully so.
El Paso to see why the open carry of long guns is an issue. On July 25th, 2020, it was legal for an Austin protester to openly carry an assault-style weapon on Congress Avenue during racial justice protests. Whether as a matter of accident or intent, it is undeniable. The long gun this protester was carrying served to escalate what became...
No. The guy was carrying a long arm gun in his hand, threatening that guy because the BLM terrorists were downtown cutting off streets illegally. That's why I call these people gun dense.
Tonight, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, a conservative icon of the Supreme Court, wrote for the majority. And
read the whole thing that Scalia said, you moron,
in a 2008
and stop scratching your ass.
That the Second Amendment is not unlimited.
Whoa, sorry about that.
Consistency between a right to own and use firearms responsibly.
Shoot,
and
my
prohibiting the
props
open
fell
carry of
over.
long guns to preserve the well-being of Texans. We're the only country in the world where this happens.
No, it's not. No, we're not. No, we're not. We absolutely are not. Another lie.
Has a responsibility to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand.
The only country where people use an AK-47 to kill a lot of people? You freaking dumbass.
Polar.
How do they get away with this crap? That, you know, you should have to like put your hand up and take an oath to say the truth.
Again, Commissioners, my name is Clint Polar. I'm here to oppose HB 127, and I represent myself. If you can legally possess a firearm, a long gun, handgun, you should be able to carry it. It's pretty simple. Please stop creating statutes, victimless statutes that criminalize law-abiding or good people that do not want to create harm against others, and instead focus on prosecuting others that actually do violence on their fellow man. These types of bills do nothing to increase safety and only increase the number of law enforcement contacts with citizens that often result in negative consequences and outcomes. And as my esteemed colleague Joe Bernay said, they just wind up being punitive. So thank you for your time.
Hey, I want to say real quick, I just looked at the bill again, HB 127. So they're also lying that this has to do with barrel length. It absolutely does not. The legislation specifically says a firearm other than a handgun.
Hello, my name is Rebecca McNair, and I'm testifying today in opposition to HB 127.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm a business owner and a property owner. I'm a trained member of my church security team.
Good for you.
It can be cold and lonely standing out in front of the church when other people are singing Christmas hymns. I have a very, very dear friend who used his long gun to stop a church shooter.
Yep.
Who was in the process of murdering worshipers on a Sunday
Thank you,
morning.
Stephen Williford.
My friend took his long gun from his safe, loaded it, and shot the church shooter, wounding him. A car chase ensued, and my friend was able to kill the church shooter. He saved countless lives.
That's right.
Unfortunately, that day, 26 were fatally wounded, and 20 others were wounded but survived. Had long guns been banned outside of my friend's property, he would now be facing criminal charges. Thanks for listening.
Members.
Let me look at this again here.
Chair recognizes Melissa Weekly.
The only time you can open carry is if you're on your own premises,
Then
a
we'll
vehicle,
have
or on privately owned property with consent. That means you can't even, under this bill, you wouldn't even be able to hunt on public property.
Good evening, committee members. My
With a
name is
rifle.
Melissa Weekly. I'm the president of and representing Texas Liberty Defenders. We traveled here today from over 5 hours away to testify. I would like to tell you that I was born in Austin, Texas, 50 years ago this weekend.
Okay, happy birthday.
My uncle grew up in the town I grew up in, and he was the chief of police. From a very young age, I learned
Hey,
to
hit that like and share. Hit that
defend
like and
myself,
share.
hunt for food, take care of my family, protect my friends and neighbors in various
And if you're able to, you
My
can hit
husband and I have
that
had the benefit
super
of
chat
living in
too.
several cities all over Texas, and several times we have worked in conjunction with law enforcement. In
Hey, Zombie, how you doing?
Down at the border, in rural neighborhoods, because we had long guns and we were able to be there and help.
Hey, Cable, I'll tell you what,
restriction
if
of
this
long
bill
guns-
goes into effect, you better believe I'll go in and walk in
I'm
defiance.
standing against or opposing
But it ain't going anywhere. I'll just tell you right now, it's not going anywhere. This bill's not going anywhere.
Without long guns, it would restrict our.
It probably won't even get a vote, and if it gets a vote, it won't pass. Not the committee.
Right now, where it would take law enforcement
No
20
way.
minutes or more to show up. Statistics show violent crime happens within the first 5 minutes.
But listening to the argument
Many
still,
times we have been able to
you've got
defend
to
ourselves
understand what
from would-be
the
predators,
opposition is.
from animals attacking their livestock.
Hey Sam, thank
and
you.
their own livestock.
You say you got hairy legs, but you gotta send pictures, or it didn't happen.
And now, during what we've been through in the past,
Or am I
year,
supposed to
it's
pay
not the
you
time
for
to
hairy
set
pictures of your legs?
So I ask you, many members, to do what.
But thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much for your time.
And you are representing yourself.
Texas Liberty Defenders.
Okay, thank you.
Texas Liberty Defenders. I got to look them
Chair
up.
calls
Never heard of them.
Weekly. Then Patrick Harris, Molly Bursey, Ian Kress. David Weekly.
I see some moms demand action red shirts in the
Well,
audience.
thank you, committee members, for the opportunity. I share the same thing with my wife.
If you're on,
I was stationed
if you're
down
watching on
State,
StreamYard, there's not a
and we
super
were
chat
out
link.
in
But if you're watching on
residential
YouTube,
place
there
we were at,
is.
there was some
There should
illegals
be.
apparently that came in, and of course, they broke into certain places.
Somebody did it. I don't know how Sam did it. Sam did it.
Buildings and appropriated some weapons. I do oppose HB 127.
Good, thank you, sir.
And it was a close call because
hey, my rifles identify as gay pride flags, so I'll wave them around as much as I want to.
And try to stave off what could have been worse. But they did try to break in, and they did fire some shots at us with the crossbow.
Hey, Donamo, they're not going to pass this. They're not going to pass this.
And
I can almost guarantee you they're not going to pass this.
I think too much intervention.
Hey, in God we trust. You can
themselves, whether it be
yes. Hey, Zafarius. Yes, we are. My PayPal is CJ at CJ Grisham. Venmo is at CJ Grisham, and my Cash App is $CJ Grisham. So pretty simple. Thank you.
Giving them
Here, I'll put that in the chat.
I probably wouldn't be here today. I appreciate the time.
Okay, and for the record, you are,
I am Melissa Weekly's husband.
Well, your name though. I mean, I know that. Okay. And you're representing yourself.
I'm representing myself.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. All right. The chair recognizes Patrick Harris.
Yes. Yes, Severus, you can.
Harris will have Molly Bursey, Ian Kress, Fred Stevens, and Jonathan Reynolds.
That's weird that it's showing up. Super Chat's showing up for some and not others.
Patrick Harris. I'm here with the Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor, and I'm proud to be a lifelong Texan from the great cities of Maryland and Manville. I'm here to testify against House Bill 127.
Thank you, sir.
I believe the people are safest.
There's the link.
To constitutionally carry
there's the link for the
you can
bill.
clearly see, the detrimental
Oh, you know what?
restricting,
I know what's going on. If you're watching on the
firearms.
Open Carry Texas YouTube, there's not a there's not a super chat. I don't think. We're trying to set that up. If you go to the CJ Grisham, if you go to my super chat or my channel and you watch this on my channel, because this is being dual cast, then you'll see the super chat. That I bet that's the problem, because we're still having trouble setting it up through our OCT channel.
Tools in the absence of guns, namely chemicals in vehicles.
Hell yeah, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, brother. Says if this bill were to pass, I'd throw a gun rack on my truck's rear window and rock an AR and AK everywhere. Absolutely. The problem is the bill has an exception for vehicles, so you wouldn't really be violating the law in that case, but you would be pissing people off, I'm sure.
Are used for good, but can also be used for bad. According to the Centers for Disease Control,
Army, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They've got traffic cameras. They don't ask for your consent.
3 million times each year, versus 14,414 firearm homicides per year.
How much? The government films us all the time without consent.
For instance,
did they ask when they were using their body cameras? Did they ask for consent? No, I bet you they didn't.
It really does not help that low-income mothers do not have an incentive to not marry the father of their children.
Checkers, I am worried about the federal level, man. They're going to cram this stuff through unless enough Democrats. I don't know that it's going to pass the Senate, though, because I think Joe Manchin will oppose a lot of these bills coming out of the House.
Defend against mass shooters before police can arrive on the scene. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you.
Members, thank you. The chair calls Molly Bursey.
Here we go. Another mom's demand action because they can't get it anywhere else, Hag.
If you will, when you come up, please state your.
Here come the emotional arguments, folks. I'm going to let you listen to it. Here comes the emotions.
So my name is Molly Bursey. I am testifying on behalf of myself and the thousands of volunteers in the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action.
How coincidental they wear red shirts like the red coats.
In support of HB 127. So,
surprised they don't wear brown
the
shirts.
carry of long guns, including military-style rifles, has become a tool of intimidation and violence.
Only to cowards and pussies.
Our volunteers have experienced this tactic designed to silence us time and time again, and we all witnessed the deadly consequence of the open carry of long arms over the summer.
What?
The open carry of long guns is not allowed on Capitol grounds or inside this very building. The same protection should be afforded to all the citizens of Texas.
Well, quite
I
frankly,
urge
that's
this committee to vote
unconstitutional, and one of
yes
these
on
days we're going
HB
to challenge it.
127.
Maybe there will be an attorney one day that's willing to challenge it.
For the bill?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very
Okay.
much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for coming to your Texas Capitol to testify.
Oh, that was it?
Chair calls Ian Kress.
Oh, boy.
Good evening. My name is Ian Kress. I'm representing myself. I speak in opposition to H Bill 127.
Thank you, Ian.
There have been a lot of good points brought by other people and against this bill. One thing that I wanted to point out in my reading of it last night, there wasn't any provision that I saw in there even for open carry of long rifles and shotguns for people with license to carries. People with license to carries are among the most law-abiding citizens.
Dude, that's an empty argument, man. That's an empty argument. I appreciate your support of the bill, but don't give them a provision we would oppose anyway.
Situation where you could carry any pistol you wanted to on shoulder holsters or in a belt holster, and yet you'd be breaking the law if you had a double-barrel shotgun over your shoulder. So for those reasons, I would like to urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Don't give them a reason to create an exception for license holders.
The chair calls now Fred Stevens.
I mean, thank you for opposing the bill, but you just gave them ideas.
And please state your name, who you represent this evening, and your position on.
Dang, zombie. Sorry to hear that, man.
You. My name is Fred Stevens. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. Basically on two grounds. One is touched on earlier that the bill is in opposition somewhat to the Texas Constitution.
Not somewhat, it
I
is.
submit that it's in opposition to the U.S. Constitution, Article 2.
Hey, thank you, Joe. Thank you, brother.
And under the preemption laws, I think that pretty much takes precedent. So, thank you.
It's been a long day, and thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you for
it's a long
staying.
walk.
Well, thank you for making it down and for coming all this way to testify.
Hey, thank you, Zafarias. I appreciate it. I'll make sure that gets applied to the fund.
Please make sure, Mr. Reynolds, that you state your name for the record, your position on the bill, and who you represent. And thank you for coming to your Texas Capitol to testify.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Reynolds. I represent myself, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 127.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
First, to start out, I've heard a lot of mislabeling when it comes to the names of these firearms. For example, military-style weapons, assault weapons. What actually defines an assault weapon? I mean, I could take a baseball bat, and that's an assault weapon. Pretty much anything you have can be considered an assault weapon.
Amen.
When it comes to military-style weapons, what do you consider military-style weapons? So I don't think those can be valid arguments for making the claim against.
Is my Beretta 9mm that I carried in the Army that I now own
Next point I want to make is
privately, is that an assault weapon? Is my bayonet an assault weapon or a military-style weapon? Okay, see, Vet, HPO, thank you, brother.
So why are
Thank
we
you,
focusing
sir.
on that instead? Not that I am for.
You are an amazing
bans
person. I got to get up to OKC
handguns.
again.
I just don't get why we all focus on these scary-looking long arms when most of the time they can be just as deadly as a long arm.
And let's not forget, hands and feet kill more people than rifles and shotguns combined. Hands and feet kill more people than rifles and shotguns combined every year.
Rick Reinhardt. Okay, then we have Rachel Malone.
Oh yeah, Rachel's gonna speak. I'm glad I didn't miss her. GOA, baby.
Rick Reinhardt was against. Rachel Malone registered against.
What? No, Rachel's there. I guarantee you Rachel's there. I guarantee you she is there. She's probably in the other room, like in the extension.
Representative White, members of the committee.
Hey, Deviate. The Calendars Committee is actually pretty gun-friendly this year.
I go by Tony, and I'm here to represent myself. And I am in opposition of the bill.
Thank you, sir.
First and foremost, as my fellow Tony, Representative Tinderholt mentioned, I wanted to say to Representative Ortega, your authenticity is very beautiful. I've been working in the arena of politics since 2012, and that type of authenticity, quite frankly, is rare.
I'm sorry, I don't think that was an
Thank you,
authentic
ma'am. So,
testimony.
to be clear, I have no issue with Representative Ortega as a person. However, what I do have issue is
Nah, Tim, I
come up
gotta
here claiming to be for common sense.
I got a
gun
bike rack.
control
I'll bring my bike up.
saying that they are pro-safety. I mean, if they're pro-safety, then let me protect myself.
Amen.
You know, isn't this what us Tejanos, you know, us Texans, what we're supposed to be so proud of, the spirit of independence?
Hunter, I would love to
And
debate you on that any day.
Is imagined in, you know, this this thought process where, you know, we have this world where, you know,
Do you have a
can't
StreamYard account,
carry these
Hunter?
Scary things called weapons.
Hunter Thompson?
Firearms in particular out in public. Like what?
If you have a
what's the end goal?
StreamYard
Like,
account, we can do a debate right here live.
My family's supposed to be held only in the hands of the state and of the police. I mean, earlier today,
I can convince you, I promise.
We had a room full of people here testifying on behalf of the George Floyd Act.
Zombie, so
bad
true.
cops want to act worse.
I made my wife a funny shirt, a Moms Demand Action shirt. I kind of tweaked their logo a little bit along those lines.
I should probably stop there before I just like keep going.
So Hunter, get yourself a StreamYard account. They're free.
Grants,
okay?
Takes away rights or protects
And
them.
I would, I'll invite you, and we can do a double video just like this. And you can present, and I do. It'll be very respectful. People that come to me and want to talk about these things, I'm very respectful. It's when people these Moms Demand Action cunts, those are the ones I can't really stand based on my previous experiences with them. They had a bodyguard assault me. I'm sorry, batter me.
For example, the rapper Killer Mike comes to
But
you know, he says, you know, if
it would be a very respectful dialogue. I promise you. I've had debates with anti-gun people all the time, and as long as they're respectful, I'm respectful.
You gave the answer I thought.
But if you get a free StreamYard account, StreamYard.com,
and I think it's the God,
and send me an email.
God-given rights. We don't grant them, and we don't take them away.
That's right. Amen. Amen. Yes. The legislature doesn't grant or take away God-given rights.
All right.
Which includes our right to self-defense and self-preservation.
Chair recognizes Brandon Burkhart.
Oh, yeah. This is
After
Texas
Brandon
Freedom Force in the
Burkhart,
house.
we'll have
He's probably going to have his dog with him. I love Tank.
Then Linda Nuno. And then
let's see if Brandon. Yep, Brandon's got his dog. Oh, wait. Is he going to leave it? It's on the extended screen. Y'all can't see the dog right now. Okay, yeah, he's bringing him. Brandon's got his boy there. Look at that. Oh, look at that doggy. Woo!
First of all, thank you, committee, for staying all
Such a
day
good
and
dog. I love that
listening
dog.
To a lot of Texans. That's very much appreciated from the rest of us. I wanted to bring up.
I don't have time to do it by
that,
YouTube chat, and
one of our
unfortunately,
members
YouTube
brought
chat
up
is
earlier,
limited
didn't mention.
in words and stuff.
In this actual bill, can't carry a long gun out on public property. Do y'all all love the Alamo? That Alamo would be burnt to the ground had it not been for our organization standing out there defending it against 4,000 rioters and looters who threatened to burn it to the ground. We gave intel over to San Antonio Police Department and the city of San Antonio, showing them that they were going to try this.
That's my boy right
City
there.
didn't take us seriously.
Brandon's
They
my
thought it was
boy.
just a big joke. In fact, the mayor invited more people out to the big rally they were having, which was 7 blocks away. Chief of Police McManus told me personally, they're not going to come over here to the Alamo. They're not coming, you know, this and that. But I tell you what, it wasn't but a couple hours later, they overran the cops and they started showing up in Alamo Plaza. If it hadn't been for the 150 men that had our long guns out there, the Cenotaph
Amen.
And the Alamo
Yes.
would have been burnt to the ground and vandalized. Not only that, but the Alamo Rangers,
Yes.
about a handful of cops, we protected them too. And I've got the aerial photograph to show you guys of them standing behind us while we were out there protecting them. So taking away our long gun rights to be able to carry out in public.
Yep.
It's actually doing us all a disservice.
That's right.
Because if we'd have been standing out there without those guns, those 4,000, you know, rioters and looters would have overran the 150 men that were standing out there to defend that Alamo.
150 armed Texans against 4,000 rioting Texans.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Ramon Garza, then Linda Nuno. Then
Hey, deviate.
Rachel
They probably
Long,
won't get
and
to
then
voting
we'll
on these
have
bills until
Jonathan
at least
Finley.
next week at the earliest. Another, this is Texas Freedom Force, brother.
Good evening.
This dude took a
Chairman
punch
Mike,
to the chin and
committee
stood there
members.
like a champ.
My name
Didn't
is
back
Ramon
down.
Garza. I'm the outreach director of this Texas Freedom Force, and I actually, I'm speaking on behalf of many of our members that can't make it here, and we are definitely against HB 127. There's been many folks speaking against it.
I hope he tells his story.
Basically, a lot of stuff that I was going to say. If I have my notes here, it'd be scratched. Every good things were said tonight. But I just want to also add on. I'm a Marine veteran.
Hoorah!
And I'm also a Desert Storm veteran. So that means, I'm a little older than I look. But I would never take an AR-15 to combat. That is not a combat weapon. Just want to make that perfectly clear for anybody that does not know that. That's not a combat weapon, and it's not something that I would take, and a lot of my friends would never take one too. The other thing too that I just wanted to enforce or let everybody else know, many of our members of this Texas Freedom Force do carry long rifles.
Yep.
And they do carry them very professionalism, I should say.
Hunter, don't go anywhere. I got a comment for you.
If you ever see any of our rallies and anytime we've come out, whether it was here in Austin, which we were here before a few months back, not one incident. And not only that, we do support other organizations. Oak Carry Texas, I have to admit, we do help them out. They help us out. Never have we had any incidents.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Also, before I finish, I also want to remind everybody here, there's many law enforcement agencies throughout the state that do work with us because of the fact is we hold our members very accountable when it comes to the long barrels that we do carry. So thank you very much.
Hey, Hunter,
Thank you
for your service.
My comment to you is, don't believe the media that you're hearing over there. I got a lot of British friends, and the media is about guns being the problem, and you guys, they never report all the self-defense with firearms over there.
Rick Reinhardt.
Chairman, thank you so much. I just needed to sign up. There is a mistake here. The gentleman who was killed during that protest was Jared Foster.
Yes, Jared Foster.
Jared Foster was indeed carrying an AR-15.
Yes.
He was the one killed by a handgun.
Yes. No, it was.
That's the reality.
Yep.
Guns don't kill people. You all know that. It's insane. It's insane. It doesn't matter. Just like pencils don't misspell words.
Yes.
I will misspell any word with any pen or pencil that you give me. And that's why I don't own a gun.
I want to make sure you're Linda.
Okay,
Nuno.
that was weird.
Are you testifying on behalf of
the Second Amendment?
Okay. Are you testifying on behalf of yourself or some organization?
I'm here in my personal capacity. I can't bring any.
You testify on behalf of yourself.
Yes, sir.
And are you registered for, against, or on the bill?
There's a Second Amendment, sir.
Against.
Okay.
So you're against.
I am for.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clear for the record.
For the Second Amendment.
Okay, so continue. Yes.
Now, I had to jump in front of 2 handguns during the protest because of police apologists were trying to engage protesters. If Austin did not become another Portland, it was because there were leaders like me who pulled their skin, flesh, and blood in the line. And
She's
we
confusing
hold
me.
the masses back.
Okay. She's kind of confusing me.
People who were martyrs in this cause, carrying an assault weapon, killed by a gun, and not backwards.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
And it's important I keep this straight. So
I think she's against the bill.
You're for restricting the carrying of long
No,
arms.
sir.
We
have the right.
Okay.
To carry
Okay.
weapons.
Okay.
So you're
So she's against the bill.
Is for that, and you want to be against that.
Sorry.
So you want to be
Sorry.
against that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We should, yes, we should have the right
Okay.
to defend ourselves.
Okay, I just want to get it right.
Okay, okay. I was confused.
I don't want to blow up anybody's.
Yeah, I was
legislation.
confused.
So we got you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Changed it. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I think her point, dude,
Good to see you.
okay, see, man, brother, thank you. You did not have to do that. Wow. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to put that towards our
Chairman
defense.
and members, my name is Rachel Malone.
Our defense
I'm
fundraiser.
testifying, representing
All right,
myself.
let's
and
listen to
Gun
Rachel
Owners of
Malone
America.
and Gun Owners of America.
HB 127. Tonight, you've heard powerful testimony, strong testimony from my members. I think they speak for themselves. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you. Chair
Rachel.
Members, okay.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
Chair recognizes Jonathan Finley. Thank you, Rachel.
Well, thank you, Rachel. I was looking for some, some nice speech, but that'll work too.
I admire you guys' durability during all this. Very long day. My name is Jonathan Andrew Finley. I'm from Pasadena, Texas. I am opposed to HB 127.
Thank you, sir.
The primary things that we've heard throughout the testimony today.
So I think,
who are in favor of this bill.
So I think what she was saying, I'm going to mute this for a second. I think what she was saying was that there was a guy with a rifle, which was Foster, right? And he was killed by a guy with a pistol. Now, I think what she's trying to say is that wasn't a rifle that killed him; it was a pistol, and that's where she was getting a little bit confused, I believe. And Foster was killed because he approached a vehicle that had come upon an illegal march, and I say illegal because they were blocking off roads. They were preventing people from moving in Austin. This was a BLM protest, and this guy made a right turn. But when he made a right turn, he saw there was nowhere to move because of all the marchers, so he stopped. As soon as he stopped, Foster, with his AK in his hand, approached the vehicle and was yelling something. And the person in the vehicle felt threatened. And also at the same time, by the way, people are beating on his car, the guy in the car. So he's being surrounded. He's got a guy with an AK approaching him, also in a menacing way, and a gun in his hand. And he fired in self-defense and took off. And he took off, and a few blocks later, he turned himself in. So that's different than just simply open carrying. The guy should have never gotten involved. Foster should have just stayed away and minded his own business. Because he was carrying. There was no reason for him to get involved. All right, back to the video.
Irvin Light, and then Brandon Holloway. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Rick Reinhardt. I am speaking for myself, and I oppose HB 127. I'm just a country boy, and I just need to get some things on the table here. First of all, I've heard the words of weapons of war. We hear it all the time. Can anyone in Texas tell me one nation that uses an AR-15 for their army?
Zero. None.
And why not? Because from a common sense standpoint, I want to talk about common sense. From a common sense standpoint,
hey kid, I'm putting your number in right now, brother.
Rifle
I'm putting it in my phone, and I'm going to text you.
Overwhelmed by automatic rifles, real weapons of war, M16s. An AR-15 is not that. The other thing I just like to throw out there is that we speak of first responders a lot. 100% of the time, first responders are civilians.
Yep.
They're the ones that are there.
Amen.
So if you take, I've never met this man. I think highly of him. I've read lots about him. But if you take somebody like Stephen Wilford, who was the first responder, and he saved lives, and he took care of the issue with the Permitless rifle. An AR-15 is not an automatic rifle. 15.
All right, you should have gotten a text from me, brother.
Permitless rifle, model 15, not a weapon of war. So that's really all I wanted to say is that I thank you for your time. And I would like
Hey, Brandon, thank you for your donation through Cash App as well. I appreciate that.
And not getting into the debate for or against. I think when I listened, I'm gonna let her.
This just got texted to me. Y'all probably like this.
but I think when she laid out another caliber of weapon, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't
shoot,
know
come on.
if it
Focus.
was AR-15.
Well,
But
an
I
AR is a
understand your-
long gun.
Yeah, but I do. You're right. But no, and I'm not arguing with.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just being a member to member, and she'll come up and clarify that. But you're absolutely right about
Thought y'all like that.
nomenclature.
Yes.
And yes, you would not go to war with a AR-15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Pastor Light. Good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
And then we're going to have Brandon Holloway. I was wondering where you were.
You haven't seen the last of me, sir.
Okay. Good. All right.
Nice.
I am Urban Light. I am opposed to 127.
Thank you.
I am representing myself.
Hey, I'm gonna go put my chips and salsa away for a minute.
Carrying weapons goes way back into the Old Testament. I invite you to refer to Nehemiah chapter 4, and it tells you about the rebuilding of the wall in Jerusalem. And people were building the wall and had their weapons at their side. There is a comparable situation here in the United States. The Constitution does not limit where we carry our long guns. I am also the chaplain of a group of citizens that are working hand in hand with our city police chief and our county sheriff to protect the courthouse in our community. And we are ready to stand arm in arm with our police officers and defend them to the death if needed to be against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Sheriff Blackburn knows me well, and so does Mike Scoggins, our city police chief. We carry our weapons openly, most of the time in our vehicles, but we have them available when we are standing to take care of our community. My choice of weapons is a 22. I don't have to have a Barrett M50 caliber in order to do my business. I know what to do with it, but there's a lot of people that don't know which end of a gun the bullet comes out of. And these people need to be educated. My education started at about 5 years of age with a Daisy Red Ryder BB gun. My daddy taught me how to use it and use it safely. These are things that we need to consider. We need to make sure that we have the right, and my police chief knows that I carry my rifle with me at all times on public property as well as in my home.
My sheriff and my police chief know the same thing.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
ladies and gentlemen.
for being a
Okay,
Second
we'll go
Amendment
ahead
pastor.
now with Brandon Holloway, and as he's making his way to the podium, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on?
Please no. Let's get to the constitutional carry
127?
bills.
If that is the case,
I think
I'm
it's.
going to ask you to make.
I think it's obvious most people oppose this bill.
Assistant clerks here to make sure we get you registered in. Mr. Holloway, your name, who you're representing, and your position on the bill.
My name is Brendan Holloway. I'm representing myself, and I oppose this bill.
Hey, zombie, yes, CJ at cjgrisham.com. CJ at cjgrisham.com. That's my email.
Gun licensing, registration, and insurance. Insurance? Okay, seriously? I am not a upper class person. I've worked at Walmart for 6 years. I am currently unemployed. Do you really expect me to afford insurance on a gun? That is my right. Do I really have to pay for that? Another thing, look at the age, 21. Am I an adult at 21 or am I an adult at 18? Can I vote at 18 or 21?
Wait, what is he talking about?
Do you want to raise my age to vote at 21?
Oh, okay. He's
When
talking
do
about the
you decide
license.
that I am mature enough to own a firearm.
Okay.
Is it 21 or is it 18? Can I vote at 18?
Hunter, self-defense. There's a genuine reason. Self-defense.
This whole bill.
That's a genuine reason.
That you're changing a right into
Self-defense.
that is against the Constitution.
I don't understand how that's not a genuine reason. Self-defense. I can give you a billion others, but self-defense.
I think that's
pretty much it. Just
You don't need another
This whole
reason.
bill
Self-defense is the only reason you
changing
need.
our right into a privilege, and that's against the Constitution. So I think that's about it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Okay.
All right. What's the next bill?
Testify on House Bill 127.
All right. Looks like we got one more person that's signing up right now. Probably a mad mommy. I can't tell. Let me see. Is that a... I can't tell if that's a dude with long hair or a chick with a pantsuit. I'm surprised no more mad mommies got up there, though. I think it's a chick. She's got a red shirt on, so I wonder if that's a mad mommy.
Chair recognizes Michelle Mostert.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate your time and all the long hours you guys are doing. Like you guys have to be exhausted.
And you couldn't just let
Anyway,
it go.
everyone that has opposed this bill, I'm Michelle Mostert. I'm representing myself, and I oppose this bill.
Oh, well, she's one of us.
And
so the red shirt was a
people have said
deflector.
about opposing it. I'm not going to reiterate all that.
Then why'd you
but,
sign up?
I just basically that. I mean, you're not going to stop the criminals.
You can sign up for against a bill and not testify. Let's get to the constitutional carry bills, lady.
Themselves and protect others if they need to. So that's it.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The chair recognizes
Self-defense is a reason, Hunter.
Close on House
How
Bill
can you say
127.
self-defense is not a reason?
Thank you.
You can't sit there and say, give me a genuine reason, and then say a genuine reason is not a genuine reason. Here, no, pepper spray is not going to stop somebody.
But I just want to emphasize that.
And not everybody that
again,
gets
this
shot
is
with a
not
gun
taking anybody's
gets
long
killed.
guns away from them. And it's not
If self-defense is not a reason,
long guns,
then
it's
military
not
and
taking
cops need to be
anyone's right
disarmed.
to go out there and
No government
and
should have guns
cannot
because
do
the purpose of
anything if
government
somebody
having
is
guns, I'm going to
carrying
put this
a
on mute because she's just closing her bill. The purpose of government having guns, ostensibly, is to defend your country. Now, thankfully, because of guns, we were able to make sure we did not become the UK or that we were able to leave the UK. And it was because of those guns we were able to do so. And if our federal government gets stupid again because of guns, our states will be able to do so. But it is completely disingenuous, sir, for you to say that self-defense is not a genuine reason to have a gun. If a guy comes at me with a gun, you think pepper spray is going to fucking do anything? And you sit there talking about, pepper spray. This is the kind of crap that if you're going to have an argument or a discussion, have a genuine, open-minded discussion. Don't sit there and say when somebody brings you a reason, oh, it's not good enough for me. Okay? You need to be objective if you're going to have. This is why you will never win a debate. Never.
Recognizes Representative Tenderholt to explain his bill.
All right, let's see what this bill is.
Members, I appreciate you letting me lay this out today. This bill passed last session.
So this is 2733.
Senate.
This has nothing to do with so this is Tenderholt's bill that will restrict the operation of a vehicle equipped with an ignition interlock device or required to submit to alcohol monitoring and establishing a central database of those defendants.
Have to blow into that device to use their vehicle on a condition of bond. Since they were introduced in 2015, some potential enforcement loopholes have come to light. Judges may
Hawkwind, thank you, brother.
Interlock,
and I don't want to look.
Bond or as a condition of
I don't want to embarrass him. This isn't a gun bill, so I'm not too interested necessarily. And it's Tenderholt, so I'm sure it's a good bill. I just haven't read it because it's not one of those things that I really keep in mind on. I don't really want to embarrass anybody. But okay, so for example, so you want a Wild West situation. See, Hunter, this is the problem with you guys in the UK. The only thing you know about the Wild West is movies, and the movies have nothing to do with real life in the Wild West. The Wild West was an extremely, extremely peaceful time in American history. Why? Because everyone wore a six-shooter. Everybody had a gun. Everybody had a rifle in their satchel bag or on their saddle. Okay, everybody. The Wild West was not wild, okay? But what the movies and television have done is they've taken these small incidents here and there, and they've created this culture around the Wild West. But you in the UK think that, oh, it's the Wild West if everyone has guns. Let me tell you the truth. If it was the Wild West when everybody had guns, we would definitely not have as much crime. Why? Because everybody is armed. This is the problem in the UK. You guys are so brainwashed over there. You get your media through the liberal media, the anti-gun media, and you have this idea of what America is, that it's this violent place, and it's not. It's not. Europe is one of the most gun-controlled continents in the world, and yet you guys still have issues at Charlie Hebdo and stuff in the UK. Hell, you guys are now banning knives, for goodness sakes. You can't even butter your bread anymore. But the Wild West is not what you think the Wild West is, okay? It's not. I'm a history major. That's what my degree is in. Oh wait, what are they doing here?
Did testify for 2733. The chair recognizes Jason Hester, Assistant Chief, Texas Department of Public Safety. How you doing, my friend?
Oh gosh, let's see what these guys have to say.
Great. Doing great.
Never mind. I don't really care. Here are the bills. We've got 4 or 5 constitutional carry bills coming up. We've got a bill by Goodwin, which is essentially will create a public database of licensed carry holders. A bill by Harris that we support, which is the carrying of a handgun by first responders. And then that's it. And then the constitutional carry bills. I think we already did this one. 2555. I'm pretty sure we did. Okay. Sorry about that.
The chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt to close on House Bill 2733.
All right, so he's going to close on that bill. Then we're going to have somebody else. Yeah, and Hunter, I don't want you to. I get kind of vocal about this kind of stuff. I'm not yelling at you. I get very passionate about these things. I really get passionate about it when it's somebody that's not even in this country that is telling me that my rights in my country don't exist when those rights don't exist in another country. And so don't believe me, if I was going to be disrespectful to you like I am to other people, you'd know it because I'd be calling you names and stuff. Okay. But I'm not doing that. Yes. Goodwin is about the dumbest. And I mean this. I mean this in as literal a sense as I can possibly. I don't know how this woman got elected. I don't know how she got elected. She is she's definitely the dumbest woman in the room right now, in this committee. I seriously think she's the dumbest woman in the legislature. And the dumbest man. I think she's the dumbest person. And I say that because Pancho Narvaez is gone. No, because Pancho Narvaez, at least, he was... Okay, I can't say that because she's nowhere on par with Pancho Narvaez. This Goodwin is just the dumbest. She's like a female version of Biden, only younger.
Okay.
All right, there's Rick Briscoe walking down the aisle. There's my legislative director. You just saw him. I'm pretty sure her cats help her get her shoes on in the morning. All right, what's going on here? All right, we're trying to figure out what the next bill is.
Okay, members, let's do this. We're going to
No.
lay out Ben Lamont's. Hold on, Ben. We want to go ahead and lay out Ben Lamont's bill and then pivot over to Vicky Goodwin,
Okay.
Chairwoman.
This is a good bill as well.
Representative Goodwin.
So HB
But
918.
since we got 9 here, and I think some of us are still moving between committees. Let's see if we can get some of the pending business out of the way. Okay, and let's start with the legislation from last week.
Okay, so they're going to do some votes right now. They're going to do some votes on bills from last week, and there wasn't anything that we were concerned about last week. So, unless y'all want, you know what? Let's hear it. And I'll tell you what these bills were.
Okay, last week. Yeah. Okay. We'll get that later on in the night. Okay. All right. Let's let's start with the stuff we did last week. Okay.
Yes, let's do that.
Get to some of the stuff today.
Let's see what they're going to be voting on
in a few hours, in a couple hours. The chair lays out House Bill 1856 by Representative Cole Hefner as pending business, which relates to carrying and storing a firearm.
Oh, that is one.
Or firearm ammunition by a hotel guest. The chair, James White.
That's right. Okay, so this needs to pass.
Substitute the House Bill 1856.
This would be this would make it to where a hotel cannot ban you from having a gun.
The chair will allow.
That's a good bill.
Okay. He laid it out last week. Okay.
A license holder now.
Any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted.
Okay.
The chair, James White, moves that House Bill 1856 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman White.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bowers. Goodwin. Harless. Hefner. Morales. Patterson.
Okay, the bill passed.
Tinderholt. 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Yep.
Okay.
Bill passed.
There being 7 ayes, 2 nays.
That's good. That means that hotels can't ban people from license holders from having a gun in a hotel room. Let's see what's next.
The chair lays out House Bill 1419 by Representative Lacey Hull as pending business, which relates to the duties
Okay, this is about missing children.
Agency regarding missing children and missing persons and regarding unidentified bodies.
Morbid.
Representative Harless. Okay.
So, Hunter, that's exactly right. The actions of one person does not mean the whole country has to suffer, which is why we don't need to be banning guns just because somebody uses it in an evil fashion.
Is adopted.
How do I fix?
Harless moves
You know what? I'm going to cut this off.
1419 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers.
Aye.
Goodwin. Harless. Hefner.
Yes.
Okay.
Morales. Patterson.
Aye.
Schaefer. Tinderholt. 9 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails.
All right, let's see what else we got here.
Is it on? Okay. All right. Okay.
The guy.
The chair lays out
Hang on.
House Bill 530 by Jared Patterson as pending business, which relates to the applicability to election judges of a prohibition of carrying a handgun.
Now we're neutral on this
place.
because it gives special privileges. It allows election people to carry a gun, but not regular people.
530 be reported favorably to the full House.
So I mean, if it passes, good.
Pass
But
and be printed.
But I don't support. I don't.
White.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers. Goodwin. Harless. Hefner.
Yes.
Morales. Patterson.
Okay, so that passed.
Tinderholt. 7 ayes, 2 nays.
So 7 to 2.
Being 7 ayes, 2 nays.
That's 530.
The motion prevails.
So it creates a special privilege to a person with an LTC serving as an election judge during early voting on election day. But we don't believe only certain people should have these rights. We think everyone should be able to carry.
Rights of victims of sexual assault or other prohibited sexual conduct.
Shoot, I didn't hear the bill number.
Bowers offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1172.
1172.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Bowers moves that House Bill 1172 as substituted be reported favorably.
Yeah, this is going to be a little boring for a few minutes while they
and be printed.
while they vote on some of these bills.
Chairman White,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers. Goodwin. Harless. Hefner. Morales. Patterson. Schaefer. Tinderholt. 6 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 6 ayes and 3 nays.
So that
the
one
motion
passed.
Prevails. The chair lays out.
After this should be constitutional carry bills.
Representative Leo Pacheco is pending business, which relates to access by hiring law enforcement agency to an applicant's employment records. Representative Pacheco does have a committee substitute. Members, that committee substitute makes no substantive changes to the bill. It simply makes it an official legislative council draft. Additionally, members, Representative Pacheco was informed that the negative $981,000 fiscal note was generated due to an erroneous interpretation of the bill, and that has been resolved. We have resolved that with the governor's office and TCOL as well, along with House leadership. With that, Vice Chair Bowers offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 8. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Bowers moves that House Bill 8 be as substituted be reported favorably to the full House, or for recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White.
Yes.
Hunter, I believe in the right to be able to defend the lives of others.
Morales.
I do.
Patterson. Schaefer.
Oh, Tim, what bump stock decision?
There will be a 9 ayes, 0 nays. The motion prevails.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to change my vote on HB 1172, and I apologize for doing that. I was a nay, and I meant to be an aye on 1172.
Okay.
Do we need to redo it?
We have to reconsider.
I apologize.
Okay.
I wasn't tracking. I apologize.
So, was it the
Okay, you'll make the motion. Okay.
was it a Supreme Court decision?
I move that we reconsider.
I've been in class all day.
HB 11.
Yes, I do remember it was Trump who did that, and that's why I didn't vote for Trump.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. You second the motion. Is there any objection? Okay. We'll go ahead and lay that out again then. The chair lays out House Bill 1172 by Representative Donna Howard is pending business.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna look that up on my.
Relates to the rights of victims of sexual assault and other prohibited sexual conduct. Vice Chair Bowers offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1172. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted.
Oh, that was a Sixth
Vice Chair
Circuit case.
Bowers moves that House Bill 1172 is substituted be reported favorably to the full House.
So that was a
for
Sixth Circuit case,
recommendation
which doesn't
that it
affect
pass
us.
and be printed.
So that's good. It's good news that the Sixth Circuit found that, but hopefully it'll get to the Supreme Court and they'll find the same thing. But unfortunately, the bump stock ban. Look, the bump stock ban is illegal anyway. It's completely illegal. That's why I never got rid of my bump stock. That's why I publicly talk about having a bump stock, because I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Because the way that the ATF went about that completely violated everything. They have no right to change definitions that Congress put in effect. None at all. No jurisdiction to do that whatsoever. So I wasn't worried about that, but it's good. I mean, the fact that the Sixth Circuit ruled that way, I can go look at that decision and find out. And because there is a split now, I think it was the Ninth Circuit that no, the 10th Circuit. Okay, thank you, Joe. Yeah, now that there's a split, I thought it was the Ninth Circuit for some reason. Now there's a split between the 10th and the 6th Circuit. the Supreme Court will most likely take it up now. All right, see what they're doing here.
They omitted the word business, and we put, it was just a typo error. And then in section B, we removed.
I did hear about the Ninth Circuit today saying that there's no right to open or conceal carry in public. The Ninth Circuit is the most overturned circuit.
Intended to protect.
Is the most overturned circuit, and I guarantee you that is going to be, yeah, Chevron right there. That's what I was. That it's pretty clear. We've got case law all up and down. The ATF couldn't do what they're doing. As a matter of fact, I'm taking an administrative law class right now, and we're supposed to do an agency brief at the end of our semester as kind of our final project. And I'm doing the ATF as my project. And now that this is there, I'm going to bring this up. It's going to be a part of our presentation now. And Chevron, definitely that Chevron deference stuff ain't gonna, it didn't fly. I'm glad the Sixth Circuit remembered Chevron, although there are other cases that sort of narrowed Chevron and anyway.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Harless. Okay. Representative Morales offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 766. Is there any objection? I know, offering up.
Okay, 766
okay,
is in.
Here is done, and the substitute.
It's not a gun
adopted.
bill.
Representative Morales moves that House Bill 766 as substituted be reported.
Okay, so that's not a gun bill. News now, Ninja. What's up? But yeah, the Ninth Circuit, man, I can't wait until they get slapped down. To say that there's no right to look, you know, they love to the left loves to talk about how Scalia in the Heller case mentioned that there. What just happened to my phone here? That's weird. Doop. All right, there we go. Mentions how Scalia says that the right to keep and bear arms is not limited. Well, you know, the Scalia also made very clear that we have a right to defend ourselves where we are most likely to be attacked. Well, there are two places that happens, in the home and in the public. Okay? So Scalia made very clear, although he didn't say it directly because that wasn't the question before the court. The question before the court in Heller was whether he had a right to defend himself in his home, whether he had a right to have, whether there was an individual right to having a firearm in the home. And so let's see what this bill is. Sorry. Looks like we're back at getting bills in.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
This
Thank
is
you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This
for
is
allowing
Lehman.
me and committee members for allowing me to lay out this bill, House Bill 918.
This is a good bill. Very good bill.
Family violence is defined by Section 71.004 of the Family Code as an act by a member of a family or a household against another member of the family or a household that is intended to result in physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, or that is a threat that reasonably places the member in fear of imminent physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault. As a former county judge, I presided over protective.
Hey, Billy the Kid, what's up?
And I am unfortunately intimately familiar with the desperate situations that many of these victims often find themselves in.
As a matter of fact, I have the Heller case up here somewhere.
An important piece of information for you to know is that in order to issue a protective order, the
Oh,
court
look.
must have made two findings.
Let me tell you something.
That is that family violence has occurred.
All right, this is a good bill. We're not gonna. It's not a super crazy bill. This. Oh damn. Sorry, I moved my. Sorry about that. It appears I have closed my other phone that was filming this. Let me put this back on now. There we go. I'm gonna have to. I need a new. I need something I can put this in to hold it because I've got it leaned up against my tea mug. I need something sturdy. Let's try this here. Let's try this here. In the meantime, let's listen to this guy. Whoa! All right, hang on a second. Let me mute that mic.
From
There we
the
go.
court. These perpetrators are often predators and stalkers, waiting to attack their victims at their most vulnerable moment when they have no defense except for that piece of paper that they secured from the courtroom. According to a meta-analysis of 32 studies combined, the rate, and I have this information, would be happy to share it with any of you, the mean rate of violation of protective orders.
Oh no, this is the McDonald case.
Percent. Additionally, the analysis revealed that 20% of the violated protective orders are
That's the
associated
McDonald
with
case,
an
not the
escalation of violence.
Not the Heller
Meaning
case.
The violence that occurred after the protective order was
All right.
issued.
Let me put this back on mute for a second because this isn't really that big of a bill. This right here is the Ninth Circuit case that ruled. Now, I haven't read this whole thing yet. I haven't even started reading it yet. And you want to know why? Look at this. Look how thick that sucker is. It's about half the size of a penny. So take a penny, and this is printed two-sided, okay? This isn't a one-sided copy. Look, this is a two-sided copy. All right? This is the Ninth Circuit opinion that says you don't have a right to carry concealed or openly in public. The Ninth Circuit needed 215 pages to say that. If the Ninth Circuit needs 215 pages to explain why you don't have the right to keep and bear arms in public in self-defense, then you're obviously trying to stretch reality. You're obviously trying to create an argument where there is none. It doesn't take 215 pages to say and provide the reasoning, the judicial reasoning why we don't have an individual right to keep and bear arms in public. This is insane. This is absolute. There's probably more dicta in this crap than I've ever seen. I can't remember the last. Actually, as long as I've been in law school, and we've done a lot of cases, I have probably briefed well over 1,000 cases since I've been in law school, since day one. Never have I come across an appellate brief or a Supreme Court brief that was 215 pages. If you need this much space to argue your point, wait a minute, it looks like I'm missing a page. It's actually thicker than this. I'm missing some pages. This only goes up to 168. Did my printer run out of paper? This isn't even the whole thing, folks. I think that's what she said. This isn't even the whole thing. This is only 168 out of 215. There's still another 50 pages I need to add to this thing. Man, I'm glad I looked at that. I'm going to have to print this out. Where did I save it? All right.
Through the duration of their protective order. House Bill 918 applies to protective orders issued under
Yes,
Title IV
I
of the
think.
Family Code.
I think felons should be able to carry or allowed to have guns because felons have a right to defend their lives as well. Additionally, most felonies are not violent felonies and they didn't involve firearms. And the number of felonies in the last 30 years, 40 years, has increased over 1,000%. There is absolutely no reason to keep guns from people just because of a label called felony. Hey, there's Rick Briscoe again walking down the hallway. Just because of a label called felony. I mean, Martha Stewart is a felon. She never hurt anybody. Plus, I also believe that if somebody is being let out of jail, then there is a presumption that they're no longer a threat to society. And if somebody is a threat to society, they need to be kept in jail. And if they're not deemed a threat to society, they should be let out of jail and therefore given all their rights back.
License is sitting in there, and a person with a protective order, they have priority and they have a number of days to process.
Appreciate that, and certainly.
Exactly, quick lady, absolutely.
Fingerprints and then getting DPS to
Expedited
process it quickly.
Timeline.
Yes, sir. Please consider it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Sure.
Chair recognizes Representative Morales.
Mr. Lamont, earlier today, we heard from.
I'm that dude.
On House Bill 2675.
It's free real estate. I'm that dude.
Expedited shipping of a license if the applicant met the criteria. And
hey, you should see the video I just put up from the Capitol today. As a matter of fact, when we get to the constitutional carry bills, we might actually see Beto testify. I don't know.
Representative Tinderholt is expressing. The testimony that we heard.
But he was in the Capitol today.
That they may take 60 to 90 days.
It's on my
at
channel.
That time, for some of these victims, it may be too late.
I appreciate that suggestion and will certainly contact him.
Members. Okay, Rep, we're going to reserve your right to close.
Okay. Please, nobody testify on this.
Members, we have Gary Zimmerman first. After Gary,
oh, look at that.
Zimmerman,
Boys carrying. You see that?
A call on Michael
Open carrying his pistol.
Andy Turner,
freedom, baby.
Emily Taylor.
Hey, Hunter, I want you to watch this guy, okay?
Ross.
Watch this guy. Watch this guy right here. Look, there's a gun right there. Watch what he does with it.
Across the state.
Hunter, watch what he does with it.
Bridge HOA. I am for this bill. As you know, I'm a paramedic, and when I was a paramedic before I retired, I came across many, many people who had been hurt, who had protective orders, and they didn't work. They needed some type of protection. Now, like I said last week, I have 9 license to carries from 9 different states, including Texas. Utah, you can, with a protective order, you can get your license from Utah in 10 days. So when you mentioned earlier, you might put in the bill as an amendment, DPS gets 10 days. Utah can do it in 10 days with fingerprints, background check, with NICS and everything. I'm sure DPS can do the same. Thank you.
Hey, wait.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Andy
Why
Turner.
is that comment showing?
Michael Belsick. I'm sorry.
What did I do here?
Okay, Michael Belsick registered
there we go.
for House Bill 1918. Andy Turner.
I didn't realize I could do that.
As she's making her way up, Emily Taylor, Lisa Ross will be the next 2.
The case.
Good evening, good morning, good evening, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
members of the committee.
House
Bill 918. I testified earlier today, so I will zip through the first part. 30 years ago,
George K. Young v. Hawaii. Young v. Hawaii.
Domestic abuse.
And here's the docket numbers, if you want the docket numbers.
Similar stories. So you know that you feel like you have no sense of control after this happens.
Take a screenshot or something real quick, because I'm going to lower it.
Keep yourself safe. No, and
3,
I have no way to defend
2,
myself. If
1.
you came into my place of business or to my home or the grocery store, really anywhere I went. I wasn't 18, but I think the point is the way you feel as a victim doesn't change if you're 18 or 28, 38. It is what it is. If you were old enough to fight and die for your country, if you were old enough to sign a contract, if you were old enough to be tried in a court of law, you are old enough to defend yourself.
You haven't read it yet. I'm going to.
It is important to note that this bill does not require any victim to choose to carry. Having an LTC is one.
I'll skip to the last paragraph. Let's see what it says.
Can utilize. Give victims a chance to feel some control over their lives. Most victims of domestic violence are women, so I will address this specifically. Women are not generally built to fend off the average sized male. Being able to carry is
feminists just lost their mind.
There is nothing more misogynistic than telling a woman she is not allowed to defend herself with the best tools available.
Amen, woman.
Choose for herself.
Amen, lady.
What those tools are.
Speak it. Preach it.
Members.
Preach it.
Thank you.
She is my hero.
Lisa Ross and
the Sixth Circuit, not this one. Oh, okay.
Lisa Ross. Oh, excuse me. Emily Taylor.
All right, here's the Texas Law Shield attorney.
Emily Taylor registered for House Bill 19. Now we'll move to Lisa Ross. She registered against House Bill 918.
Hunter, nobody that owns a gun wants to get into a shootout. Nobody wants that. I own a gun, so I never have to use it. That's the whole point. That's why I open carry. My hope is that I carry my gun. My hope is that I carry my gun. Oh wait, this is Rick Briscoe. Hang on.
Okay.
This is my boy.
Get you up here the register while he's or over there to get the register while he's testifying. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking in favor of this bill. There are a couple of items I would like to invite your attention to that I think would make it an even better bill. No matter how
Thank you, Billy the Kid.
processing by DPS might be, the individual affected has to take the class, get the fingerprints, submit them, and then however long it takes DPS to process it. In many instances, that could be too long. Under our Motorist Protection Act, an individual 18 years of age or older who can lawfully own or possess the handgun can carry it without license in their automobile. The effect of this bill would be to allow them to carry it on their person out of the automobile. I would prefer that the court be able to issue what amounts to a temporary license based on oath or affirmation.
Constitutional carry would fix all this.
They qualify for a license, and that it would be good until DPS completes their expedited processing, and that the individual should carry that court order as their license should they be stopped by law enforcement. And we therefore support the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
We have potentially a couple of more witnesses stand by here.
Sorry, I try to record anytime Rick speaks because he speaks for Open Carry Texas, and I try to upload these onto the Open Carry Texas YouTube channel. That's why I record those. But anyway, Hunter, as I was saying, I hope to carry my gun every single day of my life and never have to use it once. That's my goal. My fear is that I don't carry my gun the one time I need it. That's my fear. My hope is I never have to use it. Okay, I've killed enough people in combat. I don't want to go through that again. Crap Metro Observer, I actually don't I don't say where I go to law school, and the reason for that is that there are people that are trying to get me kicked out of law school. Because of the fact that I'm a Proud Boy, and because I'm a conservative, and because I've stood up to Antifa, and I'm a Nazi, and I'm a fascist, and all this other kind of stuff. And they've already tried to get me kicked out of law school, and it's failed. But I don't know how they found me, but either way, that's why I don't talk about where I go to law school, because I'm just trying to keep the administration doesn't need to be dealing with more trouble than I already give them based on people who hate me. So you see my my Proud Boy mask right there. Well, right there. Yeah. It's my Proud Boy mask right there. Proud of your boy, Sergeant Holka.
Chair recognizes Heather Hill.
No, I would not shoot anybody that was not a direct threat to my life.
After Heather Hill, we'll have Linda Nuno.
I will only shoot if I have to save my life or someone else's life.
So I'm going to make this very
Absolutely,
short.
Faithful brother.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies that are here. My name is Heather Hill.
I'm going to put that one up there.
Testifying in favor of HB
There we go.
918. And I am representing myself.
Can I do more than one?
That's about all I have to say.
Oh, I just
You can
okay.
record that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Linda Nuno.
Oh, come on, man. Let's get to the good bills. So this page is done. So all we've got are...
Just really quick, something that this council is not even taking in place is that although...
Your name?
Linda Nuno.
You're representing...
Myself.
And your position on the bill?
Forward.
Okay.
Yeah. So my name is Linda Nuno. I used to have a protective order back
You know,
in
I like her.
2015
I like
when
this
my
lady.
daughter was kidnapped from
I need to
Punitive.
get her
By the time
contact
that I
info.
got her, I got her
Let me
body
text
bleeding from
Rick.
severe abuse with a rash from head to toe and blisters all over her body. This
woman's
law, if passes, should be applied to
contact
officers
info.
who are the ones who are the most misogynistic, develop a God complex syndrome. And once we move out of a county that is no
Okay, Kyle
longer
Biederman just
cleared,
walked in.
APD cleared.
You can't see him on the
you know,
screen,
the biggest mafia
but he
in
just
town.
walked in,
And
which
here
means
we
that they're
go.
about to do the constitutional
When I
carry
moved
bill.
out of Edinburgh, my protective order did not enter in place. When I went 7 times to get a protective order, which
1238
are almost
is his
impossible
bill.
to get, especially if you're seeking protection from a police officer. And although I was granted a protective order in Edinburgh, it was denied here in Austin 7 times. And that's why my daughter went through all the abuse that she has gone through for.
Hey, Billy, thank you, brother. Hey, man, I appreciate you
And that's
too.
why my daughter
I'm just a strong, a hard-headed,
torture that she has gone through
you know,
during all
weirdo
these
walking down
years,
the road
including
without
during
people
her
like you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope Rick tracks her down. I sent Rick a text.
Chair recognizes Eric Schaefer. After Eric Schaefer, we'll have Jorge.
My boy Eric. Bring it, Eric.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself and I'm here to speak for the bill. Technically, I'm just trying to clarify something. I support the bill, but it is my understanding that a person needs to be at least 21 in order to buy.
Hey, Chris, thank you. You know who you are. I just saw your Venmo.
We can author.
Your Venmo donation. Thank you very much, Chris.
Right. I just want to make sure that
If you're in the room.
because it is, and what it's just going to be a club at that point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Jorge Landabar.
I'm 47. 47 years old. I just turned 47.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jorge Landavar.
Oh, but I identify as a 29-year-old. I just want to make that clear.
I'm just speaking for myself. The modal age of forcible rape in the United States, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, is 14 to 15. That's the victim, 14 to 15. People get injured and are horribly harmed very, very young.
Congratulations, Wizard. Got a half a decade on you, man.
In his landmark study, Rape and Resistance, finds that the rate of forcible rape drops to almost 0 when a woman has access to
a 29-year-old black woman actually is how I identify.
Knives and guns. Please pass this bill. People who are at risk need access to the tools to be able to defend themselves.
Hunter,
People who are younger.
I really can't understand. I do drink my own pee, but only after I've had a lot of pineapple juice. So I just want to make that clear. Only after I've had a lot of pineapple juice, because that's when my pee tastes. It's nice and tangy. Okay. Anyway, Hunter, I really don't understand the mentality that says that you can't defend yourself and your life with whatever tools are made available to you. And I really don't understand the moral equivalence of, guns are bad because they kill people, but yet, you can use a baseball bat and kill somebody in self-defense and that's okay somehow, or a vase or anything like that. I mean, when you sit there and say it's moral to kill or hurt somebody with something other than a gun, but it's not moral to kill or hurt somebody with a gun, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm talking about in self-defense. So either you have a right to self-defense or you don't. You can't sit there and say you have a right to self-defense except using this particular instrument for self-defense. All right, I think we got constitutional carry coming up. Like I said, Biederman's in the room now. So, oh wait, he's gone.
Chair lays out House Bill 1039 and recognizes Representative Goodman.
Oh gosh, here's the moron. Listen.
I do have a committee set.
Let me. She's right.
She has a committee.
She's right here.
The chair offers up this.
This
committee
woman is
substitute,
clueless.
The House Bill 1039.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, we got to listen
Not
to
long
her.
after last session ended, I worked with DPS on a couple of bills that would help clean up the NICS system. So this bill refers to revoked and suspended license to carry licenses.
Oh, Hunter, yes. At least you're
Does not
somewhat
change
intelligent.
the law about
She's not even
fines or anything
intelligent.
like that. In Texas, the holder of a license to carry a handgun, LTC, is not required to submit to a background check before purchasing a firearm. If such a license is suspended or revoked for some reason, of course, the license holder loses that privilege. Unfortunately, when there's a problem with the license, it looks just the same as it did before. The result is that occasionally
She's so
people try
ignorant.
to use these invalid licenses
She is so ignorant.
illegitimately bypass the NICS background check.
This never happens.
To
Never.
address the problem, Committee Substitute House Bill 1039 would make a few small changes.
Small?
Aimed at reducing the number of these suspended or revoked licenses in circulation. First, the bill requires an officer of the court to seize any LTC that becomes invalid as a result.
Which is already the law.
It also allows a peace officer to seize any suspended or revoked license that he or she might encounter.
They already have
Such
that,
license would then have to be forwarded to DPS,
which is already
and
done.
the agency would be required to make the numbers of those licenses available to dealers conducting background checks. The bill has two central provisions. The first is that federal firearms license dealers would be required to check the DPS website for bad numbers before using a customer's LTC as a basis for skipping the background check. The second is that buyers who are ineligible under federal law to purchase a gun would be prohibited from knowingly using an expired or revoked,
Which is already the law.
to attempt to avoid a background check.
Already the law.
The ability to purchase a gun legally is a different category from being eligible.
Let's see if she
for
mentions
LTC.
the public
It
database of
is
license
possible
holders.
that someone can have their LTC revoked, but still be eligible to buy a gun under federal law. With this bill, then, I was careful only to prohibit a deliberate and dishonest attempt to avoid a background check. So this bill only requires the FFL dealer to report the license number to DPS if the person presents it as an alternative to a NICS test and then either fails the NICS check or simply turns around and leaves the store. At that point, DPS would need to turn in the number and investigate the circumstances and refer the case to law enforcement. My bill would not criminalize someone who attempts to use a bad LTC, but then does pass the required background check. The committee substitute makes a few changes to the original bill. It removes the requirement for officers to seize expired licenses. It changes some language. It changes some language regarding the requirements for DPS to post information online, and introduces the provision stating that the behavior of potential buyers is only criminal if that person is also ineligible to buy a gun.
Which is already law.
A representative from DPS is here to explain any of the more technical aspects.
Oh, so
That part,
DPS
though,
is behind
a bit
this.
Simple. It puts no new restrictions on gun ownership, but just makes it harder for people to evade the laws that we already have. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to.
In other words, we need this bill because law enforcement isn't doing their job enforcing the laws currently. Because when you lose your license, when your license is suspended, DPS is required to take your license. And if they're not doing that, if they were doing that, this bill would be null. So now we need another law because law enforcement's not doing their job at enforcing current law. That's what this is about. And she can't point to a single instance where someone used a revoked license to try and buy a gun.
For myself, my family, and the Vista Ridge HOA. As you know, I'm also an FFL. So as as an FFL, I am concerned about my responsibilities and my liabilities. I've already got a ton of paperwork to do already. I have one more to have to report it to the DPS.
Yeah, and check a database.
Something I
A database,
really
by the
wanna
way,
have
which
to
is
do
public.
in messing with that. At this point, if this bill were to pass, I just tell everybody that I was going to sell a gun to, just do the NICS check.
Watch his gun.
Period. The only way.
Watch what it's going to do.
I don't
Watch.
have to mess with trying to check.
There's about 40 people in this room. Watch what his gun does.
Is it going to be? Is a phone number?
I'm watching you.
Available to me 24
I'm watching you,
hours?
handgun.
Or an online internet available to me 24 hours. That's an issue because I work out of my home. My FFL is out of my home and out of my business. And so sometimes I'm selling at 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night because I travel and do all sorts of things. I don't operate normal business hours. So is that number going to be available for me to call 24 hours a day or that online to check that license 24 hours a day? NICS is available.
Hey, Sergeant Holka, you still online?
At least their online system is. So that's a concern of mine. I was unsure when I read the bill, am I going to be responsible for confiscating a license? Because that's the last thing I want to try to do is deal with the customer saying, nope, got to take your license. I'd rather not.
That's our chapter patch I made.
Thank you.
Thought you'd like that.
The chair recognizes Heather Hill. Then Michael Belsick. She's on the way. And then Claude Bittner.
Yeah, this bill's crap. I can't wait to hear Rick.
My name is Heather Hill. I'm here today.
Hey, thank you, HBO Map. What are you doing, Big Step Gun?
For the same reasons that I represent myself and I oppose it.
Hey, watch this. I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna show that one.
I opposed the other bill, HB 27.
Yeah, let's stay on this bill. Stay on
this bill because it
My
restricts
boy right
the
there.
common law rights of
Yeah,
people
you see
to
that?
access.
What's that say
And
on that dust cover? Oh yeah, come on. Let's go, Biden.
Of the state of Texas. We have a common law right, and that right is protected by the Constitution.
That's what I'll do. Anytime I get a donation, I'm gonna highlight your comment. I should have done that a long time ago.
It isn't something
I'm gonna do that from now
can
on.
be taken away or will be allowed.
Hey, Sergeant Holka, send me. I'll tell you what. Send me your address.
Thank you very much.
CJGrisham.com, and I'll send you one. It's a Velcro patch.
Chair recognizes Michelle Mostert.
Zafarius, it's easy, brother. Where you at? Hello, NA2K5.
She registered against Michael Belsick. Oh, okay.
There's one person against.
Michelle Mostert.
Oh, that's another against. Never mind. Everybody's been against it. Sorry. I meant 4. Oh, this is the one that she's going to be against
Mr.
it.
Chairman, I oppose this bill
Yep.
because it for the reasons they mentioned before, and I don't think it should be public record or anything like that.
Oh, Gerald, you need to join Syntax Proud Boys, man. I'll get you in.
License numbers available. So, right. Thank
you.
We're just north of you. We're based out of Temple, but we extend all the way down to Austin.
Michael Belsick registered against.
All right, another one against.
Claude Bittner. Chair calls Claude Bittner registered 4.
Whoa, there's one.
Rick Briscoe.
Round Rock, same thing. Oh, here we go. Here goes Rick.
Next.
All right, let me listen to Rick. This is my boy.
Next, we'll after Rick Briscoe, we'll have Derek Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Care Texas, speaking in opposition to the bill. Several fairly straightforward items that are a problem with it. An expired LTC has an expiration date on it. no one's going to recognize an expired LTC. We're dealing with a potentially extraordinarily small data subset here with a very large regulatory and records keeping burden. It's been our experience that whether it's local police, sheriff, constable, DPS, or rangers, when there's an arrest that would be for an offense that would potentially be disqualifying for an LTC, they uniformly seize the LTC upon arrest, send it to DPS.
Amen.
And that triggers a of the right of the individual to request a hearing on whether or not the offense charged, whether guilty or not, would result in a qualification if convicted. The form ATF 4473, which one fills out when they purchase a firearm, is executed under penalty of perjury. It could also be prosecuted under Title 18, Section 1001 United States Code, a 5-year felony.
This dude's an encyclopedia of knowledge.
The burden that this would impose warrants the
smartest man I know.
Small possibility of someone accomplishing this. And lastly, I would simply say that the possibility of errors is rather large, and it easily could
Wizard, I'm with you.
Business practices of federally licensed firearms dealers to the detriment of us all.
Okay, members, thank you, Rick. Chair recognizes Lewis Witchers or Wikers.
Good job, Rick.
Next will be Dick Reeves, followed by Dylan Price, and then Billy Mustin, Chief Mustin.
Hey, Chris, I think I saw an email or a text from you. I've just been so busy, man.
Hello, my name is Lewis Witchers. I represent Texas Gun Sense, and we support this bill. I find it has reasonable processes.
Texas Gun Sense.
And we're always wanting to support DPS in matters such as
Oh,
this.
suddenly the anti-gun left loves cops.
I am a gun owner, and occasionally I have to sell a gun. And usually what I try to do is either funnel that through a licensed dealer or a store, or someone I've known for a long time if they've passed the stability test, or because of their occupation, I know they've been run through a criminal history check on a regular basis.
Oh, so he's going to oppose background checks, universal.
A private person, which I don't, because I'm always afraid of who I'm going to sell it to. The fact that if someone can present me with a LTC, and if it's not on that list.
No, I haven't. You're the only one.
I sell the gun. What advantage to me is I can sell
Thank you,
it at a
HBO
higher
Matt.
price rather than going through a store or a pawn shop or whatever. So that's just from a personal.
I think the left hates guns more than cops, so they're willing to use cops to get rid of guns, and then they'll get rid of cops later.
Derek Reeves, the chair recognized.
Dang, Texas Gun Dents. That dude needs to join the League of Women Voters.
Registered against Dylan Price.
So that's 2 people for it so
Then
far.
we'll have Billy Mustin, Gil Switzer, and Brandon Bradley Hodges.
All right,
followed
Chief
by
Billy.
Terrence
Chief Billy's coming up. I like Billy. Billy Munston. I
My
like
name is
listening to
Dylan
him.
Price. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I am testifying against this bill.
Good.
So as the committee is already aware,
What?
As it currently stands, a Texas
Yeah.
resident with a Texas license to carry is not required to undergo a background check when purchasing a firearm from an FFL. This exemption is at the discretion of the federal firearms licensee, and an FFL can still require a background check. So this is the case for any transfer of an FFL.
Yes.
What this bill would require, though, is that those FFLs have to go through a database in order to verify people with a license to carry. The problem is databases go down. At the beginning of the pandemic,
Where'd my
the
pen
system
go?
was so backlogged and delayed
Lost my
that
pen.
everyone is issued a delay
On my
regardless
desk
of their
here.
status. I dealt with a lot of people who had this issue and they were unable to buy firearms for months. Those who had a license to carry, though, were able to go ahead and make those purchases. It gets more complicated, though, when you have situations where someone perhaps pawns a firearm. You still have to go through that background check process. So I had people who were racking up fees at pawn shops because of the fact that they had pawned their gun. They couldn't pass the background check, and now they're waiting to get their gun back. Luckily, I worked with those companies and they were able to get their guns back, but that was still a huge issue. Also, this does require that
a public database
report anyone who uses a license and it's expired. So they have an affirmative duty to report. One issue with that, though, is that there aren't any penalties there.
Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
So maybe that's something that would be considered, but I'm also against that. It also does create new responsibilities for law enforcement agencies. So when someone is arrested and it's a crime where their license to carry would be revoked,
it's gonna be a long night, guys.
The law enforcement agency normally takes that, but what this would require is that that agency also take that license and also submit an affidavit to DPS. So it creates more responsibilities for law enforcement. That burdens them.
And I want to, and look, again, I just want to make sure you're saying the same thing I'm saying in the bill. So I go to, you're an FFL, I come to you.
All right, while they talk, I'm going to refill my tea here.
I whip out my LTC, the license is expired.
Yes, sir.
And then if this was statute, you would be immediately, I don't know if it's immediate, but you would have the responsibility of forwarding my name to some, to the authorities, which would be
correct, to the DPS. And so if I didn't do that, there would be some sort of penalty, but that's not listed in the bill from what I read. Okay. I don't know if there was.
So I'm interested. So are you saying, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could forget that your license is expired. You just walk in the store and you just whip it out. So you're just saying it's criminalization of someone just whipping out an expired license.
Let's whip it out.
There's
whip it out.
Some mens rea default there that I'm just trying to.
Yes, this is the Texas legislature, the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety.
You'd have to prove that they had knowledge that it was expired, but I mean that'd be kind of apparent.
Oh dang! Why didn't y'all tell me my zipper was down?
But also for the FFL itself, if they don't report that person, there's a penalty there as well. So the FFL has a duty, as well as the person who has a suspended license, revoked license, or expired license. Also,
yeah, it's got my OCT grip on there.
Class A, that's listed in there, but the penalty for the FFL isn't listed in the bill, from my understanding.
Okay, members, any questions for the witness? All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Billy Mustin. After Billy Mustin, we have Gail Switzer.
Oh, we're gonna miss Billy Mustin.
Darren Lazort.
Dang, Chief Billy. There he is. There's Chief Billy.
I'm Billy W. Mustin. Apparently, I let my old eyes and big fingers make a mistake on the keyboard. Mm-hmm. I have no opinion on this bill. Okay. What it makes me wonder is what did I miss that wasn't.
Okay, so
I'm neutral.
You're neutral. So I'm going to change you. So you're.
How could you be neutral?
You're representing
myself,
and you are neutral.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll change that up here. The chair recognizes Jill Switzer. Then Bradley Hodges.
Hey man, take safe, man. Stay safe, Chris. I'll get a hold of you, brother.
And Eric Schaefer.
I know I'm way behind on a lot of emails and
Hi there,
texts.
I'm Jill Switzer, and I'm representing Texas Gun Sense.
Gun Sense.
Support House Bill 1039. Texas Gun Sense is a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates
nonpartisan
for evidence-based policies that
I love it when
reduce
they say
injuries
that.
and deaths. Thank you for the opportunity to testify after 11 p.m. And I know your staff are watching, so thanks to them too. I appreciate Representative Goodwin filing this bill, and she is my representative.
Yeah, you probably wrote it for her because she ain't smart enough to write something like that.
I thought, wow, we don't do this.
Of course, this
already?
woman's not smart either.
I appreciate DPS for recognizing this gap and bringing it to the legislature to.
DPS, if there's a gap, it's because DPS isn't doing their job, period. Period.
All Texans have a safety interest in persons who prohibit.
DPS is like, hey, can we have a law that forces FFLs to do the job that we're supposed to do, but we don't?
Does not turn in that no longer valid. I have a license to carry that I am very proud of. I had to work hard to do it. And I believe that this bill is not only important for public safety, but it protects folks who have their license to carry. I worked hard for mine. I carry it in my wallet. It gets me in the Capitol quickly.
Hey,
I don't want it to be like.
in God we
deck of
trust.
cards that
Send me an
everybody has
email.
one. I want it to be taken seriously, and if someone no longer.
CJ at
entitled to that
cjgrisham.com.
done, it needs to be.
Give me your, send me your phone number and I'll hook y'all up. Make sure you let me know who you are.
Bradley Hodges, then Darren Lasort, and after that, Eric Shaver, and then we'll have Amy Mobley Turney.
Brett Hodges, self and against. I'm going to object to this. Doxing and swatting are enough is enough. On this bill in particular, interface with the DPS and FFLs, that's state and federal. This is the state portion of that. I get that. Looking at they're saying the FFLs are here testifying that it's a detriment to burden on them. I tend to believe them.
Yeah, me too.
Darren Lasort.
We are watching the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety coming up here pretty soon. We're waiting on it. Okay, Brandon, I got you, brother. Don't. I'll get a hold of you, man.
Industry Trade Association representative, so I do represent the FFLs, the gun dealers here.
So they're about to do the constitutional carry bills here pretty soon. Power Glove.
That this bill would create on our dealers.
That's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the constitutional carry bills.
They are already one of the most regulated business people in the country. We don't need more. The state issued license should mean something on its face. That's why we issue it in the first place. So dealers should be able to take that license and utilize it for government purposes. That's why we issue licenses. It is the state's responsibility to seize those licenses that are suspended and revoked. The dealer should not have any responsibility in that mix. The representative, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Goodwin, did say that this has no new restrictions on gun ownership. It does. As Dylan mentioned earlier, if the automation systems are down, whether it's NICS or whether it's DPS's current system, that's voluntary. So a dealer can.
Hey, Brandon, it didn't give me your phone number, so
to see if these licenses are
email me your phone number.
Today. But if those systems are down today with my carry license,
CJ at cjgrisham.com.
Fire a firearm. If the systems are down for whatever reason, if this bill becomes law,
and when you email me, just so I know it's really you and not some troll,
great benefit for all license holders in the state. So I do disagree.
Give me your in the email
restriction on current.
Give me your Cash App name, since only you and I have that.
From a public safety standpoint, we have to assume that these license holders, even though they're suspended or revoked.
Oh, well, hell, if I'm only second worst, Mr. Holka, then I got some work to do.
Here. And then finally, we think that this does the cost.
See, the great thing about Proud Boys is we're always trying to see who can get to the bottom first, not who can get to the top.
Perceived benefit. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, real quick. So if you're the FFL dealer and you see it's expired,
I'm going to put that one up. That's funny.
So you would not, Mr. Chairman, you would not be able to proceed with the
915.
If suspended, you would not necessarily know unless you check the current.
Not today. Let me see if it's been heard.
Go ahead and seize those suspended and revoked licenses. So with an expired license, the dealer would recognize that it's expired on its face and not go through with the transaction. Then they could proceed to a NICS check if they want.
So it being revoked, you're saying there's nothing that is going into I'm just saying this, using this term, a master database where it would be picked up by NICS as well.
Mr. Chairman,
so 915 wasn't on the list today.
Suspended or revoked license would not be in the NICS database. But again, the benefit here with having a license is not having to go through a NICS check, which could take some time, or if the NICS system is
and that's in a different committee.
COVID crisis and the buying frenzy.
It's in the State Affairs Committee,
as you should be,
which is weird.
Who lawfully can take.
Why is 915 in the State Affairs Committee?
Members. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Chair recognizes Eric Schaefer, then Kyle.
Oh, I see why, because it's interstate.
Amy Mobley Turney.
So I don't know. It doesn't look like it's been heard yet. But I'm going to look on the State Affairs.
I'm representing myself.
Committee.
I'm testifying against the bill.
Good job,
My understanding,
Eric.
This bill will make public this information.
Yes, it will.
If that is correct. then
Yes,
That is why I oppose this. I don't see why
absolutely.
that information needs to be made public.
Thank you, Eric.
If there's some kind of system that a dealer can query DPS in a private way that it's not public, then
So it wasn't heard today.
I would possibly think differently about it, but those are my reasons.
Members, thank you. Chair calls Kyle Garacco.
Wasn't heard the
And
other
after that,
day.
Amy Mobley Turney, and then John Brandt. Then
Watch
David
this gun.
Markle, and then
Watch
we
it,
have
folks.
Melissa Weekly.
Watch what it does.
Kyle Gorko, I am representing myself. And
So 9:15 has not been heard yet,
for reasons
and it doesn't look like it's scheduled either.
Thank you. Amy Mobley Turney.
Texas Pack Rat. Yeah, 9:15 hasn't been scheduled for a hearing yet, but it's in the State Affairs Committee.
Okay. So we do show her registered for
What?
House Bill 1030.
Oh yeah, that was that
John
one.
Brandt.
Moms Demand Action chick.
Then we'll have David Markle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, for continuing to stay with us this long night. My name is John Brandt, represent Texas Gun Sense in support
Gun
of
Dense.
1039.
No, we're 1238 should be coming up here in a minute because Biederman just walked in. You can't see him,
by requiring dealers
but
to
he
validate their license
just
to
sat
carry
down. That's
when
Biederman right there,
presented as evidence of lawful
and
purchase
that's 1238 is his bill. So now that he's in there,
This is a common sense
that makes me believe it's going to be the
It's
next
one of those
bill.
things that when you think about it, in fact, it's hard to believe we don't already do it. From an administrative perspective, HB 1039 is really about efficiency, about making sure that when a change in licensing status occurs, that
All right, how do I
information
hide that? There
quickly
it is.
flows from DPS to licensed firearms dealers. This would help stop unlawful sales to individuals who were previously eligible to purchase a firearm with their license, but are no longer because their license has been revoked or suspended. This matters because up to 70% of expired, suspended, or revoked licenses are not returned.
Hey, don't forget to hit that like and share. We're getting ready to get into the constitutional carry bills.
Dangerous loophole to be exploited in our background
And
check system when
don't
invalid
forget to hit that
licenses are used,
super chat if you
to
can.
purchase firearms.
You won't
The
see
bill
a super
requires
chat
that
if you're
licensed
watching this
firearms
on the
dealers
Open
notify
Carry
law
Texas
enforcement when an
page.
individual attempts to use an invalid license, ensuring that any such attempts are properly flagged for notice by the authorities.
Why isn't this guy mentioning this isn't a problem?
This bill would help enshrine the license to carry, building our trust in the integrity and the meaning of the license.
Oh, you went to
by
Texie Fest.
ensuring that
Ah, I
we
can't
have
believe I
an
missed
up-to-date
it.
understanding
Yeah, I'm waiting on my
of when
pins.
it is valid for
I'm
someone
waiting on Greg to
and
send me
when
my
it is not.
pins.
These types of common sense administrative measures
I miss
are
them.
key to
I
building
think
a
they're
robust
awesome.
framework
I have gotten
to
a
prevent
couple of.
Texans from
I did get my
unlawful
coins
firearm
though.
sales and the harms to all of us that may result from them. It's also been stated there's a question about information being made publicly
All right, come on,
available.
come
My
on.
understanding is that what's being made publicly available is
Oh well, I'll just do that.
anonymized. If you
Anyway, they're really
it's a
nice.
license number, but not necessarily a name. So I believe there are those protections that are built in.
Yeah, our Proud Boys coins.
Members, thank you.
And then I just got this one in the mail.
Markle. David Markle is
Let's see if it'll show it.
registered.
Come on, freaking focus right here.
against, this
Focus.
legislation. Melissa Weekly.
Focus.
Melissa Weekly is registered against
Oh, well.
this legislation. And
It's
first-
Kyle There we go. Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay. Thank you very much for being with us. And first,
Probably my favorite coin right there.
Rachel Malone and Michelle Mostert.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Ann Furs.
Hey, thanks,
I'm
Zafarias.
testifying very briefly, both on behalf of myself, and I'm a gun owner, and also the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action.
Oh gosh, they have to say they're a gun owner. Bullshit.
In support of HB 1039. We urge the committee to promote the safety of all Texans by giving our valued law enforcement members tools.
I'm a gun owner and I want to testify against my own best
partnering and members of the public
interests.
are not doing so with revoked or suspended license to carry.
They're not doing that
Enforcement
right now.
is required by law. It is illegal for a driver to continue to drive if his or her license has been revoked or suspended.
Weird. It's also illegal to carry a license to carry if it's been suspended, you dumbass.
Thank you, ma'am.
Golly, these moms demand action because they can't get it
now
anywhere else. They're
call
idiots.
Rachel Malone.
Good Golly, no, they haven't
She's
yet.
coming to
Joe,
the,
they have not dropped yet.
Witness podium. We're going to ask, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on?
Oh,
or against
Rachel,
House
preach
Bill
it, girl,
1039?
preach it.
If
Here we go,
is,
Rachel.
just
Give me some good
walk
stuff.
down here to the clerk.
Give me some good
let
stuff,
him
Rachel. I want you to nail these moms demand action chicks to the
My name is
cork
Rachel
board.
Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself. We oppose this bill for many of the reasons listed, and we ask you to oppose it as well.
Oh,
thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Anything, members? Thank you.
I like that Rachel's doing this because we
Michelle
really
Foster.
need to get to the constitutional carry bills. All right. So that's a good thing.
Okay. Let's show Michelle Mostert registered against.
Yeah,
Chair
Kyle
recognizes
Rittenhouse should have been given an
Representative
award, not
Close
charges.
on House Bill 1039.
Oh gosh, let the idiot speak.
Seems like the main argument against it is that we don't want to burden our FFLs. And I just would say that this is a measure requested by the Texas Department of Public Safety to make sure people with revoked or expired LTCs aren't using those.
They're not.
Guns, and that seems like a safety
And if the
measure,
Texas
very
Department of
small
Public
step.
Safety was doing their job, we wouldn't need this bill. We've already got the law there, you freaking tool. Jeez, you complete and utter useless waste of carbon. And you're an elected official.
Any questions for the author?
God.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. The committee substitute is withdrawn.
All right, 1238.
There is no objection.
1238. 1238.
Pending. Is there objection?
My boy Kyle. Come on, man. Kyle Biederman.
None. House Bill 1039.
Lay out
is
1238.
left pending.
Here we go. Constitutional carry. 1238. Let me hear it. Kyle Biederman is the man. If you live in Fredericksburg, you are lucky to have him as your representative.
Let's do this here.
Yes, let's do 1238. Come on, Representative White, give it to us. Hercules, Hercules. Uh-oh. There we go. Come on, Kyle. Where's Schaefer going? Kyle's just sitting over there. I'm gonna send him a text.
Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 1238.
Yes.
Recognizes Representative Biederman to explain.
Here we go. First constitutional carry bill. This is a history right here, folks. This has never happened in Texas history where we've been able to at least bring a bill to the floor of a committee.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Appreciate you.
I got to record this one.
For these very bills that we're about to lay out.
Almost forgot.
More than 70 counties in Texas have declared themselves Second Amendment sanctuary.
Yes, Billy, this is live.
Sanctuary counties, and on January 15th, Governor Abbott announced the need for Texas to be a Second Amendment sanctuary state. House Bill 1238, the Personal Protection and Safety Act, directly aligns itself with that mission. I, along with 1,836 Texans who have contacted my office in support of constitutional carry, agree it's time that Texas be among the leaders in gun rights. HB 1238 will help solidify Texas' position as a pro-gun state by making license to carry optional when carrying in Texas, and ties the ability to carry your firearm to the ability to legally possess a firearm. But we'll keep the license.
No, Joe, I just
program in
started the
place
recording.
in order to maintain our current reciprocity with other states. The only permit in America that Americans should need in order to carry a firearm was issued in 1791.
Preach it, Kyle.
Bill of Rights.
Preach it.
Anything required for law-abiding citizens to carry and bear arms beyond the text of the Second Amendment is a usurpation of the people's sovereign
I dropped my
right.
mic if it wasn't stuck on a boom.
Current political climate and increase in crime, personal safety is a serious concern for Texans. Talks of defunding the police and riding around the country all point to the need for Texans to have every ability to protect themselves and their families.
I hear thunder. That's not a good
Forcing our
sign.
citizens to ask the government for permission To exercise this right reduces its status as a
I had better not lose my internet just as they're bringing constitutional carry up. I will be pissed.
Those who view the constitutional carry as simply a Republican priority miss the crux of this whole matter. In a world where evil persists, we as a legislature must be mindful of barriers that restrict the ability of citizens to respond to that evil. We must eliminate those barriers so law-abiding citizens may defend themselves in the most crucial moments that bridge life and death. On Sunday morning, December 29th, 2019, innocent church members were confronted by this evil. In White Settlement, Texas, a congregation was gathered in worship when
I think I've got a man crush on Kyle Biederman.
And sought to make it a place of death.
I'm gonna have to text him and let him know.
And destroy. He took the lives of Anton Wallace, 64 years old, and Richard White, 67. But that gunman did not count on an amazing citizen, an armed citizen named Jack Wilson, who was willing to stand in the gap and defend the church from any more carnage. Mr. Wilson, drawing upon his prior firearm experience, returned fire toward the gunman, killing him. Because of Jack Wilson's action, the shooting lasted only 6 seconds, saving numerous lives.
I'll send it after he gets done.
Carry is about the people of Texas and their God-given right to preserve their life and the lives of those they love, without having to ask the state for the right to do so. I'm excited about the.
I hope he has his ringer off. I just sent him a text.
Thank Speaker Phelan for his support, Chairman White for your tireless work on this issue, and for many supporters of House Bill 1238 that have come to the Capitol today to testify on this bill. Chairman and members, I thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Members, any questions from Representative Biederman? Okay, we'll reserve your right to close. We will reserve that for you. Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Let's hear the ignorant arguments against it. Hey, what's up, Jim? Welcome, brother.
Heather Hill. Heather Hill. Okay. After Heather Hill, we'll have Dennis McKee, Sylvia Colson, Jesse Cohen, and Randy Bellamy.
Finally, we're here. And I feel like it's not even over yet.
You're wasting your 2 minutes. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heather Hill. I am testifying in favor of HB 1238. I represent myself and Come and Take It, Texas. Our organization proved way back in 2015 without a shadow of a doubt when we conducted a mock mass shooting on the campus of the University of Texas that the police are unable to respond in a timely manner to any event of this nature. In 2016, your body passed our law, the Campus Carry Act.
Jim, I can't miss you, brother.
Mothers all over the state of Texas are grateful.
We're like cellmates, man. We're joined at the hip now.
Today in support of all constitutional carry acts that are sitting on your desk again this year. The right to bear arms.
We shared beard pubes on the toilet in Olmos Park.
These inalienable rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Oh wait, that was private, wasn't it?
Rights given to us by God and protected by the Constitution of the United States, a higher law than those passed by this legislature. The Second Amendment.
I don't know about 3 times. That'd make you like 500 pounds.
Passed here. It is already the law of the land. However, to send a clear message to the people of the great state of Texas, I believe it to be a good thing to encode this law so all the people of this state see this body is doing what the people of this state want. My point here is that all that fear that was forced down on the people in Texas did one thing this year, or last year now. Not only here, but in all our states. It caused firearm sales to skyrocket and the ammunition sales too. So I must say this, the current government of this state are fantastic salesmen for the gun industry.
Joe, I can't wait until Jim and I can release some of the other videos that we have as evidence after this case is over. Because
but today Oklahoma is
anyway, let's just say we had fun while we were in the cell.
Not only.
Nothing
none of
gay.
us,
Nothing gay. No
but
homo.
also
No
in
homo.
cannabis legislation. I would like to see our Texas legislature turn this around and show that our big, our little
Freaking
brother
Jim
in
goes to
North
sit down on the
can't
bench
lead
and
us in
freaking
freedom.
breaks it. It like bends
I
in
respectfully ask
half.
that you pass any of the Constitution carry out on your desk this year. So we can finally
I don't
move
think it's
on
because
to
you were a
other
big dude. I think
priorities
it's
for the
because
economic success of
everything
the
in
future
Almost
of the
Park
great
is
state of
crappy.
Texas. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm Heather Hill with Come and Take Texas.
I didn't even know
Thank
Come
you.
and Take It
Thank you,
Texas was
Ms.
still
Hill.
around.
And so now the chair calls Dr. John Lott.
I didn't. I mean, I just haven't heard from him. I don't know if it's because I'm not on
Please state your
Facebook
name,
anymore or what, but
who you're representing, your position on the bill.
Sure.
oh,
My
John
name is
Lott.
John Lott. I'm president of the Crime Prevention.
Oh,
Research
damn.
Center,
John Lott's there.
And I'm just here as an expert.
Oh, this is going to be good. I'm going to shut up.
The various issues involving the bills.
He's on the bill. You're on the bill, and you're showing as neutral.
Right.
Okay. Yes. we got
What?
it that way.
Oh,
Thank
because
you.
he's a researcher.
Okay. So I want to thank all the committee members here, and I want to thank.
They should have used him as a resource
Mike
witness so
Shankle
that
for
he could speak
inviting me
longer.
to come and talk here. Texas could be the 19th state to adopt so-called constitutional carry that would allow adults who legally own a gun to carry without a permit. In the last few weeks, there have been a number of other states. Indiana and Iowa state houses have adopted, have passed constitutional carry bills. Tennessee's state senate also did so, all by 2-to-1 margins. Just as a comparison, there are 33 states right now that allow open carry without a license. If you include Iowa, which allows it outside of cities without a license, you have 34. Gun control advocates regularly make dire predictions about what will happen if Texas adopts this law. I guess what I would just point out is if you go back and look, you'll see the types of predictions that are being made for this law are exactly the same as the predictions that were made for right to carry laws when they were passed in 1995 here in the state. Since then, we've had a total of 43 states that have right to carry laws. One thing that's interesting is if you go back and look, you will not find one of these states that have adopted a right to carry law that has rescinded or reversed the law in any way. And none of those right to carry states have even held a hearing to go and reverse the right to carry law. And you see a similar type of pattern with regard to constitutional carry. What might be a debate that occurs in legislators when it gets passed quickly becomes a non-issue. None
Can
of
y'all
the
hear that
states
thunder?
that have passed constitutional carry have even held a single hearing to try to go and reverse the laws that they've passed on that.
Didn't you just say that?
Constitutional carry in Texas is going to make two major changes in the bill and in the way people are right now. One, it will allow people to start carrying quickly if they run into some type of emergency, if dangers arise quickly, and also it will lower the cost of people being able to go and carry. Let me just talk for a minute about the costs of permits. The main factor that determines the number of people who are able to go and carry is the cost of getting permits. And let me give you a simple example. There's more sophisticated work on this, but if you were to compare Illinois with Indiana, in Indiana, 20.3% of the adult population has a concealed carry permit. In Illinois, it's 3.3%. It's very easy to go and explain the difference between the two. In Illinois, it costs $450 to go and get a concealed carry permit. In Indiana, it costs $12.95. Not only does it explain the change in the percentage of the adults that has it, it also explains the type of people who go and get permits. In Illinois, the type of people who get permits are basically wealthy white males who live in the suburbs. In Indiana, you much higher percentage of minorities, particularly blacks, who have concealed carry permits. Blacks have a higher share of concealed carry permits in Indiana than their share of the population in the state there. And why is that important? If my research convinces me of anything, it's the people who are most likely victims of violent crime who benefit the most from having the option to be able to go and protect themselves. And so even if you had the same percentage of people having permits in Illinois and Indiana, the fact that you're more likely to have people who are victims of violent crime being able to go and carry means you're going to have a greater reduction in crime in Indiana than you're going to be seeing in Illinois. The other big change is how quickly people are going to be able to go and get a permit. After you've done in Texas, after you've done the fingerprinting and met the other requirements to go and get a permit, the Texas Department of Public Safety tries to go and issue concealed carry permits within 60 days. If a woman's being stalked or threatened, 60 days is a pretty long time to go and make her have to wait before she's going to be able to go and get a permit to be able to go and legally defend herself.
Dr. Lott, thank you very. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you to leave. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Sure.
I've read plenty of your, especially your quantitative research in this policy space. Can I ask
quantitative research?
In any of your quantitative research, and you can pass some along to us at another time, do you see any significant causation, correlation between more of these unlicensed, possessing of firearms, handguns, correlating to increased crime, increased suicides, or any other social maladies?
No, in fact, that was the next issue I was just going to get to. And the thing, I mean, there are lots of comparisons you can make. You can do more sophisticated analysis, but if you just take the 5 years before they passed constitutional carry and the 5 years after, you actually see a few percentage point drop in violent crimes, about a 4% drop in murders, and about a 4% drop in rape rates that occur. And there's no statistically significant evidence with regard to either suicides or accidental shootings.
Okay.
Brandon, we're not going to get a vote tonight. The vote will probably be next week.
Some of the data points I see.
Right.
I'm sent data points people sent me. They said, well, Indiana, I believe one famous one is Indiana, in the mid to just a few years ago, a couple of years ago, maybe a few years ago, started their constitutional carry or unlicensed.
But Indiana hasn't started. They're voting on it right now.
Okay.
The Indiana House has passed the bill, but it's before the Senate right now.
Okay. Well, some Midwestern state passed.
Well, there.
Tennessee.
I mean, you have
Tennessee did.
You have pretty much the whole northern part of the Northeast. You have Kentucky in the center of the country. You have Missouri, Arkansas,
Oklahoma,
and then you have many western states from Arizona all the way up through Idaho and Montana, and North and South Dakota. So
Alaska.
Pretty much a good cross section across different types of states in the country.
Okay. And again, there's no statistical significance of any of these correlations of suicides, murders. What about mass shootings?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen anything with that. Look, the big thing to me with regard to mass public shootings is that you have to take into account that 94% of these attacks occur where guns are banned. I mean, anybody who reads the diaries or looks at the statements from these people may be crazy in some sense, but they're not stupid. They want to go to a place where they can go and kill as many people as possible. If they go to a place where they know victims can't defend themselves,
yes, it
they're
is,
be able to go
Sam.
and kill more people, then they're going to be able to go and get more attention than they could have otherwise got. If you have one police officer in an area guarding what otherwise is a gun-free zone, they have an almost impossible job. If you have an attacker there, and there's one officer in uniform who they can identify as being the only person with a gun, who's the first person that they're going to try to take out before they go after the other people that are there? It's going to be the officer. If you actually allow people to be able to go and carry concealed in those areas, it actually makes the job of the officer safer. Because
don't tell the police
when they go
that.
and do the attack, realize that they're revealing their position, and they have to worry that there's somebody behind them or to the side that they don't know, who may be able to go and stop them at that point. But you know, I can give you case after case where these people have consciously, I mean, these people plan these attacks for 6 months to 2.5 years prior to the attack. The
Oh,
Sandy
good,
Hook
Mike, you're out.
Killer was planning his attack 2.5 years prior to the attack that he did. And these guys, you know, like they were a Batman movie theater shooter. He would go and actually stake out the different movie theaters and go and visit them beforehand. He visited other targets, and his thing, he would try to talk, is there somebody there with a gun who's going to be able to stop him? You look at something like the Batman movie theater shooter. There were 7 movie theaters that were showing the premiere of the Batman movie within a 20-minute drive of his apartment. Only one place banned permitted concealed handguns. That's the one he went to. You look at like the mall shootings in like Omaha, Nebraska, or in Salt Lake City, or in Portland, Oregon. Again, you look at these places, you may have 8 malls in Omaha, Nebraska that were indoor malls. Only one of those had signs posted banning permitted concealed handguns. That's the one the attacker went to. At some point, even if you didn't have these statements from these killers, you'd have to realize that this just isn't random, what these guys go and pick out as their targets. You know, these guys, you have people who overwhelmingly have no political ideology, but want to commit suicide. At some point along the line, these people realized that they could get a lot of media attention when they committed suicide if they took other people with them. So the way you try to eliminate their incentive for doing that is taking away their goal, which is to go and kill as many people as possible. And the faster somebody can be there,
Billy, this is
in order to
John
try to
Lott.
Stop them, and in a way that, you know, that convinces them beforehand that they're going to run into trouble. You'll be able to.
He's got a book
deter
called
that
More
and
Crime or More Guns
take
Equal
away
Less
their
Crime.
Bizarre gain that they have to go and get the media attention that they have.
Okay.
Sorry if I went on for too long.
No, thank you. I just wanted to thank you. I just wanted to get that commentary. Before I turn you over to see if some other members have some questions for you. You're a scholar. What's really the dynamic with the license or not having a license, being a lawful Texan, a lawful American that can possess? I can go.
Oh, good. Here come the good statistics.
A retail store. If I'm not licensed, I am licensed. But if you can go to a retail store tomorrow morning. You can purchase a handgun here in Texas. Unlicensed. You can walk out of the store unlicensed, get into your truck unlicensed, ride around town unlicensed, go home and do that all over again, except you can't get out of your truck after you bought it and you've possessed. Nothing's happened to my status as a lawful person.
White's asking some probing questions that are important to disarm the liberal argument. That's why he's asking these questions.
Well, first of all, let me say we've collected data by state on the number of concealed carry permits for like 8 years now. And what you find is that when a state moves to constitutional carry, there's really little change in the number of licenses that are there. There's been a big growth overall in the number of licenses, but the states that adopt it pretty much just kind of flatten out there. There's other reasons, either because they want to go and be able to go and buy a gun without having to wait for a background check, or whether they may travel to other states or whatever, or just because they feel better getting a license. I have no idea, but if you look at it, it stays very flat. What you do see, though, when you move to constitutional carry, you do see more people carrying, and you see a change in the type of people who carry. More poor people, I believe, carry in those cases. You know, when
disarming the liberal narrative. If you really care about poor people, get rid of the license.
In terms of the fees, or reduce the training requirements. Prior to that, it had kind of leveled off at about 500,000 people having concealed carry permits. At that point, you kind of saw an explosion.
These are the same people that think, black people shouldn't have to have a license to vote, but they should have a license to carry a gun.
Suburbs
makes perfect sense.
People had concealed carry permits beforehand.
And I think if you move to constitutional carry, you're going to see even more of a move to that. I would argue the very people who need it the most, the ones who are most likely victims of violent crime, are going to find it more affordable to be able to go and protect themselves and their families than you would have been able to do otherwise. And the other thing is just, you have people that have dangers that arise from time to time, and they need to move quickly. If a woman, her ex all of a sudden starts to stalk her, she may want to start to carry and not go, the process would take a long time to get approval. So I think it's not so much a change in the number of people who get it, but you'll see a change in the composition, and you'll see other people who need it on a temporary basis to be able to do it.
And in many of these communities that you're talking about, where lowering the barriers to entry, so to speak, that they're able to start exercising their constitutional right. These are very virtuous people. The vast majority, almost unanimous numbers of them, are very virtuous people.
Yeah.
Okay, and they deserve access to their constitutional rights just like everybody else.
They're no different than other people in terms of wanting to protect their loved ones and themselves. They may even have more of a reason because they tend to live in
Oh
more
my gosh,
dangerous
Sam, that's
areas than
nonsense.
Other people do.
Okay. Members, any questions for this scholar here? Yes, Mr. Tenderholt.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I think, dispel rumors, but guessing that you've probably got this data. I'm not talking raw numbers, I'm talking percentage. Is there an increase in accidents when the states do this, or is there an increase or decrease in crime? Either, both of those.
Right.
Because a lot of people try to say the opposite. They try to say there's more accidents.
Wow.
Is there a percentage increase in accidents, which I wouldn't believe? And is there an increase or decrease in crime when these are passed across the states, or does it stay about the same?
There's slight drops in crime. We're talking about single-digit drops, and I have not seen any evidence.
I agree, Jim.
There's a change in either accidental deaths or suicides.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Dr. Lott. Can you talk about the experience the United States has relative to violent crime with guns and other countries? We hear a lot of comparisons. There's something unique about the United States and the amount of gun violence we experience.
Oh, I'm going to love John's response to this. Listen to this. The liberals are about to get handled.
I'll make two general points. So I recently had two peer-reviewed articles that were published that looked at, for example, mass public shootings.
Peer-reviewed.
Across the world. And then I'll talk about murders and stuff. And, because the claim is that the United States is somehow unique in terms of mass public shootings. The United States makes about 4.6% of the world population. We make up a little bit less than 1% of the mass public shooters in the world. It just doesn't get news attention, things that happen in other countries. France, for example, in 2015 had more casualties in 1 year from mass public shootings than the United States had during the entire 8 years of the Obama presidency that was there. Now, with regard to gun ownership and murder rates, there's one really simple way that I talk to people about this, and that is there are places that have tried to ban either all guns or all handguns. If guns on net are bad, you would think that that would be an easy way to go and reduce murders and homicides in a country. And yet you cannot find one single place in the world that's banned either all guns or all handguns and seen murder rates go down or even stay the same. Every single time, because there are lots of comparisons you can make across places, cultural differences or other things that may be different, law enforcement, other things that are different. But if you take any jurisdiction, in the United States, we're familiar with Chicago and Washington, D.C., and the bans that happened there and the increases. Gun control advocates will normally say, well, that wasn't a fair test. Because they ban guns every place within a country. People could still get guns from Illinois or Indiana or from Maryland or Virginia. And so you need to be able to ban guns every place. That doesn't really explain why the murder rates went up in those places after the bans went there. It may explain why it to go down like they were promising. But you can even look at island nations, which don't have any neighbor than too much for importation of guns, but readily
defined, easily defendable borders. And yet, even in island nations, there's not one case where you've seen a ban where murder rates have either stayed the same or gone down. In every case, they've gone up, often by threefold, even 7 or 8-fold after bans have gone into place. If you look across countries and you look at the gun ownership, most countries license guns for people. And so it's relatively easy to go and get the percentage of the adult population in different countries that own guns. We've just that we spent $70,000 going and hiring translators to go and around and look at the numbers for different countries. But what you find is, in fact, a fairly strong relationship between the countries with higher percentage gun ownership rates actually tend to have lower murder and homicide rates.
I understand that Mexico has some very strict gun regulations. What's the murder and mass shootings like?
Sure. Since 1973, I've actually testified
Great question.
before the Mexican Senate and House Federal Constitution Committees about this stuff. Since 1973, Mexico has only had one gun store in the country. It's located in Mexico City. It's run by the military. The guns are very expensive there. And you can go and get a license. It's a 2-year license. It costs you about $2,000 to go and buy the license that's there. The most recent numbers for 2017 and 2018 indicate that in each year there are about 3,000 licenses that were issued. 3,000. When you're talking about a country with about 87 million adults in it. And yet Mexico has a murder rate in recent years that's like 6 times higher than the murder rate that we have here in the United States. When I was testifying there, I talked to federal senators, and they would tell me that they get death threats all the time, but they can't even get a license themselves to be able to go and carry a gun.
I want to hear Goodwin ask him a question.
A license to be able to even own a gun that's there.
Goodwin doesn't have the intelligence to even look him in the eye.
It's they are getting weapons from around the world. The drug gangs that bring in the drugs bring in the weapons that they need to go and be able to protect that extremely valuable property that they have there. And the people that have the weapons are the criminals, not the people who are the citizens who are trying to protect themselves and their property and their loved ones.
Members, any other questions for Dr. Lott?
Come on, Goodwin. Come on, Goodwin.
Screen here.
Ask the question.
Or testifying tonight is neutral. You're not here to sell or promote any piece of legislation.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Hold it down. Hold it down. Hold it down. All right.
I'm not going to hold it down. Wonder why Goodwin didn't have any questions. Gee. Here we go.
Chair calls Chris McNutt.
All right. Head of National Social or Texas Gun Rights.
You know the routine, my friend.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Chris McNutt. I am the Executive Director for Texas Gun Rights and the Deputy Director of Field Operations for the National Association for Gun Rights, and I am speaking for House Bill 1238. Want to thank Representative Biederman for filing a clean constitutional carry bill.
Sam, I think the odds of it passing the House are pretty good.
Your rifle or shotgun.
It's the Senate where we got to get some work.
Earlier today,
But I think if we get it through the House, I think the Lieutenant Governor is going to make this an issue because he doesn't want the Senate to look bad.
But there are 30 states, over 30 states in the country that offer some form of permitless open carry.
36 to be exact.
We need to end this disparity in the state of Texas.
36 to be exact.
Ultimately, this disparity, as was already pointed out in previous testimony, only hurts the law-abiding and the poorest of citizens in our society who can't afford to go through the bureaucratic permission slip process and expensive government mandated training.
There we go.
18 other states have constitutional carry, including neighboring Oklahoma and Arkansas.
That's
Louisiana's
embarrassing.
Looking very good for potential passage of that legislation this year. So Texas will essentially be surrounded by constitutional carry states at that point.
And New Mexico and Louisiana have unlicensed open carry.
Is consistently considered one of the safest states in the entire country. And since New Hampshire and Maine have joined as constitutional carry states, those states have actually.
If walls could talk, I guarantee you we're probably going to go another 2 hours at least.
I urge everyone on this committee to quickly.
But this is all being broadcast live. If you have to leave, we're at the 2 hour and almost the 2 hour and 50-minute mark. So just write down 2 hours and 50 minutes. And when this video is uploaded, you can just skip to 2 hours and 50 minutes and watch from there.
Handgun to protect themselves and their loved ones without.
But my commentary is more fun live.
And that means all law-abiding Texans should be treated equal under the law, which means if you're a law-abiding citizen.
Hey, if you have a StreamYard account,
areas where someone that has a LTC is allowed to carry, and this is
if you have a StreamYard account,
prevent otherwise law-abiding citizens from accidentally running afoul of the law and carrying in places where
there's the link.
They aren't allowed to.
There's the link. You can join in, and I'll invite you in.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, thank you.
Chair now calls.
If you want to get on and say some stuff.
Tara Meacha.
As the NRA rep.
Meacha. Okay.
Tara is the NRA rep.
Rick Briscoe.
Here we go. Let me get my recorder started. Oh, I'm already recording.
After Rick Briscoe, we will go to Molly Bursey. Yeah, Molly Bursey with Moms Demand Action.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you.
Mom's
I'm
Demand
Rick
Action.
Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, and we are strongly in favor of this bill. I'll pose the question: what is permitless, unlicensed constitutional carry? It's really quite simple. An individual can lawfully own or possess the handgun. They can carry it without a license or a permit or permission from the state. I used to say that it would probably take 12 to 15 pages to put that in nice lawyerly language. This bill's 54 pages. Do you honestly expect an ordinary citizen to keep up with 54 pages of law? These bills that we seek the repeal of were passed in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. And in the actual records of the legislature, they were passed with the expressed intent of repressing the recent freedmen, quote, and Mexicans. That's in the Germans. And in time, we all came to be treated as second-class citizens. With each law which has been passed restoring liberty to the citizens of Texas, it's been said blood will run in the streets. I'm here to tell you it hasn't. It simply has not.
Amen.
The legislature is not giving us anything. It is a matter of restoring fundamental rights and liberty to the citizens. We have several situations which have been described. Our Motorist Protection Act is a limited form of unlicensed carry. I've asked members of the legislature in years past a little trick question. Are you aware we have limited unlicensed carry? Most of them go, what? No, I didn't. And then I tell them, and then I say, have you been overwhelmed with calls from your district on what a problem it's created? And they look at their staff, and staff goes, I guess we haven't had any. And so once again, we have to look at what this is. It's simply a logical extension of the laws we've already repealed and provided liberty to Texans.
Thank you so much.
Pass the bill, sir.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Molly Bursey.
Hey, she's gonna fall. Oh, let's hear this. Let's hear this. Let me get Cy back on here, so we can both rip. We can both rip Mom's Demand Action.
Chairman White, Vice Chair Bowers. My name is Molly Bursey, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the Texas chapter of Mom's Demand Action in opposition to HB 1238.
All right, what are your dumbass reasons?
I was born and raised in Boulder, Colorado.
Go back
There
home.
Monday,
Leave.
a man walked into the same grocery chain where my mom shops and shot and killed 10 people, including one police.
How's that
officer.
possible? They have a no guns
My
policy.
family owns a handgun that is responsibly stored in my home in New Braunfels, and I'm a constituent of Representative Biedermann's. Texas's permitting system is a strong one that promotes the culture of responsible gun ownership that we Texans value. We heard testimony in this committee 1 week ago, and indeed today, about how responsible Texas LTC holders are. We agree. That is why we oppose bills like HB 1238 that would allow people to carry handguns in public places without a criminal history check or safety training.
We've been doing that with rifles. We've been doing that with rifles all this time. Suddenly handguns is going to make it worse.
The Comal County Sheriff's deputies hold a loaded gun next to me and my son at the farmer's market or wandering Landa Park isn't a prohibited possessor. Texas has had more than its fair share of gun violence. From the mass shootings in Sutherland Springs, San Jose High School, El Paso, and Odessa, to the daily gun violence that cut short the lives of too many of our friends and family. The need to maintain the safeguards built into our LTC requirements is clear. Lastly, I'd ask you, in light of the revelation that Representative Biedermann was present in DC during the January 6th riots that took 5 lives, including the life of this Capitol police officer.
And the only that was taken by a gun was the government using the gun.
Instability for this country.
Seriously.
Had DC allowed anyone to carry a handgun without a permit, like this committee is proposing today.
No, Heather Hill did not.
Questions for the witness?
Sit your ass down.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bursey. Chair
We're wearing the wrong color shirt, CJ.
No, this is my It Depends shirt. It's my law shirt.
Gil Switzer.
People ask the law question, you always say.
Mr. Chair,
Does
members of the
everybody
committee, Tara
realize that we got up there with facts and figures and answered questions, and they got down and got up and got down pretty damn quick?
Older.
Prohibited by
federal law, possessing a firearm to carry a handgun concealed or holstered without a license to carry. Professor Lott and some of the previous witnesses have touched on some important points that I was going to make. I want to highlight that the existing license to carry law would not be repealed under this measure.
Exactly.
Criminals who
People
are
can still get a license.
from possessing firearms, such as felons, fugitives from justice, domestic abusers, or people with a history of mental illness and adjudications of mental incompetency, would still be barred from carrying handguns, even under this bill. Lastly,
Yeah, Sam. That's what I say whenever I hear a liberal get up there and say, you know, I'm a gun owner, but I oppose this bill. You know, being a gun owner doesn't mean that you're pro-gun or even that you can shoot. I think I saw a comment that says any more than having a guitar makes you a musician.
Without a license, you can carry long guns in public without a license.
Jim had the poop.
18 other states have passed similar laws.
I'm putting that one up, Jim.
This week
I was synthesizer
to pass a
keyboard.
law.
I was synthesizer keyboard. I ain't no band.
State of Arizona is a populous state with the longest track record on permitless carry. From 2010 to 2015, the years immediately preceding and following their 2011 permitless carry law, the murder rate in the state dropped 29.7%.
Yep.
And the robbery rate fell 14.2%. Arizona's experience about residents continuing to get their permits even after the state passed a permitless carry law.
It's good to see the NRA on our side this time, though.
In 2011, USGAO estimated approximately 163,000 active permits in Arizona. And at the time, they had a population of 4.5 million, which was about 3.6% of the adult population being licensed to carry. As of February 2021, there were 388,000 active licenses in the state, and the state had a population of about 7.3 million. So 5.3% of the adult population is now licensed to carry
So
in
we
Arizona.
saw an increase.
You actually did see
not an increase.
over that period.
Let me see if members have any questions.
Yeah, I did check that out. I was actually surprised that was a liberal Reddit
approach
thread.
The chair calls Gil Switzer.
Oh gosh, here we go. The gun dense crowd is back.
How many Texas gun dents?
It's Jill, but it looks like Jill Spitzer, Texas Gun Sense.
It's interesting. Now,
Definitely opposed to this bill. We're gonna have 4 of these, so I'll try to focus certain comments at certain times. I'm a bit embarrassed in Texas that John Lott was allowed to testify.
What?
To ask a lot of questions. Others will comment.
Why? Because they were facts?
And completely
No, they have not been debunked. That is such bullshit. They say that every time. John Lott has never been debunked, ever.
Created to support his own research.
They're offended.
These are peer-reviewed studies that he does.
Most of what he said, and I have significant data that I will
She's
bring
kind
to your
of wide
office.
in the back there. I'm pretty sure she's
And,
bouncing. They kicked her out on the steps.
So, you guys make tough decisions all the time. This is a tough decision, and you should do it
No, it's
only
not.
based on data, in fact, and accurate analysis. And so I hope that you will do that.
Questions? Thank you, ma'am.
You moron. See, no one wants to ask you questions because you ain't got facts, wench.
Dennis McKee. Dennis McKee, Sylvia Colson, Jesse Owen, Randy Bellamy.
How come we
So
can't
she got up
ask
there
them to
and
do?
personal attack.
Paula Allen.
What's
How
that?
come we can't ask? How come we can't ask them to do their job and enforce and protect the Constitution instead of trying to limit its rights?
Because they're politicians. The Constitution is like water to the Wicked Witch of the West.
Oh yeah.
I'm melting.
What about law?
Steve Bellamy.
What about what Alexander Hamilton, I think, said? Any law contrary to the Constitution is invalid.
Charles.
And how dare you quote an old white dude?
My name
That's racist.
and I'm here tonight to first say thank you to each one of the
Honestly,
members.
the Constitution of the United States gives many. They actually have a right to do what they're doing, and in some respects, yeah, that's what's scary. And is that not true? And we have not yet. A lot of people don't know that, but they don't take an oath to the. They take an oath to the Constitution. They don't take an oath to the amendments and all that stuff. And that's what I just learned today.
Want to be able to feel safe in their homes. Home
That's double
invasions are on
crime.
the.
If they took an oath to the Constitution, then they have to back it up.
But that's
Bottom
not.
line.
I just heard today that's not the Constitution. And I think CJ will probably back that up.
Not only home invasions, but also.
Hey, this is a. I know y'all can't hear the speakers while I'm talking, but this guy's on our side, so.
So how do I type?
Up the rest of the state.
How do you what?
They're going to move through. So, thank you for considering and listening.
Every time I hit chat, it takes me off of this.
Oh, I don't know.
We have Troy Jones, Charles Raines, Leavenworth.
You called Sylvia Colson, and then you did call her again.
Are you Paula?
I'm Paula.
Okay.
Sylvia's out there.
Oh, thank you. You have the mic.
Hi, my name is Paula Anns, and I represent myself, and I am for House Bill 1238.
Yes.
I'm a registered nurse, and I live in Waxahachie. I work at a hospital in Dallas, which is about a 40-minute drive from me. I do not have a carry license, but I do carry a handgun in my vehicle under the Texas Castle Law. So I want to tell you a story.
And has that been a problem?
At 10 o'clock. I work at a level 3 trauma center, and left there about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Someone's bubble.
I was almost out of gas. So I knew I was in a bad part of town and leaving downtown Dallas, but I needed to stop for gas. So I went on and stopped, pulled over. As I was pumping gas, I looked up and saw two very large men coming rapidly at me.
Head on a
I
swivel.
had to make a decision. Do I reach in my car and now commit a crime because I have my gun out of my vehicle? I did. I grabbed my gun, my 1911.
1911, yeah.
And turned and
I
left.
grabbed my.
Never have had to worry about making that decision. In Texas, if it was a constitutional carry, I wouldn't have had to make that decision for my life or my what was going to happen. I would have already had that with. So I asked.
Gun control is misogynist.
Thank you.
They want to disarm this woman.
Troy Jones.
Right. True.
Yeah, where's Me Too on that?
It's sickening. It's sickening what they're trying to do to us, dude. Don't let it happen, dude.
Uh-oh.
Please, CJ, I'll back you.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'll back you, man. Don't let this happen, man.
Hang
We
on.
cannot listen.
I just noticed that somehow I lost my feed.
And I drove
Oh, no.
Paris, and I am
We can
in
hear it.
favor of this bill. Because it is
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, my phone died. I got to charge it real quick,
Texas
but
is
that's okay. I
always
can redo it. I'll switch phones here.
And now we're following the other states.
Thank you,
And
CJ.
I am a second supporter.
Hey, sorry guys
And
that are watching. I'm gonna get the
Cannot
live
do
feedback up.
this. We may follow the way that it happened in World War II, to where they didn't have guns.
Oh wait, I'm not going there. Where am I going?
Those people were slaughtered because they didn't have the means to protect themselves. And I thank you for your time.
All right, let's see. I need to go to
All right, thank you.
StreamYard.
Charles Rains. Charles
Sorry
Rains,
guys, I'm logging in. I
we
swear.
show
Hang
him
on.
Registered for House Bill 1238. Alexei Swirsky. After Alexei
That guy,
Swirsky, Sylvia Colson.
it's the
Okay,
guy who's
CJ.
speaking. That guy there next
I'm
to me.
feeling threatened that I don't have a feed.
I don't know who's talking. Somebody's speaking, and it's like nobody's speaking, but it must be that guy, like right there. Because I was like, "Where's that coming from?"
It's
Because I wanted to talk,
man.
but I wanted to talk over, and it's like I was trying to figure out who was talking.
They are 21 and to be a license to carry. Their Second Amendment right to bear arms
Hang on.
is delayed for 3 years
I'm
after they
coming here.
become an adult at age 18. My daughter is age 20.
I've got to jump through
She
hoops
works
here
a
to get the
full-time
line
job.
back
She
up.
had a background check to obtain,
So I'll
She
be
owns a
quiet so
home.
y'all can listen.
including getting an approved mortgage based on
Okay, I'm gonna mute everybody for a minute.
full-time job. She drives all over Houston, mostly for work, yet she cannot legally carry a handgun to protect herself because she isn't yet 21. She's wanted to get a handgun to protect herself. This bill would change that. Her father and I would be much more comfortable with her driving around Houston if she had a handgun to protect herself. I'll spare you the statistics this time. The law seems set up to hurt law-abiding citizens like my daughter. If Texas lawmakers want crimes committed to decrease, they need to target the criminals, not the good guys. Please pass this bill so that responsible young 18 to 20-year-olds can exercise their Second Amendment rights and then carry a gun to protect themselves in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Julie Campbell, and then Sylvia Colson, and then Jorge.
Come on, dang, this is taking forever. My internet is very slow right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Julie Campbell. I'm from Waxahachie, Texas. I represent myself, and I emphatically support constitutional carry, specifically HB 1238. Texas became part of the United States in 1845, partly because she was unable to defend herself. Let's keep that from happening again. Let's be adults. Let's be Texas. Let's be Texans. Pass this legislation and remove the current licensing requirement so Texas and Texans can defend themselves.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Sylvia Colson.
Come
Then
on, Jesus,
Jorge
load the freaking
Landeval.
email.
Hi,
You know
I'm
what?
Sylvia Colton.
am representing myself. I'm also a member of GOA and I'm the Ellis County Republican Party, and I'm in favor of the bill. I want to go and commit assault and murder, but I have to wait for my license to carry to come in. Said no criminal ever. But every day, honest Texans who want to carry a gun simply to come home safe at night are forced to wait for their permits to carry. Most states have constitutional carry. I have this map. The green states have constitutional carry, concealed and open. You'll notice them here. Texas, it's time to turn Texas green.
Thank you. Jorge Landivar.
Why does this take? What is going on here?
Okay, we'll have Michelle Monster, Kayla Thompson, Diane Velasco.
Jorge Landivar. I'm testifying in favor of the bill.
And representing your
myself.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So HPD in December 2019 put out a press release that 2,000 guns were stolen from cars. This is a problem. But why does this happen? This happens because people can't take their gun with them, so they leave it somewhere unattended. This is not a safe place. Right now, you can leave your gun in your car. That's not the safest place for your gun. The safest place for your gun is on person. If it's not on your person, it can be stolen and then used by criminals in nefarious deeds. This is not good. This is happening right now. Please allow people.
I don't know what's wrong with my
license
internet,
to more
guys. I
likely
can't.
to actually keep
I can't
the gun
get
in
the
a safe
code to
place
get damn
with
back
them,
on
as
StreamYard.
opposed to leaving it in their car where a child might find it, or where criminals might break in and steal it. And by the way, 2000 wasn't for the whole year. It was the previous 10 months.
Why can't I just input a damn password anymore? Thank you. You know, nowadays you got to input a password and then you got to do a email text alert and then you put in a code. It's just,
Kayla Thompson, Diane Velasco, and Kenneth Gibson.
all right, she's in favor.
Hello, Chairman White. And
Oh,
members.
come on.
Thank you for, hearing us. My name is Michelle Moster. I'm representing myself, and I support this bill wholeheartedly.
Here, let me try something.
I'm
Okay,
committee,
it might be slowing down because I've got all these
And,
streams,
it was
so I may have to
really
just kick
easy.
everybody
I was
out.
able to get
That might be my problem. My internet
lifetime
can't handle 4 different streams.
permit or a license
Yeah,
for
I'm in a
55
small
bucks, and I
itty bitty
get
town with crappy rural internet,
real simple, you fingerprints.
Hey, do
so
what
I'm
you
just
gotta
gonna
do,
kick
man.
everybody out. But that's all right.
When I
That's
tried,
cool with me.
I went to get a license last year, 3 months. Okay, and I've already told you the story about how I had an ex that was stalking me and threatened to throw it. What if I had to wait 3 months and he's around and
Let's see if that fixes.
So this bill will help with that. Okay, thank you very
ma'am.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Kayla Thompson.
Let's see if that fixes it.
Kayla Thompson, we're showing her registered for House Bill 1238. Kenneth Gibson.
All I want
Gibson.
is my dang
We
code.
have registered for House Bill 1238.
That's it. That's all I want.
Eric Brakey.
Just give me
Eric
my
Brakey.
darn code.
Yes, we're calling you up, my friend.
All right, wonderful. I figured there was people in front of me. Well, looking forward to the opportunity.
Rural Virginia internet that I've got
Hello,
here.
good morning. Feel like we got here in the morning and it's morning again. It's been a long day. Thank you all for being here with us. Well, Chairman White, Vice Chairman Bowers, members of the committee. My name is Eric Brakey. I'm a former senator of the state of Maine and a current policy advisor for Young Americans for Liberty.
Yes.
I'm here today speaking in favor of HB 12.
Hey guys, don't go anywhere. I'm gonna get Dream back up. Don't go anywhere.
I authored Maine's constitutional carry
I'm gonna
law,
get it together.
which passed with bipartisan support through a Republican Senate and a Democrat House.
If my
When I
damn
came back
internet
today,
ever shows up.
I have this is the pen that signed Ontario into law, making Maine the 6th constitutional state in America. In just 6 years' time, that number has grown to 18, and I certainly hope that the Republic of Texas
There we go.
will
Let's
join
see.
us. In Maine, we heard many dire predictions from Bloomberg-funded gun control groups. Some of those dire predictions, I'm sure we have heard and we are hearing today. They told us Maine would become the Wild West. Actually, they compared us to Texas. They told us that there would be shootouts on every corner. They told us that blood would run through the streets.
Where have we heard that before?
That none of that came true.
Does the debate
After passage, Maine became
come
the safest state in America with the lowest violent crime rate in the entire country and has maintained its position.
I
there
really
5 years
don't
in a
know
row.
why I can't
4
open up my
of the
damn
top
email.
5
I just
safest states in America,
it's really
according to
pissing me
US
off.
News and World Report, are constitutional carry states. The old saying, it turns out, is true. An armed society.
I mean, like,
is a
really pissing me off to no end.
that permitting prevents criminals from carrying firearms.
Even on my phone, I
arguments
can't
further
open up my
today,
email.
But this is absurd. Just
I don't know if it's the storms that I'm dealing with right now.
Carry than a permit to rob a bank or a permit to commit murder.
I hate this fact that I got to get a damn code. I shouldn't have to get a code.
Keeping this very brief as I wrap up. First, minimum training thresholds encourage people to plateau rather than seek lifelong training, which is what the real hallmark is of responsible.
Here, I'm gonna do this.
Senator, you're a senator. Okay. Thank you so much for your vigor. Any questions for the senator? Thank you, sir. Oh,
I'll put this over here for right
Just
now.
how many people does a sick? Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Chair recognized Representative Schaefer.
Oh, let me turn off my
Decorum still matters.
hang on. Let me
How
turn
many
off my
people does this main senator?
green screen here.
Enough that I can knock on every door in the district.
Okay.
Okay. Small.
All right, I'm gonna keep it there for right now
you
until
very
I can
much.
get this thing fixed.
Okay. Let's go to Eric Brakey, then George Gerhardo, and Rhodes, Michael Foss, and then Charles Raines.
Oh, excuse me, I forgot I needed to do this thing. All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is George Anthony Wahardo, and I'm here to speak on behalf in favor of HB 1238. I am also representing not just myself, but an organization called Young Americans for Liberty. I'm a regional director. Our organization is headquartered in Austin, Texas. We're the most active and effective youth organization advancing liberty on campus and American electoral politics. In Kentucky, we mobilized students to pressure the establishment there to pass constitutional carry. We did the same thing in Montana, and I'm very proud as a native Texan to fight for liberty here in the state that has
here we go.
Always been my home. My father and I are both gun owners. We're proud Tejanos. Tenemos familia en el Valle. Casi todos mis abuelitos.
We have family in the Valley.
And
All of my
I
grandparents
like
are
to
from
protect
there.
myself, my loved ones, as I see fit. Okay, but it's not just me that I'm worried about. Like about my nieces. You know, my nieces are, they're about to be college age. They're about to enter college. Under the current law, they cannot defend themselves on campus till age 21. We Texans like to believe we are the biggest, the best, the brightest, the most free, but sadly that is not the case. Over some form of constitutional carry, whereas we do not, including the state of Maine. Requiring a license to carry, as mentioned earlier, hurts those who are poor, working multiple jobs just to stay afloat, just like many of my own family members. I'm a first-generation college student. But the license requirement does nothing to stop a criminal who has already determined to break the law and infringe on another's life, liberty, or property. Why does the law-abiding citizen have to wait for permission in the state of Texas to exercise the God-given right inscribed in the U.S. Constitution while the criminal waits for no man, woman, or law?
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So, Fran Rhodes, registered 4, House Bill 1238. Michael Fossum. And as he's making his way up, then we're going to go to Charles Raines and then John Balgiano.
Good evening or morning, as the case may be. My name is Michael Fossum. I'm testifying for myself. I am in favor of the bill. I think Dr. Lott and the other speakers have covered anything that I wanted to say. I would just add one thing, that when the ladies from Texas Gun Sense bring you studies and data to your office To prove their assertions, be sure to have a large box of salt at hand because you'll need plenty of grains of salt to go on that day. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was good.
Charles Rains.
That was good. That was good.
After Charles Rains,
That was
we
good.
have John Balgiano.
Okay, now my phone wants to be stupid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. Appreciate all of your time. My name is Charles Rains. I represent myself, and I'm in favor of Bill 1238. Lady Liberty has a gorgeous twin sister. Her name is Responsibility.
Yes.
In a free society, these two sisters must always attend the big dance together. A great freedom, such as constitutional carry, also requires a great responsibility. Statistically, less than 1% of the population is incarcerated. A tiny fraction of that number is the violent, soulless killers. Our friends on the left seem to think that the way to address the issue of violent crime is to punish the 99%. When you require a license to carry a handgun, you only punish the law-abiding citizens, responsible citizens who have committed no crime. Why do we do this? Because of the actions of 1%. Violent criminals who do these crimes, and they make up less than 1% of the population. I am in favor of constitutional carry because it reminds all of us.
Okay, is that better now?
We live in a free society, but it also reminds the merciless, heartless killers.
I'm trying to fix the echo there. Is it still echoing?
You kill us, we'll kill you back.
Okay, and Charles, you registered as Charles Rains, and you registered representing yourself and for House Bill 1238.
Yes, sir. I thought I.
Okay, you probably did, and I just want to check. I want to check. 'Cause I don't want to blow anything. Hey, thank you for your very compelling.
Okay, there. That should be better.
Okay.
That should be better. No echo.
Rhodes. Okay. Michael Fossum. Okay. John Balgiano.
Oh, John, my boy John. Yeah. I hope he's still there. He is.
After John Balgiano, we'll go to Jesse Coleman.
There's John.
Chairman White, and Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Balgiano, representing myself and testifying in absolute 100% support of House Bill 1238. When I got my first LTC, moved to Texas from Maryland, state with absolutely ludicrous restrictions on handgun carry. I thought I'd die and go to heaven. I looked at that license like a starving man looks at a Whataburger. I took a closer look at what I needed to get that precious license. I needed a computer, a scanner, an email address, internet access to complete the TPS online application, to find and schedule a class, and to make an appointment for fingerprinting. I needed a credit card to pay the TPS fee.
And it was $250 up until last
I
session.
needed a car to get to the class, to the range, and many miles further to get fingerprinting. In comparison to the barriers I faced in Maryland, these were minor obstacles to me.
Yes, Megan, go John. I'm going to show that one.
They are, however, resources unavailable to many Texas citizens. So what are we saying to these citizens? They just aren't the right sort of people. Be carrying a gun for protection of their own life and that of their loved ones. Right sort of people
there's some pretty negative.
Yeah, I paid for the expensive license too.
When viewed through the lens of
And then it got taken from me like 3 months later.
For New York City's Sutherland law, it is long past time for Texas to end the elitist permit requirement. If you can legally own a firearm, you should be able to carry it. Openly or concealed.
Is that a little better?
There should be no distinctions on time, place, or manner of carrying between licensed and unlicensed individuals.
Does it sound better now?
John. Chair calls Jesse Cohen. After Jesse Cohen, we'll have Bob Bagley, Michael Belsick, Ryan Simpson, and Ben Leader.
My name is Jesse Cohen. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1238.
Thank you, Jesse.
As you can see, I'm a GOA member. I'm also a 5-year law enforcement officer, but I'm here testifying on behalf of myself.
Okay, thank you.
As an officer, I've observed a problem that I call the revolving door of criminal justice. That is that violent criminals are arrested and quickly get out and are back on the street in short order, committing more violent crimes only to be arrested again. Programs for releasing offenders like bonds, probation, and parole were originally intended to assist with rehabilitation of nonviolent offenders and reduce jail prison populations without endangering the public. But due to overcrowded facilities caused in part by frivolous laws like the permit requirement, these programs often become the default regardless of the potential danger to society. I've seen many situations where violent offenders were released within a day or two, arrested on the street, doing what they pleased. The permit requirement not only violates the civil rights of law-abiding citizens, but contributes to the overcrowded facilities, which in turn contributes to this revolving door problem that endangers all of us.
Yeah, gun rights can fix that because we can take care of these criminals and we don't have to worry about prison and the revolving door.
Spots in our facilities should not be wasted.
We have to worry about losing space in the ground 6 feet under.
And I just to clarify, because some members just asked, your position on House Bill 1238?
He's in support of it.
Okay. Chair recognizes.
Y'all need to listen, yo.
State Representative Schaefer.
So, Mr. Cohen, you are a licensed peace officer.
Yes, actually, I think in your district, Tyler.
Very good.
Yeah.
And you are out on the street facing whatever is required of a patrolman, family violence situations, traffic stops, the full range of what a policeman might encounter.
Anything and everything you can imagine.
And do you have any concern that if this bill becomes law, that your job will become more dangerous?
I don't believe that it will, and even if it were, I would be down with that because that's the oath that I swore.
Dude, that's a good cop.
In the academy to place the.
We need more like this guy.
The officer safety argument, which I've heard a lot against constitutional carry, basically puts that in the wrong order.
Yes.
Officers' lives ahead of innocent civilians.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Can I buy this guy lunch or dinner or something?
If you really think about that, that's pretty legally, morally, and constitutionally.
Dude, I need to find this guy.
Mr. Cohen, I just want to say thank you for coming to your Capitol to testify. And I think every member on this dais appreciates the work that you do out there on our behalf. And thank you for sharing.
Damn, I would take a bullet for that man.
Bob Bagley.
That's a cop that I respect.
Bob Bagley.
I need to find out who he is. Find him.
1238. Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick, registering 4. House Bill 1238. Ryan Simpson, registering 4. House Bill 1238. Ben Leader. Ben Leader, registering 4. House Bill 1238. Irvin Light.
A lot of people leaving.
Right. Irvin Light, registering 4. House Bill 1238. William Nance. Okay, and he's making his way. We'll have Andy Turner next.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You guys must be a lot closer to college all-nighters than I am. Anyway, I'm Bill Nance. I'm the Military and Veterans Affairs Director for the Texas State Rifle Association. I will be testifying for myself as well as for TSRA. Well, I believe that permitless carry and for law-abiding citizens has come to Texas. It needs to come. I've had a Texas license to carry since 1996, and I've been an instructor for license to carry for over 10 years, and I've been an NRA instructor.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. That cop that just spoke up there said the exact same thing that I say. Yes, it's still live, Billy. This is all live. Absolutely, 100%. If you went to the Capitol right now, this is what you'd see. Said the exact same thing that I've said in the past about police officers and the fact that their lives don't matter when it relates to the citizenry. Their job is to put themselves in front of the danger. That's what they should be doing. They are the servants, right? When I was in the military, I put my life on the line so that other people could go home at night. That cop felt the exact same way. And yet you got these other police officers out there. He said exactly what I said, except I take heat for it because I'm CJ and the cops don't like me because I say the same thing that that cop said. But the bottom line is if you want to be called a hero, I just realized my camera cover fell off. The thing that blocks my camera when I'm not using it. But anyway, you know, if you're a cop, if you're out there to truly protect the people, right? The last thing I should hear coming out of your mouth is, I just want to go home at night. The first thing I should hear coming out of your mouth is, I want to make sure everybody I come in contact with goes home at night. That should be your priority. When you serve in the military, when you serve as a police officer, when you serve as a firefighter, your priority is to ensure that others get to go home at night. Okay. Your job is to protect them, not to kill them because, oh, I felt threatened. If I could kill everybody that I felt threatened by in Iraq, I'd be put up with war crimes. So anyway, I just wanted to say that while we had a friendly person up there speaking.
And then after Pastor Light, we have Andy Turner, Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch.
I'm Irvin Light from Llano, Texas. I am for the constitutional carry.
Hey, thank you, Rose.
And
now I need to find my
1238. Yes, sir.
My camera
While I
cover.
was in the military,
I don't know what I did with that
carried
thing.
weapons many times. I was qualified as convoy commander.
I found it. It was under my desk.
That is a very high responsibility and a very high honor. Once I left the military, I carried a sidearm, whether it was.
There you go. I have these little slides that I can hide my camera when I'm not using it, so I'm not spied on.
In a rural area, and nobody thought anything about it. I'm plain, I'm simple, and I ask your consideration. This is a God-given right that we have, and it's guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, and I believe the Constitution of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor.
Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch.
Arredondo Lynch. Oh, yeah. Dr. Alma.
Registered for.
Love this woman. She's out of San Antonio, I think.
Andy Turner.
Oh, she's not there. Okay.
Francis Shinkin.
Excuse me.
Stephen Williford, Jeanette Harmon.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Turner for the Texas State Rifle Association. We are for this bill. I had all this lovely testimony written up. Let me just sum it up. The TSRA stands fully behind Dr. John Lott's research and the policy behind this bill.
And you're for.
Thank you, TSRA.
Okay, thank you now.
Thank you.
Francis Shinkin.
If walls could talk, yes, I'm going to stay here until all the bills are heard because there's 4 constitutional carry bills.
I wrote my testimony. I'm Francis Shinkin with Texas Gun Sense.
Gun
and
Dense.
I am opposed to this bill.
Gun Dense.
I wrote it saying good morning, and that turned out to be so.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Since
Hey, it's 1:40 where I'm at, so
Texas has made some changes to license to carry.
thank goodness I don't have class tomorrow or today.
Instruction to 4 to 6. It lowered the fee to $40 from $140, and it lowered the renewal fee. And it allowed a person to take the course online. Earlier, it extended the renewal period from 4 years to 5 years. Now, 1.67 million Texans hold a license to carry. Still, that's about 8% of the population that would be eligible. In June alone, there were 58,000 background checks for a permit. It was a new record. Not many people are rejected. 2,200 people in 2020. Who holds a license? DPS until recently broke down.
No, I still live in the Temple area. I'm just going to law school on the East Coast.
It no longer does that, or I haven't been able to find it. But in the 4 fiscal years of 2016 to 2019, at least 71% of the applicants were male. They were mostly white, more than 80%.
Oh, no.
41% of Texans are
Licenses
white.
are racist.
Now, that's a glitch in the DPS statistics because DPS, for some reason, did not break the statistics down and never has, as far as I can tell, by including figures for Latinos. So we must assume that the white category also includes Latinos. But there is good reason to think that there are not that many Latinos who have a permit.
Sounds to me like the permitting process is racist.
To the Walmart shooting in 2019, it was found that 8 out of 10 Latinos in the state support stricter gun laws.
Thank you.
Blacks hold 9% of permits. They are 12% of the population.
Yep. Sounds like the license is racist. She just made the case for us.
Have some questions.
We win.
Did you have one more data point on race and if
just one note.
Okay.
I noticed there's not a fiscal note to this.
Mm-hmm.
By my calculation, $40 times the number of people who have a permit would get us several $1 million in revenue.
Yeah, and I think the bill author, when he closes, he can clarify why that's the case, and we've been studying that too, and we'll give you some insight on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
There shouldn't be a fiscal note for our rights.
Chair
And
recognizes
the fiscal note definitely isn't a reason to deny them.
Then there's Jeanette Harma.
I think she just made.
Angela Smith.
I don't think she realizes she just made our case.
Bonner.
I don't think she.
Stephen Williford, and I support this.
The hero of Sutherland Springs is speaking, ladies and gentlemen.
I represent myself. I introduced myself to this committee earlier today. I'm from Sutherland Springs, Texas, where there was a mass shooting. And I am the guy that ran across the street and engaged the shooter and took him out. I think our Second Amendment right is paramount to be able to take care of our communities, to take care of our families, our neighbors, and even our country itself. I think constitutional carry was not written to have to pay for a class and take a class. A single battered mother shouldn't have to decide whether she feeds her children or defends them with the money that she may have. I personally believe that the Second Amendment, there is no other of the Bill of Rights that you have to pay for to exercise.
Amen.
It's a Bill of Rights. And we as people deserve that right. It is a God-given right, as was said before. It is not a right granted to us by our government, but it is a right granted to us by our God. And the Second Amendment
that dense woman was about 3 minutes, 33 seconds.
On that right.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes, 33 seconds.
Jeanette Harmon, registered for HB 1238. Angela Smith. Then we'll have Richard Bonnert, John Franklin, Brandon Burkhart, and Louis Weichers.
Well, good morning, committee. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak on constitutional carry. I will not go into all that I had written down, but I just want to thank my excellent Representative Kyle Biederman for
Kyle's the man. I wish he was my rep because my rep sucks.
I am here representing myself.
Hugh Shine is a disappointment.
Has watched session after session constitutional carry bills being filed.
Yep.
But not being even gotten out of committee sometimes.
Yep.
So we are very excited about this bill. From my own point of view, I'm a single female, and I find myself in many situations where I feel vulnerable, and not where I really believe that I need the ability to protect myself without having to go spend money on a fee. Also, I want to say that this is a God-given right, and I'm just excited to see that reinstated through this bill. I just want to quickly read a quote from Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Cooper, USMC. If violent crime is to be curbed, it is only the intended victim who can do it.
Yes,
The felon
yes.
does not fear the police, and he fears neither the judge or the jury. Therefore, what he must be taught to fear is his victim.
And for the record,
Yes,
you are
for.
Okay, you're for HB 1238,
Yes,
and
sir.
your name is
Angela Smith.
Angela Smith.
Yes.
And you're representing
Fredericksburg Tea Party and myself.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Richard Bonner.
What's up, man?
Okay, Richard
No, I
Bonner.
like this cover here.
For House Bill 1238. John Franklin.
Look, baby, look, baby, look, baby. Oh, yeah, that's it, baby. Right there. That's it, baby. That's it, baby.
18 states that are constitutional carry states. 18, not 13.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for enduring. My name is John Franklin. I speak for myself, and I 100% support House Bill 1238. A couple of years ago, my son met a girl and they started dating. She broke up with her current boyfriend, and he became a cliche. He was jealous and angry and began threatening both of them. According to her, he had a history of violence against her, so this was not an idle threat. My son felt the need to arm himself for protection. He already had all the training he needed to safely carry a firearm. He spent years practicing and even given some of his friends informal training.
Yeah, Susie, I did.
While no one should ever be considered fully trained, he was as competent as anyone could expect. But he lacked one thing: permission.
They had to go home and take their
The
Xanax.
expense and time was not worth it to him. He was a poor
The
college student.
mad mommies were running low on their Xanax.
Priority. But what could he do? If he armed himself against a credible threat, he would have become a felon. Thankfully, the story had a happy ending. The ex eventually reconsidered and backed off. But for at least a few weeks, had he chosen, he could have easily put both their lives in danger. My son was
Why for what?
times does this
What am I missing?
story play out in our state with tragic results?
Why for what?
Men, women, and children we never hear about are battered, beaten, and killed. Innocent people are threatened and are left defenseless because of a short-sighted law. How many lives would constitutional carry laws save? Many people are like my son and don't feel the urgency of getting an LTC until they do, and then it's too late. It's time this law changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Burkhart.
Good job. Oh, here we go, Brandon. Bring Tank. I want to see Tank. I want to see my dog. Oh, he's not bringing Tank up. Tank must be asleep.
And Brandon Holloway.
Must be his doggy must be tired. It's been a long day for him.
President, this is Texas Freedom Force. I'm for the bill, and we are all, as an organization, 60,000 strong in the state of Texas for this bill. new constituent of yours that just moved over there with you, and also I'm probably the guy they were talking about looking for a Whataburger, because man, it's been a long day. So I'll start off by saying this: carrying a firearm is a right, and it's not a privilege.
Oh, I don't know. They're going to consolidate those 4 bills.
Is a God
Before they come out of committee, they'll be consolidated.
The Bible says to sell your
It's
clothes
just
and buy a sword.
everybody cares that much about it. That's why 4 representatives have filed the bills.
If they had guns back then, God would have said, sell your cloak and buy a gun.
So 4 of them won't come out. You'll have the 4 bill authors will probably get together and pick the best one and then get behind that one. I hope it's Biederman's bill.
Permission to carry a firearm. Law-abiding citizens should not have to be photographed, fingerprinted, registered before they can exercise their Second Amendment rights. Criminals certainly don't jump through these hoops. Being forced to get the government's permission to carry a firearm, having to pay a fee and for the privilege is the opposite of what our founding fathers intended. Furthermore, the issues of permits can be abused by government officials. Government does not grant us our rights. Once again, God grants us our rights, and our rights of self-defense come from Him.
Amen.
The constitutional carry bill is worth the salt, should be recognized. The freedom to keep and bear arms in self-defense as a God-given right, not a privilege bestowed on the people by the governments. I thank you for your time, and I strongly encourage y'all to pass this time. It's been around for a while. We've seen this come up every legislative session. Let's get it done. Thank you, Representative White and Representative Peter. Okay.
Tell you, Brandon is a true patriot. That man stood the line against BLM and Antifa to protect our Alamo. Him and 149 other Texans.
Joe Burns, Max Dominguez.
Brandon Burkhart is the man.
Hello, my name is Louis Witchers. I represent Texas Gun Sense.
Gun Dense.
I oppose this bill for a long list of reasons.
Because I'm a pussy.
I'll just point out a couple things. Number one, the 2 largest institutions that issue firearms are the military and police departments throughout the land. None of them will do that unless they have put people through training so that they can handle.
Well, yeah. These people they're allowed to kill people. Of course you want them to be trained, you moron. Their entire job is, good golly, the military's job is to kill people. That's its sole, moron.
Second thing, I will kind of emphasize that point. There's a Navy SEAL, and he has 5 questions when it comes to firearms. And the name of the YouTube video is a firearm ever right for me? Amongst the 5 questions are, can you use any other options to defend yourself? Another question he asked, do you have
Can I? Yes. Do I want to? No.
So that you
Harsh language?
and effectively use the weapon. And I do have to ask, I'm out kind of late. Do you guys have permission slips to give my wife
back? I got lost. Somehow I got lost.
Oh, suddenly he likes licenses, right?
Ramon Garza.
Yeah.
Eric Reeves.
I hate licenses.
Okay, that was the dumbest testimony so far by a gun dense moron.
A few minutes as well.
Hello, my name is Derek Reeves, and I'm representing myself in support of HB 1238.
Hey, Sergeant Holka, take care, man. I realize you're probably old down there, and you gotta get some sleep, for your creaking bones and stuff.
Like many things in life,
So,
you never know when you may need to protect yourself or others. In 2013, the company I work for released a memo
I'll give you a massage when I get home.
stating that there were credible and threatened threats
With a happy ending, Sergeant Holka.
foreign actors. Unfortunately, at the time, I lived in California, in a county where it was notoriously difficult to get a concealed carry permit. Knowing I was a target put me into high alert.
Sergeant Holka. I love that movie. I love that movie, Sergeant Holka and all that. Oh, that's hilarious. Stripes or whatever it was called.
Yep.
One of my favorite movies. I got it on Blu-ray now. I love it. I love it. I watch it every year, at least once a year.
It's getting a handgun in general.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one that just gotten into firearms.
If you're holding me to it, Sergeant Holka, I can't give you that happy ending.
Right. Oh,
We can't hold each other. This isn't a circus here thing I'm talking about.
Sergeant Holka was
Okay,
all like, oh, but guess what? Sergeant Holka was there for the for that that thing they did and went across the border over there, and he had to duck out.
Passing this bill, it gives the people, the law-abiding citizens of Texas, the choice on how they wish to defend themselves.
Who's speaking?
It would also,
I don't even know who's speaking. Who's speaking right now? I don't.
He's in favor. He's got a GOA shirt on.
with minimal injuries.
Oh, you're talking about the guy up there? Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I need.
This dude right here, this Marine, man, he took a punch from Antifa and just like squared up, and the dude ran into the crowd because he didn't want to get his ass beat.
Yeah, I saw that video.
The outreach director of the Texas Freedom Force. I'm speaking on behalf of many of our members, and we do support HB 1238. Earlier this or was it morning or evening yet? Well, earlier today,
yesterday,
Representative stated.
Yeah, earlier today.
I like the sound of that. I have a story here that I want to share with you folks, and it's goes back years. December 12, 1995, I had a friend of mine by the name of Kenneth Holland. He was like a brother of mine. I don't have many friends that I can honestly count on, and he was one of them. On December 12th, he went to his mom's house to visit. And what happened was his oldest brother was there. He hadn't seen his brother in 3 years. His brother was in the Army. So it was a homecoming. A car drove up to the front of the house. Kenny didn't know who he was. He walks up to the car. The driver rolls down the window, puts a shotgun out, shoots Kenny in the chest. When I heard about this, I wasn't angry because Kenny was shot. I was angry because
I saw that, Susan.
He always had a 357 with him. But at that moment, it was in his vehicle. He was not around his vehicle at the time. Even though the story happened in 95, we hear it to this day. Stuff like this happens. And the fact is, bills like 1238 need to be passed in order to protect ourselves. You know, and that's why I support it. And the fact is this, not the other thing I didn't add, that night when Kenny died, he had a little boy who was 4 years old and his daughter was 6. So they grew up without any. I don't like to see that. Never again. I don't like to hear it in the news. And the fact is this, we need to do something to stop stuff like this.
Thank you,
We all
Lorraine.
need
Thank
to be
you.
armed. I think we all need to be armed. If
Brandon
you are
Holloway.
able to exactly, if you're
Mingus,
able, you know what I mean. Then why you should be able to carry? It doesn't matter what your age is. If you're able, in my opinion.
I'm Brennan Holloway, and I am for this bill.
The 4 reps are.
Myself.
Hang on.
I mean, what a contrast tonight. What a contrast. We had one bill earlier tonight that is saying, "Hi, I'm the government, and I do not trust you with firearms." And to this bill, we're looking at this bill is saying, "Hi, I'm the government, and I do trust you with your rights." Now, that's a bill that law-abiding citizens can get behind.
Hell yeah.
For example, like, what does it make sense that I can legally buy a gun, but I cannot legally carry it without going through all
Okay,
the
so he's on our side. He's got some good stuff there. The 4 legislators that have filed constitutional carry bills are Biederman, White, which is the chair there in the middle, Schaefer, and I think Hefner.
I think you mentioned that Monday.
Yeah, Hefner. No, Hefner, Oliverson, Biederman, and White. And Schaefer. There's 5, I think. Yeah. Schaefer, White, Biederman, Oliverson, and Hefner.
Hefner, like Hugh Hefner? Like Hugh Hefner?
Hugh
Or
Hefner.
It's kind of like that, right? Like that? Like that name? Hey, that's pretty funny though, isn't it? Hugh Hefner. Hey, I love the guy. The guy developed Playboy and all that. That was awesome for men and women too, I guess. But it's America. You can do what you want,
That was a good testimony. Oh, let me turn this back up. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Chairman White, members of this committee, my name is Joe Burns. I represent myself and part of the Libertarian Party of Texas as I'm an elected representative sitting on the executive committee representing District 24. I'd like to speak in favor of 1238, and I'd like to thank Mr. Biederman, Representative Biederman, for putting this forward. It's about time we get this thing done.
Call him Beast Biederman.
Texas pride. Coming in 19th place, and anything liberty related should be a shame for all of us.
No, we're going to come in 21st place. 2 states are beat us.
Bringing up earlier in one of the previous bills, when we were speaking against 127, the fact that many perceive this constitutional carry as a God-given right. I would like to address that and go a little bit further. I have a slight problem with calling it constitutional carry. We look up the Constitution as something that to be revered, which as well it should. But these rights come from something above that. I would say if you believe in God, they come from the Creator. If you believe in the universe, they come from the universe. But however you believe you arrived into this world, you arrived with the right to defend yourself and your family intact. And it has only been the government that has sought to strip those rights from them.
Exactly, the government. And who are the government? These fucking leechers. There they are. Sorry the language, CJ.
Max Mingus is shown for House Bill 1238. Gregory Vital.
Oh, Goodwin left. I guess she went to say goodbye to all the Moms Demand Action ladies.
Tyler Fulkerson.
Guess she realizes, ladies, we've lost.
Yes, sir.
We need to go home and actually get some action for once.
God is good.
Getting ready to shut it all down after this one. This is going to be the easiest bill for you guys to pass, and I'll tell you why. How many pages is in this bill compared to the Second Amendment? I'll tell you, the Second Amendment is only one sentence, one comma right in the middle. If you cut through all the huss of this bill, it pretty much says everything in the Second Amendment.
Dude, you're not going to sleep with that thing.
Nope, I'm not. You know what? I don't have to go to sleep.
I don't have nothing here to read.
Too
I don't need to
soon. I got
sell
10 hours of sleep after this. So I'm good.
This is the most common sense bill that I've seen today.
We're about to hit 4 hours of this live stream. And we started late.
Look,
We started
I'm gonna
late.
hang. This thing will let me hang another 2 hours, I guarantee you. Plus, I gotta eat. Plus, I gotta eat my salad and everything. Oh my God, we're gonna go forever.
So when they pass it, what kind of party is OCT going to have? And where?
I got Dr. Pepper out for this too.
I will fly back to Texas to have a party on the day this thing goes into effect. I guarantee you. I don't care.
I know you're in Virginia.
We're going to have a big ass party when this bill passes.
How's Virginia going? Everything's okay over there?
No.
Virginia's okay? Oh, it's not okay.
They're going the exact opposite direction on gun rights.
We always watch the news in the United States and we're watching what happened in Portland, Oregon, and everything like that. But when we see Texas, we change the channel. We get here. All my friends are coming over. We see them out there with their firearms.
The force is strong in that one.
That's funny. You went to that mask? That's weird.
The these monuments and protecting their history.
I saw you do that with some of these other things you were doing at I don't know what you call it, but it's
Yes, I have it on
really
Messenger. I can
strange.
show
But
you
I've seen
the
it.
message. He
That's
says
really
The
odd that you
Omega?
were doing that.
because all we have over here is
Yeah, it
pictures.
was kind of odd. It was kind of like, why are you wasting your time with that? But I'm just
Hey,
saying.
Megan, you can bring your dogs. Absolutely.
For the inspiration. Yes, sir.
We're going to throw a big ass party.
Are you gonna bring Gina Carrero?
I don't know who. Yeah, we'll bring Gina Carano. We'll bring everybody that's been canceled.
My name is Jonathan Reynolds. I am testifying in favor of House Bill 1238, and I'm representing myself. I'm 19 years old and came all the way over here from Houston, Texas.
Nice. Got a 19-year-old in there.
I would like to bring
From
up
Don't you wish?
Houston.
Yeah.
2014 peer review study done by the journal Injury Prevention. There are at least 100,000 felons in the USA that illegally own firearms. What this highlights is that criminals don't care about the law.
This
and
is
that the only
freaking
way
live. This is a trip, dude. I'm sitting here just north of Austin in Hutto, and he knows where Hutto is. TJ knows where Hutto is. That's where I'm at, and I'm watching this live. It's great. I'm just sitting here.
It states that active constitutional carry.
Yeah, this is going on right now in Austin.
The psychological impact this bill has on people that wish harm on others, as knowing that anyone could be armed will make someone think twice before trying to.
That's the point. So, right, what he just said is a freaking great point, because right now only 8% of Texans have a license. If you're a criminal and you want to target somebody for criminal activity, you have a 92% chance that that person's probably disarmed or unarmed. Of course, let's be honest. A lot of Texans are probably carrying without a license anyway. But the fact of the matter is, a criminal he's doing this cost-benefit analysis. And if he knows that people have to have a license and only 8% of Texans have a license, well, the likelihood that he's going to be able to get away with his crime and that the guy's not going to have a gun is pretty high. Now, take away that requirement for a license, and now everyone 21 years or older, we'll work on getting that lower, but, constitutional carry passes, you're 21 years or older, you don't have to have a license to carry a gun. Now that criminal's like, oh, I wonder, this guy might be carrying this, because he doesn't need to have a license anymore. There's no requirement. And by the way, you can go county by county on the DPS website and find out what percentage of people in that county are licensed and determine whether or not, okay, well, this is probably a safe county I can go to and rob because there's fewer people there with guns and I'm less likely to get attacked. But by golly, you pass constitutional carry, that criminal's not going to know who's got the gun. He's gonna have to think twice and go, crap, almost everybody could have a gun now. This is Texas.
Oh yeah.
saying.
Yeah, we could all have a gun, man. We all have guns, but some
castle law.
Some are bigger, some are littler. But
all this old mess. Okay. Because I've been through the LTC. I went to one that was kind of Cadillac. They had like steak and all that. Okay.
That's a quick question.
And I think it was one of the TSR, Texas State Rifle Association. Beautiful landscape.
I know where Shirts is. My brother-in-law lives in Shirts.
I've really done training. Okay. And I'm not saying they didn't do training, but it wasn't nothing like the training that I used to do when I was in the Army. I think what was the firing table on the license to carry? I don't even think it's 50 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50 rounds. Yeah, 50 rounds. Okay. Now, I'm not against people going out and shooting 50 rounds, but I would go out and shoot hundreds of rounds.
Yeah, most people do that too.
Hours.
Most people don't just do the minimum. Of course, these days, if you go out and shoot hundreds of rounds, you got to be a millionaire.
What we were talking about.
Yes, sir.
There's a reason we talk about, because we love our law enforcement. They're standing here. Hopefully you're passing by thanking them on the way out too, right? But there's a reason why we take them through a lot of training.
Yeah, Shirts has become essentially an outcropping of San Antonio.
So the law-abiding people that I know that are with the LTC.
Hey, Joe, I don't carry any less than 2 guns at a time.
you know, their role for having a weapon is not to necessarily go do an arrest. You know, they're not in the midst of initiating an arrest. You know, okay. So that's a whole lot different when people say, well, you know, the law enforcement and the military. Well, you know, you can't compare that to a waitress. I think I saw a waitress here.
Oh shoot, Billy, I didn't know I had you muted.
Walking across a dark park.
Or did you mute yourself? I can't unmute you because you muted yourself. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't want y'all to hear me like drinking a drink or something. It's so stupid.
Oh yeah, you can mute it. I just thought I accidentally did it. I didn't want you to feel like I was muting you.
Again, I see good people.
Can I ask a quick question?
Jumping up, screaming, hollering, walking around.
When it passes, what happens to all the 3006, 3007, 51% signs?
Representative Kennerholm.
So I believe, and I don't know if it's 1238 specifically, but some of these bills create what's called a 30-8.
Oh.
And that would ban unlicensed carry.
You can also be charged differently for crimes, for the same crime.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
unlicensed carry, like.
Let me see if this one does.
You shouldn't have to have a license to begin with. Hello, it's like, oh my god.
And you can also be charged with crimes differently than.
Okay, so this bill does not create a 30-8.
The prison system and be treated differently like as an adult at that age. So that's very good foresight. It was a
And
good
here's another one. At 18, you can vote. I just kind of watch what people say, and this is just interesting. Where the people that are in charge are telling the people, okay, if you don't trust them with weapons, should I trust them to vote? And this is just insanity to some of the arguments that I hear. So we're going to tell members.
Okay, so what this is going to do, what this bill does, is it adds the unlicensed aspect under 30-6 and 30-7. So if you see a 30-6, you can't conceal with whether you have a license or not. And if you see a 30-7, you can't open carry whether you have a license or not. So all it does is it just rolls up 30-6 and 30-7 for licensed and unlicensed. That's what 1238 does.
And something good.
Okay.
Some of the other bills actually create a 30-8 sign.
Thank you so much.
Well, if I can add one more thing, I think part of the training.
So even though it's constitutional carry, a business can say no.
Yeah.
For me, I was.
That's a baby step, CJ. That's a little baby step.
I think people.
We'll get to the signage.
It's a baby step. Whatever.
Just absurd statements about, this firearm uses the 23-round magazine clip and just stuff like that. The kind of people that are trying to make laws about firearms, they don't understand them anyway.
Amen.
So I just think it's important for people to, if they're trying to make decisions about a certain issue, to actually understand what they're.
I think that cop said he was in Tyler.
Chair recognizes Wayne Howe.
I think that cop said he was in Tyler.
And then we have Destiny Hallman. And then, before that, we have Tyler Fulkerson, Destiny Hallman, Darren Brooks. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how are you doing?
I am amazed that this place is still full. Usually when I do these really late bills, by this time, the only people that are there are like the group heads, like the leaders of these organizations.
All right. And I said a lot too, right? Yes.
I wanted to go, but I can't get a ride. I can't make that drive. I'll fall asleep.
I was doing research just last night on this. I stopped it and I counted twice. 25 states.
I ain't gonna wear a mask, so I wouldn't go in there. They make me wear a mask. I ain't gonna go.
It's 36, not 25.
Counted it twice.
It's 36, not 25. I don't know what he was looking
I
at.
am a full believer in an armed society is a polite society. I am 100% agree with that. And Representative Peterman, I really appreciate you with this bill and introducing it again. I appreciate it very much. And I vote for the bill, and I hope you guys will too.
Thank you. Tyler Fulkerson. Tyler Fulkerson has shown supporting this piece of legislation.
Good.
Registered.
Next.
Destiny Hall. And then we'll have Walter Burns, Darren Roots, Walter Burns, Christopher McCreary, Thaddeus McCreary, Donald Dahl, and Christopher Turing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hello, my name is Destiny Hallman, and I'm representing myself. I'm speaking in favor of 1238.
Thank you, young lady.
So each day I drive to work knowing there's a chance I might not make it home to my son. I work alone at a local museum, and my boss lives in Virginia, miles away from me. We currently have multiple homeless men that live on the property as well as walking by, often talking to themselves, sometimes screaming at me. So it's
boot to the head.
Scary. Yet I hold myself together each day knowing I have to go to work. So times have changed, and for the worse. The moment I leave my vehicle to enter the building, I'm in danger.
Hey, 1, 2, 3. You can watch it tomorrow. Just remember, you're at the 4 hour and 10 minute mark at this point. So tomorrow, when you got your phone charged, you can go to 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Keep in their arms shall not.
Don't forget to like and share this. I don't know how many people are awake at 1:15 there in Texas, but like and share. Hit that super chat if you can or want to.
You're signing off on this one?
No. I'm going to be here till it's over.
Oh,
I'm just
okay.
saying for the people that have to leave. There's he's saying his phone's almost dead.
Why do we have laws infringing?
Plug it in.
Hey, Buck Fightin says Uncle Si and gives you the Hawaiian hello.
Cool, man.
I drove over 100 miles to ask
Rose.
each and every one of you.
And for my cat, boot to the head.
He's a cool Howley, man.
Andy! What's up, Andy?
So that I can carry my handgun. Prove to the people.
On the Open Carry Texas channel, if you're watching on the Open Carry Texas channel, you won't see a super chat option. It's only on my CJ Grisham channel.
Darren Roots. After Darren Roots.
But if you'd like to make a donation to OCT, just go to PayPal. And the PayPal address is admin@opencarrytexas.org to donate to OCT.
I'm testifying in favor of HB 1238, and I am representing myself. I believe that current federal requirements, restrictions, and legislation already serve to grossly infringe upon our Second Amendment rights.
Yes, they do.
As a current Texas LTC holder,
Oh, geez, there's the BLM leader.
Legislature, please do what is in their power to
If I'm not mistaken, that's the San Antonio BLM leader that just sat down.
licensing requirements to carry a handgun for all people who can legally own one and
The one
remove
talking?
the
No, he just sat down
exercise
behind him.
Constitutionally
If it's who I think it is, I couldn't really. It looked like him.
Unfettered ability to secure their peace and liberty.
Another quick question.
They are inside or outside of their homes with handguns.
When we get it, is it still going to be Open Carry Texas, or is it going to be something else?
No, we're always going to be here.
And please, undue financial burden.
We ain't going anywhere.
But you've accomplished it, so it's going to be.
Yeah, then we got to protect it.
Yeah, that's
hey, you
true.
too. It's good to see you, Andy. It's been a while, man. I can't wait to get back to Texas.
Do not deter crime. Right delayed is a right denied, and I appreciate the submission of an amended bill that lowers the required age applicability of HB 1238 from 21 to 18 years.
Yes, please.
So that young adults can also
Absolutely
protect themselves and not be less vulnerable. It should
They
be the
did it
choice.
this way because they didn't expect people to show up.
Yeah. Well, no, I think they did, but I think the problem was the George Floyd bill took like 2.5 hours by itself.
Thank you.
Hey, Rose, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
After Walter Barnes.
Thank them all.
That is Donald Dahl. Yes, sir.
My name's Walter Barnes. I'm representing myself in favor of House Bill 1238.
Dude, I love that hair, even with the spot on the back. That gives me hope.
One point I will make that from when I heard statements about.
What do you call a mullet if you're bald on top but you got long hair in the back? Is that still a mullet?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be my hairstyle one of these days.
Or a hippie mullet.
Yeah.
Whether it's free speech, whether it's voting, whether it's freedom of religion, whether it's me expressing my opinion in written
Hey,
form,
thanks, Hawk,
at
brother.
some point I had to pick up language, but does it matter what the language is? Do I need government formal training for that? I don't. It's a very curious thing to do. That's it. You guys have all the information.
Thank you. We do. Christopher McCreary.
A monk cut. Okay, yeah. I need to get a monk cut.
Christopher McCreary is shown for House Bill 1238. Thaddeus McCreary is showing registered for House Bill 1238. Donald Dahl. How's it going, Don?
Donald Dahl, here for myself. I support 1238. Not with pretty much as all been said.
Okay, then go sit down.
One thing
Next.
you guys are talking about is one of the most important things that we do in this country is voting, and there's no training in that. But they all want us to train to carry a gun. Now, it's a good idea to train. I probably train a couple times a year. It's a little bit more extensive than what the LTC is. And you kind of review the laws every so often to make sure the law hasn't changed and got yourself in a mess. I mean, just because you went to this class one, check it on that stuff.
So a quick fact on this too is studies have shown that when a state goes to constitutional carry, the level of training goes up, and actually the quality of training goes up, because now, you know, you got more people that are trying to carry a gun, and they seek out better training from different sources than what the government provides, the crappy government training. Hey, First Day, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Texas LTC offers little hinders honest Americans from protecting themselves because the permitting process takes too long. Now, I was attacked shortly after arriving in Texas. I did not yet have a Texas LTC, but fortunately I did have a permit from another state with Texas on it. I was driving, and the guy who had clearly had mental health, I apparently took his spot, and he started honking, yelling, screaming, and he follows me for quite a long time.
Was this in Houston?
I stopped my car in a safe location, and this guy swings around and hits my car with his car. At this point, I realized I had total crazy on my hands, and I quickly draw my firearm, and I hold it at low ready. Now, he's not a stupid guy, so he speeds off, burning rubber as fast as he can. Now, if I did not have my firearm with me, then this situation may have turned out very different. I did not have
So true,
time
Joe.
to establish a residency.
So true.
Get my driver's license, and then get my license to carry.
Hey, thanks, Charles. Thanks for doing that.
Thankfully, I was covered under another state's license, but my story illustrates why unfettered access to concealed carry is enormously important. Imagine what could have happened if I was walking or riding a bicycle.
Oh, dang. I just noticed I have a private chat option here. I didn't see that until just now. Did I answer all your questions?
Well, I asked you. Nothing was going through.
I
Young
urge you to
man.
support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Jeffrey Rhodes.
Woo!
Then we'll have
Yeah, young man.
Oh, and Eric Schaefer.
He's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
learning. He's still learning. He's still learning. Like we're all learning. He's still learning too. Maybe at advanced paces, because that is his nature. And that's great. We love him for that. Yes, we do.
I'm just a
He
simple
did
man.
not only become our first sergeant, he went beyond. He went
My
beyond.
mother
It's just amazing.
was a police
Sorry.
dispatcher for 33 years. She and many of her colleagues are insistent that the police, most of the time, cannot stop violent crime from happening. But rather, their role is to respond to after the crime has occurred. That means that I, and only I, am the first line of defense for myself and my family.
Eric's the man. Oh, I like that face mask.
Thing,
Although it's kind of ironic because his face mask said, "Don't tread on me." I think having to wear it is treading.
Require Texans to
Hey, Felix, what's up?
In order to exercise their right to carry. You might compare it to the process one goes through to get a driver's license. But I'm here to tell you right now that that is not reasonable or consistent.
Okay, Andy, got it.
To require a permit in order to carry a handgun.
Wait, on Messenger? Where on Messenger? I don't have Messenger.
I'll explain this rationale using the example that I just mentioned about the driver's license. So I clearly remember.
Too much caffeine there, Billy.
No, why am I paying for fees? Why am I paying for permits to do things I should be able to do naturally?
That I do not have a right. Driving is a privilege.
I'm just thinking, you know, I'm like.
Billy's been drinking too many of them monster coffees.
So this, if
I concur.
The right to keep and bear arms is a constitutional right, then you know, it's a right isn't granted to you by the government. It's given to you by your creator. It was spelled out by our founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence, Constitution.
Thank you.
So if there's
so Jeffrey, I think we're following. Okay, and this is why we got the bill. All right. Okay. So let me see if any members want to weigh in on that. What you just said about.
Oh, Goodwin's back. I guess she let the moms demand action ladies go.
You know, all of that. Members.
But she came back. Damn.
They got. Thank you so much for visiting your capital and fighting for your.
Felix, I'm not sure.
Thank you for listening.
Eric
Streaming on StreamYard to 2 different channels. Oh, hang on. I want to hear Eric.
My name is Eric Schaefer.
You remind me of somebody.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I get confused with Brad Pitt a lot.
Brad Pitt? Oh,
that was good. That was good.
But yeah, I'm Eric Schaefer. I represent myself, and I'm here to testify for 1238. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all for being here so long today, hearing what we had to say about this.
Oh, hey, Tony.
I believe it was about 150 years ago, some bigoted thinking put this restriction in place on Texans' rights to defend themselves from attack. Now, I love the bill, but if I talk y'all into striking through everything after the semicolon in the Article 1, Section 23 of the Texas Constitution, that'd be awesome. But in lieu of that, I'm good with 1238. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Chair calls Justin Miller. What? Justin Miller. Okay, Justin Miller. You're coming up.
My pen's not working.
How you doing?
Doing pretty well. How are you?
Fine.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you guys. I just wanted
Sounds like someone gets paid.
you have some static over there, brother. Now it's gone.
I am not a native Texan, a Texan by choice, not by birth. Came here to live in a more free.
Hey, Andy, I'm going to delete that comment, all right?
Bill passed so that Texas can move forward in.
Oh, I can't do that. Never mind.
As much freedom as we can.
Maybe you can.
I just have one question for you.
I got it written down if you want to delete your comment.
Require me to take a training course to go to church? If not, I don't think I should need one to exercise my other.
Amen. Amen, brother.
Thank you for your announcement.
I don't need training to go to church.
And then we'll have Rick Reinhardt and Cody Ryan.
Oh, look at that. He got his Texas flag.
Front hunches, self.
Now, why are we not? We all should be there right now, right there with them. And I'd go up in my goddamn Darth Vader suit, and I'd be like, "Yeah, you would not."
I'm gonna put him on mute for a second. He's going nuts.
All right.
Billy's been drinking too much caffeine.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, I will calm down. I digress. I promise I digress.
Rick Reinhardt. And then we're going to have Cody Ryan and Nathan Darsh.
My name is Brian Hart. I'm testifying for myself. I support this bill, and I'm probably the luckiest person in this room because I actually came from a state where it didn't have it, and then we got it. I'm from Arizona.
2013.
I choose to be a Texan. Which I almost want to slap my mama. She didn't move me over here earlier.
Oh, jeez.
Not really.
Not your mama.
I lived in Tucson, Arizona, before they had constitutional carry, and there were all this.
Hey, I appreciate that, Charles.
Bloodshed. There'd be shootouts in the streets. You know, we'd have to hire more physicians. We'd have to have more hospital beds and all that kind of thing. And that didn't happen. In fact, crime went down. And one thing that I know that I hope that the rest of the Texans will find out here after you pass this bill is that I heard a woman say, well, what about somebody that has concealed carry standing right next to me and my son at the farmer's market?
Oh, God bless. Oh, God bless. No.
I'm not required legally to save your life with my gun, but morally I am. And
That's right.
The vast majority
Hey, good night, Joe.
that I know.
If you want to come back, mark down 4 hours and 24 minutes. That's where we are. If you want to come back and watch the rest of it tomorrow.
And if I'd been in Boulder last week, and
You may be up for 3 more hours or more, right? TJ, it may be long.
Yeah, we might be going until about 4:30.
That's something. It may be 3 or 4 more hours at least.
Okay.
The later it gets, the fewer viewers we get.
I know.
Nate Darcy.
Oh, he's got a gun. Watch that gun, y'all. Liberals, watch what happens with the gun right here. All right, watch it. Keep an eye on that thing.
Basically, 1238. I'm here with the Gun Owners of America, but I'm also an LTC instructor. I've been an instructor for 4 years. In my community, it is one of it's very kind of hot topic. Not have, the economic resources for some of our.
Hey, thanks, Charles.
I've taught company owners, and I've taught the.
Hey guys, I'm gonna boot y'all again for a little bit because I'm starting to seize up again. So I'm gonna let my internet reset.
I've had
all right,
white, gays, transgenders, brown, Democrats, Republicans, everybody.
My ping is going down,
and they're all there for one reason, and we all share one thing in common, and that's our desire for our freedom, our decision to choose how we want to live, when we want to live, and be able to choose how we go home every day, and that we can be safe and do whatever we feel like we need to do. Freedom to choose is what is right for us.
No, Eric and Matt are not related. They spell their names differently.
Guns is all part of that. I teach LTC classes to make the ability for other people to carry guns more accessible. It's in our state and having to, and our ammo and how much it costs.
I'm gonna make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'll be right back.
Very difficult. If someone can legally own a gun, they should be able to carry it. If you can't legally carry it, you couldn't buy one to begin with. So that's just a 1+1 opportunity there. Lately, we have heard much about weapons. To me, they are tools, and they are the tools of freedom. If a carpenter needs a hammer and some nails to be a carpenter, I need my tools to be free. That's what makes it free.
Thank you for that. Thank you, members. Okay, Nathan Darsh.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nathan Darsh, and I am representing myself as a student of Trinity University down in San Antonio and as a member of the Young Conservatives of Texas, and I am here to support HB 1238. I am originally from California. Don't worry, I'm one of the good ones. But I have moved to Texas not only for college, but also so that I can live in a state that protects my freedoms and individual liberties. I support constitutional carry, which means removing the requirement for a license. In a time where we are all concerned about rising crime, especially crimes that occur in and around college campuses, This bill will give myself and my friends, regardless of our age, greater freedom to defend ourselves and allow us to carry. When seconds count and police can't make it in time, constitutional carry will make it that we all can defend ourselves when the need arises. Additionally, as someone who has lived on both coasts, Orange County, California, and Johnson County, North Carolina, Texas across the United States is viewed as the penultimate bastion of freedom and protecting gun rights. Texas should be the protector of these rights that many Americans believe it to be. Texas must make sure it leads the fight to protect our God-given right to keep and bear arms, instead of forfeiting that position to its eternal rivals of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I heard what he said, right? Check this out. He said he moved here because of our gun rights and the fact that he was able to defend himself in college. But yet the left argued the exact opposite, that if we pass open carry, nobody's going to come to Texas and come to our universities. Guess what? Enrollment is up in Texas.
Testifying for myself. 4.5 years ago, I left a state that is intent on demolishing the Second Amendment to move to a free and safer Texas. I'm struck that when Utah was considering constitutional carry, and of course we know they have passed that, they looked into a study that was done in 2019 by the Journal of the American College of Surgeons, which is not affiliated with Dr. John Lott, so I don't think they've been debunked. Their conclusion was this study demonstrated no statistically significant association between the liberalization of state-level firearm carry legislation over the last 30 years and the rates of homicides of other violent crime. What they're telling us is that liberalization of state carry laws do not result in an unsafe situation.
Amen.
That is consistent with Dr. Lott's findings. So the statistical and experiential evidence shows that Texas will be a safer state when it becomes a concealed or a constitutional carry state. And I urge this committee to vote in favor of HB 1238.
So real quick, Kurt, every correlation is not necessarily a causation, but there's probably a correlation with every, if just because a lot of times people do these sort of like these bivariates, this happened and therefore this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there may be a correlation, this happened, but the point is there a causation, right?
I think so.
And one way to really know about causation is you do these robust regression type models.
Mm-hmm.
So, I get tweets, even though the master of tweets has left, the plugs, I get tweets. And they say, well, so-and-so state did permitless or constitutional carry. And then we had juvenile suicides increase. It's probably so. I'm going to tell you, when it gets humid outside, sometimes my back hurts. It's a correlation, but it doesn't mean humidity is causing my back. I don't know what it is. Okay. So, and especially when we know that FFL dealers and gun shows do not invite kids to come in and buy firearms, right? And then it is illegal to transfer a firearm to a child with some defense to prosecution in some cases, like hunting and that sort of thing. So those little tidbit facts that people send to me on tweets are fascinating. But when I sit there and look at them, people sometimes forget. Some people just don't know this. I have what do you call it?
Dang it! Need my drink.
I don't know. They just think I'm a guy from East Texas. just got elected. No, I'm a PhD. So when I look at these data, and I said, well, no, that there's no way that can. You would have to have, you know, numerous variables, independent variables that come up. So I'm going to be interested in looking at this other set of data that someone's going to send me that will debunk Dr. Lott's data, because I have the book, I have the regression models that he used, I know his R-square ratio in 60, 70, 80%. And so I'll be interested. But if someone comes to me and says, well, so-and-so state passed constitutional carry in 2012. In 2020, juvenile suicides went up, which is a horrible thing. That's, you know, that's just not the way you do statistics. That's just not the way you.
Amen. Amen.
So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
I'll just note the Mexican legislature didn't seem to doubt Dr. Lott either.
Okay. Thank you.
I was eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now I'm eating pizza. Cold pizza.
Encouraged Utah to pass.
Well, this is what I do. This is what I do. I analyze data.
A $5 Walmart pizza.
All right.
Encourage the committee to do like
Okay, we will. They will. I hope. Is it Jason Bennett? Jason Bennett.
Hi, my name is Jason Bennett, and I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 1238. And I'm representing myself and also my company. I'm an FFL, and I own Hub.
We'll see you, Rose.
And I'm a Texan. I'm born here, raised
We'll
here.
probably still be here.
Father, entrepreneur, a veteran of both the United States Army and Navy, and formerly a Texas licensed to carry instructor. I'm not at the moment due to time constraints, and but one of the things that I like about constitutional carry is it would allow people that have approached me that would like to carry and get actual instruction right now, but there's a large demand for it. I believe constitutional carry is inherently good. Somewhere back in 1836.
Is that a Whataburger cup you just brought in?
Born, God created men. Sam Colt made them equal. Interesting.
Anthony, welcome. We are listening to the constitutional carry hearings live in Austin.
So
yes, they are live.
Skipping ahead 186 years to today, we are now here discussing if Texas citizens have fundamental rights to carry a firearm. In other words, should we recognize individual Texans as having the right to make themselves equal to all others without prior express
1A,
permission of the
it won't end until all the bills are heard.
So how do we get here? Where and why should we go next?
And we've got
in top functioning systems
one
and institutions. First, fundamentals are defined,
2, 3,
and then rules are made based upon those fundamentals.
There's like 6 bills in here, but I only care about the constitutional carry bills.
Recognition of individual rights. But unfortunately, we have allowed ourselves to rationalize a departure of those fundamental rights via unjust laws, and it's time to correct for that mistake. Further, we allow ourselves to creep away from those fundamentals by forgetting them, or making rules and laws in violation of those rights, the further our descent into chaos.
Thank you, Jason.
One more.
Well, okay, one more.
But to stay with those fundamentals, the more free, by extension, productive, and healthy our state and individuals alike.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Patrick Warmonger.
Patrick Warmonger.
Thank you. It's just after 1:38 in the morning, so I'll make this quick.
Thank you.
My name is Patrick Warmoff. I represent myself.
Oh, Warmoff.
Numerous other patriots from North Texas. I'm here today to support this bill and constitutional carry in the great state of Texas.
Yes.
Gun rights are human rights. Gun rights are women's rights. And gun rights are God-given rights. Everyone deserves the right to protect themselves without having to pay the government a fee. As my friend Maj Toure would say, all gun control laws are racist. Underserved communities where crime is high are discriminated against with unnecessary government restrictions and fees. These communities deserve the right to protect themselves just like the rest of us. The Second Amendment is for everyone, regardless of race, gender, or socioeconomic status. Gun rights are not only for the elite or people that can afford those rights. Finally, gun rights are personal to me and my family. My wife, Misty, and I have a vested interest in making sure that everyone has their gun rights. Less than 8 months ago, my wife's sister was kidnapped and murdered in South Texas.
Whoa!
Our family believes that Melissa Bonda's situation would have turned out differently had she been armed and trained. There's a phrase that goes around that bills come to committees to die. Please honor Melissa Bonda and pass constitutional carry, get it out of this committee, get it to the House, get it through the Senate, and let's get constitutional carry in the great state of Texas so we can exercise our Second Amendment rights.
Amen.
Thank you.
Hold on a second. The chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, thank you for coming down. What city do you live in?
I live in the best city in Texas. That's Frisco, Texas.
Frisco, Texas. Okay, that's what I thought. And do you consider yourself a conservative?
Absolutely.
Do you consider your state representative a conservative?
Absolutely.
Now, remember, you signed up under oath, with threat of perjury.
Oh, I'm going to catch hell for this.
Okay. And who's your state representative?
Jane Nelson.
No, that's
oh,
state representative.
You are, sir.
Okay, good.
Jared Patterson.
Did you? What issue have you talked to me most about in the 4 or 5 years that we've known each other?
I have constantly bombarded you about constitutional carry.
This issue. It's near and dear to your heart.
Yes, sir.
Even before the tragedy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming to your capital and speaking out today. Appreciate it.
Yes.
I appreciate you and the chair and all the rest of you as well.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Davey. Richard Davey. We're showing him registered for House Bill 1238. Karen Lane. Okay, we have Karen Lane. After Karen Lane, we'll have Burl Cotton, David Covey, Mark Pitts, Jay Collier, and Thomas Anderson.
Hey,
thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here.
Thank you for that.
My name is Karen Lane, and I am testifying 100% in support of HB 1238. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I am also a member of the Texas Gun Owners of America, and I am active in the McLennan County Republican Party as well as in the McLennan County Women's Club. One of the reasons my husband and I moved to Texas 2 years ago was so that I could buy a gun for self-protection. In New York, where I was born and raised, I was denied my right to protect myself on a technicality which was unreasonably strict. This didn't keep me or my family safe. It only made us more vulnerable and defenseless. Similarly, in Texas, people are hindered from the ability to freely carry a gun to protect themselves on an unreasonably strict technicality that requires them to get a permit first. The other day, 100
My
people
phone
were
looks like it's frozen,
at a
but
Wake
y'all getting
in
good.
Rochester, New York.
Looks like it's
I
working.
have been in that particular store many times, so this incident hit close to home for me. I thought about the fact that due to New York's
Red shirts went home, man.
there was most likely
Red shirts went
not
home.
one
They
shopper
ran out of Xanax.
who was carrying a gun and would have been unable to protect his or herself if the situation warranted it.
Thanks, Anthony.
And the supermarket in Boulder, Colorado may not have turned into a place of tragedy had fewer gun regulations been in place. Although Texas has a path for people to apply for a license to carry a permit, this is unnecessary regulation. Restrictive laws don't stop attackers. They only make it harder for honest, peace-loving people.
Exactly.
Responsible gun owners should have the privilege of exercising his or her constitutional right to carry their gun everywhere, to and from any place where there are gun owners who want to protect themselves and As a matter of fact, I don't think the bill goes far enough to keep us safe. I believe there also should be no such thing as a gun-free zone. In today's world, as the events of the past couple of weeks have shown us, anyone can be attacked at any time, anywhere, and especially in gun-free zones, which are a target.
Red shirts is moms demand action.
Violence.
The anti-gun
Side note,
lobby.
as I've been sitting here tonight, I've noticed it's been very interesting that so many people have moved from other states to find
Yes!
freedom in Texas.
Yes, I noticed that as well.
Justify our faith in the freedom of Texas. by
Yes.
passing this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Barrel Cot.
They really should have consolidated all the bills. So this right here, whoa. I think this guy right here is the San Antonio leader of BLM,
I'm here to support.
if I'm not mistaken.
Bill 1238. I represent myself, also a member of GOA. I reside outside of Lexington, Texas. I'm a Vietnam veteran, loyal citizen, and taxpayer in this great state of the country.
Welcome home, sir.
I'm here today to ask for your strong support and action on this bill to ensure citizens of Texas can regain their constitutional right to keep and carry firearms. Any law that restricts a law-abiding citizen's ability to carry a firearm, including the permit requirement, is a violation of the Second Amendment. It's time to repeal the permit requirement. This bill accomplishes that carry, constitutional carry. Our forefathers recognized the need of citizens of the United States of America to be armed. Governments throughout time that are dictatorial, tyrannical, or totalitarian have disarmed their citizens. The present federal administration is headed down the path of socialism and communism.
Crap was that?
The need for a law-abiding Texas citizens to be able to protect themselves has never been greater. With the uncontrolled flow
I'm
of
going to read y'all
criminals across
something.
our southern border and federal overreach on all our constitutional rights. Carrying a
I'm going to read y'all
firearm
something from
in Texas
James
is not
Madison.
something I want to do, but it's a responsibility I have to my family.
Oh, dude, 1A. Let me tell you something. When I went, so last semester, when I was going home, for Christmas break and all that, my wife and I, because she came to stay with me for the last month, here at where I go to school, law school. So we went to go, and instead of going straight to Texas, we went to Oklahoma, which is where my daughter lives. And she lives like in northern Oklahoma, right near, probably 15 minutes from the border. And so we're traveling westward, and we left Kentucky, and Missouri was the next state. But there's like at the low tip of Illinois, we had to go into Illinois for like, I don't know, maybe 7 minutes. I was in Illinois, just crossing across that southern tip, that road down there in southern Illinois. It scared the piss out of me because I would have been a felon in Illinois if they'd have stopped me and opened my trunk. And so I made sure I did the speed limit. I made sure I used my blinkers. I was making sure that they couldn't pull me over for anything. I was scared shitless while I was in Illinois.
Interesting.
Hey, good night, Susan. Take care. Good luck on your radio show. What time? I'm at 4:47. 4:47. 4 hours, 47 minutes.
House Bill 1238 on behalf of the TRCCA, the Texas Republican Chairman Association.
Good luck on your radio show.
I'm from Orange County, as you know, a neighbor to the chairman here. And we live down there by Louisiana and the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, I want to read something. Here, actually, it's in my other book. I got it highlighted.
2005 with Hurricane Rita. We've had Hurricane Humberto, Hurricane Ike, Harvey, and Laura. And what we find after these disastrous events is that there's a lot of neighbors helping neighbors.
Yeah, I was scared, man. Illinois scares the crap out of me.
And we're helping each other with water, with hot meals. We don't have electricity. We don't have phone service. But a lot of people are unlicensed and carrying weapons. And last session, y'all made it legal for 7 days after a declaration of disaster.
Okay, I'm going to read this while he's... so I want to read something to you. This is from the Federalist, number 46. And this directly contradicts, you know, what the left has to say about liberty, okay? It says, let a regular army fully equal to the resources of the country be formed. So, you know, we're talking about the federal government and, you know, the military and all that kind of stuff. And let it be entirely at the devotion of the federal government. Still, it would not be going too far to say that the state governments, with the people on their side, would be able to repel the danger. Let me see who this is.
Okay.
I am a constituent of Representative Schaefer, and I'm a member of Gun Owners of America.
Okay, so he's a good one. All right, so there's another plus guy. Where was I? Still, it would not be going too far to say that the state governments, with the people on their side, would be able to repel the danger. The highest number to which, according to the best computation, a standing army can be carried in any country does not exceed 100th part of the whole number of souls, right? So what he's saying is, you know, the largest, the biggest the federal government can get is 100% of the people in the military. Where are we? Or 1/25th part of the number able to bear arms. To these would be opposed a militia amounting to near 500,000 citizens with arms in their hands. And I think that number is a lot bigger now. Keep in mind, this is written, you know, way back in the 18th century. So, you know, maybe exponentialize these numbers by 10. So to these would be opposed a militia amounting to near 500,000 citizens with arms in their hands, officered by men chosen from among themselves, fighting for their common liberties, and united and conducted by governments possessing their affections and confidences. It may well be doubted whether a militia thus circumstanced could ever be conquered by such a proportion of regular troops. Those who are best acquainted with the late successful resistance of this country against the British will be most inclined to deny the possibility of it. There you have it, folks. That's why we need guns. They knew we need guns, and the purpose is to oppose a federal tyranny.
It is necessary for protection. I urge the members of this committee.
That was Federalist 46.
And send it to the House floor.
Hey, Mark, your state rep wants to be recognized to ask your question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say thank you for being here and for very ably communicating your position on the bill. What message do you have for your peers, people in your age group, that you've grown up with? What would you tell them if they were listening to you right now?
Thank you, sir. That's a great question. I would tell people my age and the people of Texas that they need to be committed to being able to defend themselves, and that we need to pass legislation that enables all law-abiding citizens to be able to protect themselves in public, so that incidents like this, my sister was lucky, but other people have been caught unprepared. And
all right, guys, I'm gonna get off camera and put my jammies on, which is really just shorts.
Thank you, my friend.
So
Chair recognizes.
I'm gonna get a little bit more comfortable. So when this is over, I can just hop in my bed and go.
Thank you guys so much for having me up here, Mr. White. It's been awesome. Your energy has carried everybody in those other rooms. I mean, we're all about to fall asleep, and you started getting excited, and we got excited.
Yeah, that's get excited,
that's
bro.
Great, man.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
It's late. It's
we ain't going to sleepy.
I know, right?
We don't want to be on the front page of the local newspaper, so we won't be going to sleep.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I love it. I love it. But yeah, so I'm here. I'm 150% in favor. HB 1238, Jake Carter. Yes, sir. HB 1238. I'm all for it. Let's do it. The language, I wish.
He's around.
So now that I'm
great language.
now that I took my pants off, which is where my gun was, I had to bring my other gun over here, so I have one close to me at all times.
What I want to
It's my
you guys, and I want
Glock 17 here.
I want everybody who's listening, everybody who's
It's got the stormtrooper on it.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Texas is always
A little bit of a magazine there.
What everybody across the world sees.
The U.S. used to be.
It's also a ghost gun. No serial number on this. This was milled out
Everybody has an example.
and customized.
Here we go. I went to Ukraine last year. When
Ghost
I had
gun.
laws from Texas,
Evil.
They know about Texas. They know that people from Texas are tough. They know that they fight for their rights, and we've got to continue to be that beacon of hope for all those other people.
So that sits next to me, and I got my AR right next to me too.
When they see that Texas changed their laws and there's safer grocery stores, there's crimes that aren't even happening in some of these places, they're going to change their laws. Their citizens are going to stand up. They're going to fight harder, and we're going to lead that fight. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Chair recognizes.
I thought this was the late night clown show.
Okay, Thomas Anderson.
That's what I'm here for.
As for House Bill 1238. Chris Baker. Chris Baker's being shown as for House Bill 1238. Kyle Garacco. Okay.
People falling asleep.
Chris Edmonston. Okay, here we go. Thank you, my friend. And after Chris, we have Jonathan Finley and Harrison Elliff.
Hi, my name is Chris Edmiston. I'm testifying in favor of
He's got a gun.
And I'm representing.
Watch that gun. Watch what it's going to do, liberals.
A lot of the
Watch it.
have already been brought up, so I'm not going to reiterate them too much. I do want to point out that the Second Amendment is to protect our rights that are already given to us, and the license requirement is an infringement upon our rights.
Yes, it is.
So this is your opportunity.
Yes, it is.
Texas law in line with.
Don't you be falling asleep, Anthony.
So I think
I'll start
that's your
talking more.
opportunity, and I hope you guys take it. In addition to this, I'm a little concerned.
We're about
that
5 minutes
when we
away
get a
from
license,
5 hours of
we're gonna
live
be on
stuff.
the list, and we kind of know that.
So you can wake me up with some super chat stuff. Make sure you share and like this video.
We see in China they call it a social score, and they'll start to use it.
There's
for-
the
for
BLM
employees
leader of in San Antonio here.
and things like that.
I want to hear him
that's kind of a way
testify.
to sidestep their rights. And
If that's who I think it is, it might not be, but it sure looks like him.
As far as
The hair and everything.
Specific bill 1238, I also want to point out that I really like the campus carry, the foster home possession, the employee parking lot possession, and the LCR property carry. Also are all aligned with if you own it, you can carry it. It simplifies the law and makes it easier for people to figure out what they can actually do.
Hey, who's going to bed?
Thank you, sir.
Good night to somebody.
Kyle Garco.
All right, watch out. Watch out, liberals. I want you to watch this gun. Watch what it does. All right, it's going to get angry. It's going to jump out and everyone's going to die. Because that's what guns do, right?
I'm sure he's split by now. But Maine, it's New England humor. All right.
I'm watching that gun.
Plainly, Kyle Warco, I'm here to support this bill 110%.
I don't know. That gun might disagree with you.
And you're representing.
I'm representing myself. Absolutely. Thank you. So, to put it plainly, I lived in New York City for a decade under Bloomberg's draconian police state of authoritarian.
There's another transplant. I'm glad we're getting the good transplants.
But I lived on Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn.
I'm glad we're getting. I wish our police were totally unarmed. They're killing too many of us.
A lot of gangster rap albums. The reason being is because rappers like to talk about my street because it gives gangbangers credibility that they survived living in my neighborhood. Police were constantly present and lined the streets during summer days and nights. They would be told,
Hey, Hunter, welcome back.
Beginning a shift, not to bother with taking rape statements because they were so backed up with unsolved sexual assaults. Instead, the priority was pulling over.
Illinois is another
kids running
country.
Red lights on bicycles and issuing them tickets. It's a low-hanging fruit approach to policing, I guess. The point being, Bloomberg and the people who oppose this bill are weak. They're weak, and they hold an irrational animosity against anyone who chooses to confront any kind of challenges. or
Absolutely.
adversity.
True.
These people don't want to see the vulnerable or helpless raised up. They only want to demolish anyone who is strong.
Yes.
I've already fled.
And the weak want to use the power of government to do it.
So because of this, constitutional carry is hands down the way to go. I moved here to Texas for freedom and peace of mind and to start and raise a family. My advice to anyone who's opposed this bill, move to California, move to New York.
Yes.
I've been in Texas for 5 years.
Hey, we got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I need to move on.
All right, gotcha.
A little bit.
Thanks so
Okay.
much.
All right.
He's got his 2 minutes. Sorry.
Jonathan Finley.
Thank you for sticking to that 2 minutes, man. But hey, bro, I love you. Welcome from New York. You're the kind we want more of.
Thank you so much, guys. I am Jonathan Andrew Finley from Pasadena, Texas. I support HB 1238. I don't do this a whole lot. I really, I love what I'm hearing right now. You guys are fantastic. So like everybody's covered a whole lot of stuff. There's two important points that nobody's talked about yet, and that's what I'm going to talk about. 2020, pretty crazy year, lots of stuff going on.
And I guarantee you, those people that came from New York, Illinois, and California did not come here just to become New York, Illinois, and California. They came here for freedom. What's up with my camera there? Why is it crooked like that?
At that point in Pasadena, we had 2 or 3 incidents where elderly people in the grocery store parking lots were being robbed right there.
That is so true, Warrior Class. I'm going to put that up. That is so true. I wish there were more love in the world.
Really scared. Pasadena Police Department.
If everyone had more love in their
stuff like additional security
in their lives, no one would need guns. The problem is not everybody feels that way.
Completely unnecessary.
It'd be nice to live in a world where you don't need guns.
Started buying a whole lot of guns.
I mean, it really would.
Was one of the record years.
I'd love a peaceful world.
And some of those people,
but I live in reality. I don't live in that liberal utopia. I live in reality.
I care about my life more than my freedom at that point because they got to fight, right? So you got elderly people who don't have the wherewithal to go through an LTC class. They have.
Hey, Hawkwind, we wouldn't let that happen.
They can't sit for a class like that. They're not going to. They just stick it in their purse or whatever, even though they may be class a misdemeanor. Secondly, there's a whole lot of kids that are coming up through our education system that are completely ignorant of civics and how to look up laws and figure out what they're allowed to do.
That's because they teach them to be ignorant.
And those kids don't get LTC either, and they may not even be firearm owners, right? They look at it as scary. They don't
amen, Anthony.
So the license requirement is prohibited.
The left doesn't love Jesus, though. They're involved in destroying any presence of Jesus.
Survive, deal with the stuff. So,
and Jonathan, hey, you're right. This has been a probably 16-hour civic lesson in here, right?
That's beautiful, man.
Okay, it could be, but so it could be. Okay, it could be. But look, want to thank you for your zeal. Members, anything from Mr. Finley here? Hey, yeah, thank you for reminding us of what this is really about. Harrison, Elif?
At this point, what a lot of people need to do.
We'll have Lindsay Hall.
They need to get up there and just say, "Look, I support this bill. Everything I wanted to say has already been said, so I'm not going to belabor the issue."
I'm testifying in favor of this bill 1238, and I'm representing myself. I'm a combat veteran and a Purple Heart recipient. I spent 4 years in the Army as military police from 2005 to 2009. Law enforcement, I always carried a pistol as part of my work. And for the past 5 years, I've been an over-the-road truck driver. During this time, my Texas concealed carry license expired.
That's interesting, Hunter. I'm not really a Trump supporter. I mean, I like him more than Biden, of course, but he pissed me off with he didn't do jack for liberty. He didn't do anything for First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Second Amendment. He did nothing to protect liberty, and that was my problem with him. He was great. I love the fact that he took it to the liberals. I love the fact that he stood up against the narrative, the media narrative. I love the fact that he helped the economy. He got rid of a lot of regulations. I think he was generally a good president, even though I didn't vote for him. But I believe in liberty more than I believe in all those other things, because you can have all those other things, and if you're not free, what good does it? What good is it? It doesn't matter. And so I support Trump. I wanted him to succeed, but he lost me, and I couldn't vote for him. Obviously, I wasn't going to vote against him. I'm not going to vote for Biden. Jeez. But I just believe in liberty so much, and he didn't win my vote on liberty issues, and that's more important to me and outweighs everything else in the world to me. But I hope he gets. I mean, depending on what we have, I hope he wakes up and fixes himself. But I don't think he's going to run again.
I'm not asking for your pity. I don't want a pity party, but I do ask for your trust. Over the past 15 years or so, you've trusted me with everything from 50 cals to huge 80,000-pound 18-wheelers. Why do I need the government's permission to keep a pistol in my pocket?
Yes.
I strongly urge all of you to pass HB 1238.
Good point. Good point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good point.
Oh, hold on a second. The chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to let you get away that fast, especially
boy.
with a Purple Heart.
Oh, thank you.
I got to tell you, I'm in awe of people. I spent 21 years in the military, and I want to thank you. And I think it's okay for me to thank you on behalf of everyone up here. Your sacrifice for our nation is something that most people can't even imagine.
This is the constitutional carry bill, JH. This is live.
Where are you from?
This is live.
From Arlington. My city.
Yes, sir.
So it's interesting.
You're on the other side. You just lost me. You're on the other side. What's that mean?
I have an issue.
What's that mean? You're on the other side.
If you call me, I will help you do that. That is part of my job. I want to help.
You talking to me or someone else?
So don't ever let something like that expire again. Our job is to work for you, and I'm super happy that I asked you where you're from because I didn't know you were from Arlington.
Mr. Tony Tenderholt, I deeply appreciate that. But once again, I'd like to say that we shouldn't even have to ask you in the first place. But thank you so much.
You are right, but until the date that this passes, or if you decide to keep your license even after we pass it.
So if it passes, it means that if you can legally own and possess a firearm, you can carry it without a license in Texas.
Thank you, sir. I'll be reaching out to your office.
Cool.
Thank you, folks.
All right.
I didn't know Tenderholt had 21 years in the military.
Lindsay Hall Schwimmer. Yes.
Well, good morning.
Where's all the opposition? Where's all the opposition to this?
And I'm speaking in favor of HB 1238. I am a student at Sullivan State University and a member of Gun Owners of America.
Oh, right.
Speed ahead here because I've almost been awake for 24 hours at this point. So Texas needs to fully recognize the inherent right of individuals to protect themselves from all threats. I personally live in Alpine, Texas, which has a wide range of reasons to need the ability to protect myself. Not only are we one of the largest counties in the state, coming in at over 6,192 miles, but we are also a border county, and it isn't always possible for law enforcement to be there when you need them. I want the committee to remove the licensing requirements and support constitutional carry to give me and my fellow Texans the best opportunity to protect themselves.
I got you, Matt. I understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, young lady.
Maritza Magura. And after Maritza, we're going to have Clint Polar, Justin DeLoach.
Yeah, I know. Nobody's been opposing the bill.
Richard McKenzie.
I'm surprised.
Please excuse me if I turn into a pumpkin, and thank you so much for being here this late. My name is Maritza Mugita. I am representing myself, and I speak in favor of House Bill 1238.
You hear all these women? You hear all these women testifying moms demand action because you can't get it anywhere else? I'm hoping you're listening to these women because these women are mothers, their daughters, their sisters. You don't control the narrative. Moms demand action. You don't speak for all women.
I have a 22-year-old daughter that is moving alone to Galveston, Texas, and she is going to start medical school there. She is a slight build.
Thank you, JH.
She is your stereotypical, very easy target. I cannot have peace of mind worrying about her on campus and able to protect herself. And especially during these increasing.
Unfortunately, truth and on, there is opposition, but it's a very loud minority. You know, Beto, if you look on my CJ Grisham channel, I put up a video of a buddy of mine confronting Beto right outside the committee room.
I did try to set up a class for both my daughter and myself, but after waiting several months to get into the class, there was a problem with the gun range, and now I have to start the process again.
Amen, Anthony. I've got a house in Georgia.
She is very busy, working long hours, preparing for medical school, seeking loans.
Had a Georgia license for a long time, too.
And she also works at a
As a matter of fact, I bought my first.
She does have.
No, I bought my first handgun in Alabama. Never mind.
Thankfully for her cousin, he has trained her, and she knows how to handle a gun. So I'm asking you to please consider my daughter and many other lawful citizens like her who do not have a license yet because of time or financial barriers. And I hope that you will remove the license requirements so that all citizens or all citizens that can legally purchase a gun are able to protect themselves.
Hey, thank you, Warrior Class.
So thank you for your time.
I agree. It's a war against Satanism at this point.
Well, okay, just wait till you get to the mic and
Yes.
so
Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all standing up. Y'all.
He's going to
I
take
respect for y'all.
Representative White's going to, or Chairman White's going to take a nap, I think. Oh no, he's plugging in his phone.
Here to
Okay.
Testify in favor.
Nope, he's going to take a nap.
1238 on my behalf and fellow Texans. I'll try to trim this down since most of the good stuff has probably already been said. One thing that really hasn't been mentioned that much is I'm on the Libertarian Party Mises caucus, and part of that caucus, Maj.
Oh, Mises, yeah.
is also part of that. And I've done a few events with him. And one of the big things that is pushed forward is who bears a lot of the brunt of the current gun legislation? Who catches these charges that where otherwise they would be, just regular law-abiding citizens like the rest of us? It ain't pasty white dudes like me. So we know gun control itself started out as racist.
Yep.
Basically.
Yep.
A way to keep people that the state wanted to keep under control, not have arms. So if it started out as racist and the outcomes are still currently racist, I don't believe the current state to be racist. So the only thing to do is basically to fix this legislation and get it and try to fix these lives so that we're not destroying people's lives that we don't have to, right? Because evil people
This bill,
good people. That's going to happen.
this bill now, we're going on 3 hours. It's 2 hours and 52 minutes just on this bill.
The chair calls Justin DeLoche.
Lone Star Gun Rights in the House. Justin DeLoche.
Committee, thanks for having this meeting. Good evening. My name is Justin DeLoche. I'm the co-founder and legislative director for Lone Star Gun Rights. I've been involved in Texas firearm politics for close to a decade, so I've seen my fair share of issues and drama taking place in this building. I have to say, after years of lobbying in this historic building, it has left a bitter taste in my mouth. Despite its pro-gun image, Texas has been behind on many pro-gun issues. For example, Texas finally legalized open carry in 2015, when dozens of other states already permitted open carry.
All but 6.
Many of which don't even require a permit to do so.
Yes, 36 of those.
With regards to constitutional carry, the idea that any lawful Texan can carry a firearm without having to beg the government for permission, Texas is still behind many other states.
Yep, 18 to be exact.
So far, there are 18 states in the nation with constitutional carry, with Oklahoma beating Texas to the punch in 2019. This is frankly unacceptable for a state like Texas, which prides itself on being very pro-gun.
And pro-liberty.
To what fearmongers say, constitutional carry has not resulted in massive bloodshed in the states that have passed it already. In fact, these states have only become safer since enacting constitutional carry. It's amazing what armed, law-abiding citizens are capable of when they are free to exercise their God-given rights. The passage of constitutional carry has been a key plank in the Republican Party of Texas platform for many sessions, but Republicans in the legislature have dragged their feet and completely ignored the grassroots conservatives' demand to pass this legislation. Ignoring the will of the grassroots and not providing results will not end well for the Texas GOP.
Yeah,
which is
DPS
already
is
beginning to lose credibility among its voters.
DPS is a big part of it.
As the state becomes more competitive, Republicans will need every vote they can get. The best way to
Yeah, Briscoe's still there, man.
stay relevant is by activating
He's an old dude, but by golly, he's got some pep in his step. I hope he gets a hotel tonight. This is why. Look, guys, we don't beg for money on open carry Texas. We really don't a lot. Well, hardly ever beg for money. No one in open carry Texas is paid. Rick has been there all day, and he's going to probably take a nap somewhere, and he's going to be back. And he's not paid, but we do pay for travel. And every now and then we need to pay, like for today, he can't drive back to San Antonio. That's a 2-hour drive, or, like an hour drive or hour and a half or something back to San Antonio. And hang on, let me make sure.
My name is Mark Inaris. I am testifying in favor.
Okay, so that's another pro. So the money that we raise, this is what it's for right here. Oh, I guess right there. this is what it's for. This is what the money that Open Carry Texas raises goes to. Our ability to travel to Austin and fight for these bills and be there and walk and talk to all the legislators and get them to sign on to our bills. So if you can go to opencarrytexas.org, okay, and ask as many people as possible, go to opencarrytexas.org and click that donate button. Or if you've got PayPal, just send it to admin, like administration, admin@opencarrytexas.org, and send donations, because that's how we pay for these things. That's how we pay for Rick and David to be able to travel from Houston and from San Antonio. Rick travels on an almost daily basis, but every now and then, these hearings last so long into the night, and so we need a hotel room, because you don't want these guys you don't want these guys like driving after a 24-hour hearing back to Houston or back to San Antonio. So now when you hit the super chat on my channel, that goes to me, which I keep up there because I use it for other issues. Like right now we're raising money for an attorney for a case that we have before the Texas Supreme Court. But please go to opencarrytexas.org, click that donate button, and help us out in making sure we have money to be able to keep fighting these things. Because I have a feeling these constitutional carry bills, every time there's a hearing, it's going to be a late hearing. And those nights we're going to have to get a hotel for Rick. And we don't have a membership fee. We just rely on monthly donations.
Rambo. I am the pastor of First Baptist Church Markham. I am also the Precinct 8 chair for the Matagorda County Republican Party. I'm here today to speak in favor of this bill. I don't think I need to add anything.
Represent yourself, or
I'm representing myself, although I could be representing the Matagorda County Republican Party, because we did pass a resolution in favor of this bill. So
thank you, Pastor.
yes, ma'am. I don't think there's anything that I can add logically to the reasoned arguments that have been presented by the people here today. What I will do with my time is just
I think the bill one of these bills is going to pass.
in terms of logic.
Either Biederman's or White's bill is going to pass, I think.
I know, especially
I'm going to bring Cy back
on the right,
because I don't want him to fall asleep either.
in terms of good and evil. Pro-life
I'm not going to fall asleep.
This issue, we don't think about.
No, opencarrytexas.org. Opencarrytexas.org.
What about these kinds of crime statistics?
Oh, unless you're looking at something else.
No, I'm going to donate.
Yeah, opencarrytexas.org.
A husband that he cannot defend his wife unless he first asks for permission from the government. It is evil to tell a potential rape victim that she has to ask permission from the government before she's allowed to defend herself.
Yes, exactly.
This is not some policy issues for some back room where we go.
So there are some minor differences between the bills. I think what's going to happen is that they're going to take these 5 bills and pick out the things that are good from all of them and just go with one bill. My money is on James White's bill, which is 1911, only because it's got a cool name as a 1911 holder of an owner of many 1911s. It would be better for me to praise a bill called 1911, but let's see.
thank you. The chair called Sherry Barnes, Shelby Williams, Amy Mobley Turney, and Marco Alman will be after that. As far as if you could state your name, your position on the
I
bill.
just get my credit card. I'll be right back.
My name is Sherry Barnes. I'm representing myself. I am in favor of this bill.
Okay, so another pro. What was I saying? Oh, the difference between the bills. So like some of them, there's one that even lowers the age to 18. There's one that this bill here is probably the most holistic because it touches every aspect of the law and it has to be really involved. So it's like 50 pages long, but it kind of has to because the gun laws have just been so pervasive throughout all of like the code, the Texas code. But I honestly think 1911 is going to be the bill that is the one that passes. and is sent to the Senate. So let's hope.
Miles from the main campus where the security was stationed. Patrolling was sporadic, and for years we did not even have cameras in the parking lot. Although hospitals are gun-free zone, dangers everywhere, and our patients were released into the public. Gun-free zones, licensing requirements are barriers, and the focus
Yes,
is the removal
abolish
of these
gun-free
barriers.
zones.
As with Boulder, Colorado, the shooting that occurred earlier this week, the man was deeply disturbed, and it was evident prior to the event. And as Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana said,
Yeah, I want the age down to
paraphrase,
18 also.
"You can't stop drunk driving by."
You're winning the comment lottery here of what gets posted.
Law-abiding gun owners to stop mass shootings is illogical and ineffective. Colorado has universal background checks, red flag gun seizure laws, and high capacity magazine ban, and yet 10 people are dead. So criminals don't abide by the laws, therefore remove the barriers for the law-abiding Texans and revisit
Thank you, ma'am.
the gun zones.
Thank you. Shelby Williams. Shelby Williams.
I'm still waiting for the opposition. I mean, I've only seen like 2, I think.
Okay. All right. Amy Mobley Turney. Registered against.
Oh, there's
Marco-
one. There's one.
Oh, here she is. Yes.
Oh gosh, here we go. Mad mommy in the house.
We need Marco Alleman, Leonard Perez, John Brandt.
The League of Women Voters.
Ready to go.
Good morning.
She's with the League of Women Voters.
Chairman, Vice Chair.
She sounds
I'm
dead.
Amy Mobley Turney, testifying as a member.
No
on
energy.
behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas.
No
in
energy.
Opposition to House Bill.
All right, let's hear her stupid ass reasons.
Hey, is private comments working?
Just to give
Yes.
just a little bit of this. The Second Amendment is one sentence. It reads in its entirety, a well-regulated militia.
Yeah, regulated means
being
trained.
necessary to the security of a free state.
That's the
right
first
of
part.
people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Right, that's the second part.
Justice Scalia voted his majority opinion.
Oh, my
God. Columbia versus Heller.
Okay, that's it. That's it.
It seems to us, no doubt, on the basis of both text and history, that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms. Of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not.
I'm so tired of these people bringing up the Heller case.
To carry arms for any sort of confrontation, just as we do not read the First Amendment to protect the right of citizens to speak for any purpose.
523.
As an example of lawful limitation, Justice Scalia states that prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons.
Let me know if you got it.
Under the Second
All right, stand by. I did. I can't see it yet, but hang on one second.
encourages individuals to act unsafely and provocatively, and reduces the ability of the community to prevent acting out or terrorist acts. We urge you to oppose House Bill 1238.
Now you can go to sleep, woman.
Thank you.
Jeez, you sound like you're already dead anyway.
Marco Alleman.
Oh, dang it. Did they not put the Heller case in this book? This is my constitutional law book. I don't see the Heller case in here. Now they do have the McDonald case.
I am here on behalf of myself and
I've got the
I'm
book
speaking
somewhere.
in favor of HB 1238. I'd like to thank you all for helping me feel like a college student again. My first personal training client is at 5:30 in San Antonio, so I'm looking forward to that. Hope you all enjoy the weekend. I support House Bill.
Here we go. Here we go.
Because every
I think this is the
single
Heller
time in
case.
human history that any government has ever restricted any right, it is always disproportionately and
This should be the Heller case.
minorities.
Yes, here's the Heller
people of
case.
Lower socioeconomic status.
So I'm going to go into the part where they keep quoting these idiots.
My dad's Mexican. My mom's German. And the
All
last
right,
name, Oliver,
so-
is Spanish for German. Just a coincidence, not a joke. But I'm only second generation born in this country on my father's side.
All right, I'm gonna go through a few parts of this because this is very important. You know, the left. First of all, you realize she quoted the Second Amendment when she got up there to oppose this bill, right? And she talked about well-regulated militia. Okay, and she wants to quote Scalia. Let me also quote Scalia. The Second Amendment is naturally divided into two parts: its prefatory clause and its operative clause. The former does not limit the latter grammatically, but rather announces a purpose. The amendment could be rephrased: because a well-regulated militia is necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But you don't hear them quoting that, do you? You don't hear them quoting that part of Scalia's opinion. And then there's another part I want to read to you. I got to find out where it is in this brief real quick.
Any government to restrict any rights to anyone for any reason, because they always disproportionately and negatively affect minorities and people of lower socioeconomic status. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you all very much. All right.
All right.
Chair recognizes Shelby Williams.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, Chairman.
Whoops.
Members, my name is Shelby Williams. I serve on Plano City Council. I'm here representing myself. So I want to make sure we are on Representative Peterman's bill. I just came over from State Affairs to make sure I'm testifying on the right thing. Thank you. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a personal story. When my oldest daughter, who's now 14, was 2 years old, she was in the backseat of my car, was driving home, and guy pulled in front of me, cut me off, slammed on the brakes, honked my horn, usual stuff. Well, he took great exception to being honked at and pulled up alongside me at the next light and threatened me with a gun. I doubt he realized my 2-year-old was in the back seat, probably couldn't see her. Hopefully it would have made a difference if he had.
All right, here we go. So that's in, okay, so in the section where this is what the left loves to quote, okay, the first sentence of this paragraph, and what I'm going to read is the first sentence of the next paragraph and a sentence after that, okay? So like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. And we all know that, because you can't take a gun. You don't have a right, just because you have a right to carry a firearm, doesn't mean you have a right to pistol whip someone with it, okay? That means it's not unlimited, or that it's not unlimited. You don't have a right to rob a bank with it. That means it's not unlimited. You don't have a right to wave it around and point at people and threaten them and take their wallets. It's not unlimited. That's what it means. Now, he also went on and explained a little bit about what he's talking about. He said, nothing in our opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing provisions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill. Okay, now he's also saying that's he's not saying whether or not that's constitutional or not constitutional. He's just saying that they're not talking about those things, but there are long-standing traditions about felons and the mentally ill, okay, as well as carrying into sensitive places like schools. He doesn't say about how to carry. He's talking about who and where, okay, who and where. Obviously, in a jail, people in jail don't have the right to keep and bear arms. Now, I want to read where, see, they stop on that paragraph. They stop and they say, you know, Justice Scalia has said the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. That's what they talk about all the time. Okay, this guy's pro-gun also, so we don't need to listen to him. I want to educate those of you out there on what else Justice Scalia said. He says, now, and you have to read the Miller case. The Miller case, Miller v. U.S., from back in, it was either the 50s or 60s. Let me see if there's a citation for this. You know, it doesn't matter. The Miller case is an authoritative case on exactly what kinds of guns the Constitution guarantees, and he's going to reiterate that here. So we also recognize another important limitation on the right to keep and carry arms. Miller said, Miller being the case, so it's in italics, Miller said, as we have explained, that the sorts of weapons protected were, quote, those in common use at the time. A weapon that is in common use at the time is protected by the Second Amendment. What is actually, you know what? I'm going to bring Cy on here. I'm going to quiz Cy. I'm going to give him a test. All right, Cy, I hope you studied. Did you study?
Wisdom only? Experience?
I can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Now I got you. I forgot to take it off mute. So Si, let me ask you this question. What is probably, in your opinion,
I'm here on behalf
hang
of
on.
myself, and I'm in favor.
Okay, in favor of the bill. In your opinion, what is the most common firearm in America today?
I'm not a small person by any means. However, there are people in this
Most
city.
common is AR or handguns.
Thank you very much. The AR-15 is probably the most common weapon in use in today. And what Scalia just said,
I heard it,
is that the sorts of weapons protected were those that are, quote, in common use at the time.
All of this happened before I turned 21. And due to
Yep.
current law,
Should we say anything else? I don't understand why these people love to quote Scalia, but they won't continue.
Because they're trained Marxists and they're taught to say these things.
I think the problem is that it took them so many brain cells just to read the first sentence they couldn't get to the second and keep reading.
Maybe that too.
So anyway,
it's like people want to pick and choose, cherry pick the Bible, and that's why there's all these different religions.
Yep.
They want to cherry pick that.
Chair recognizes Jordan Clements. After Jordan Clements, we'll have Julian
Also,
Anderson.
I'm having problems. Can you see that?
What's going on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Some of the information.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is
All
Jordan
my
Clements.
information I'm looking at is correct. Just my PayPal. I guess I'm trying to pay with credit card, but it's asking for PayPal password, which is archaic. I haven't used it. I haven't used it since probably the first year of open carry.
Are you using just straight PayPal, or are you using the link on our website?
I went to your website.org and said credit card, and at the bottom it had PayPal stuff. Let me see if it'll let me go back.
Who's in 10th grade at the moment, does not have a weekend to spare, as anyone in this committee room can attest to. You don't exactly.
I'm gonna look
I have to start over. See, I went to right here instead of.
Well, hang on.
I
You're,
didn't go
yeah, I
PayPal.
was gonna say, don't show anything. Everybody can see that, so just don't show anything that's personal.
Yeah, it's nothing personal other than the donation. But
Yeah.
this part I tried to hit debit credit card, and at the bottom I got PayPal stuff to go through.
Yeah, I'm gonna look and
So-
see. I'm gonna look and see if there's a way to bypass that.
To defend themselves. It's about time Texas lives up to her name as the state that defends her citizens' rights to defend themselves, and I call on this committee to remove the unjust licensing requirements to defend ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Julian Anderson. After Julian, we'll have Griffin Smith, Nathan Fleer.
Let's see. I'm gonna do that.
Christine Shegg, Mandy Kirkland.
Let me find my credit card here real
My name
quick.
is Julian Anderson. I'm here in support of House Bill 1238. I represent myself and I'm a member of the Young Conservatives of Texas, UT Austin.
Yeah, this don't expire till next month.
Bill on the right to carry. My mom is Mexican
January, February, March.
of this country. It is extremely.
I'm gonna go through the process here and see what if it does it to me.
Choice because she prefers a handgun.
Okay.
Let me see here.
Her and her 5 children will be safe.
Okay, that's all good. That's all good.
She does not have the time to
Let me get my
and ask the government
street
permission
address
to
in
take
there.
herself and her children while she's also working
And then-
going to school and raising all 5 of us. Thankfully, we have not been put in a
Mine doesn't
situation
expire till
and ourselves.
next month.
Fortunately, because
Okay, so it didn't ask me for a password. So what when
On
you
the
put-
bottom? No,
Yeah,
on
when
the
you-
bottom.
Yeah, when you make your donation, right? Hang on, I'm bringing it up here. Are you clicking credit card or are you clicking pay with PayPal?
and men and women
No, I clicked right here. I clicked at the beginning where I showed you I'm at. I hit credit card.
Hang on. Let me get back.
this that I
So where it says
in my location.
donate with PayPal or donate with credit or debit card, you click the second one.
Yes, I clicked credit card.
Yeah, because it didn't ask me for.
You see,
At the bottom,
Whoops.
after I completed it, see like right here? Okay, let me go through it again. Oh, it's all there.
Let me get back.
It's all there. Save this information for next time. I'll hit yes. And then right here, that's where it's showing me. Let me raise it a little bit.
With this bill, Texas will be one step closer to leading the country on this issue and one step closer to governing.
So maybe don't save it then.
Okay.
Maybe if you don't save your
Oh,
information.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was
Okay,
it.
okay.
It disappeared. So
Gotcha.
they donate now.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh.
I'm Griff. I
Oh.
represent myself. Testifying
Okay.
in favor
Okay.
for Permitless.
There's another part of this.
I got it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. There's another part of the Heller decision I wanted to bring up.
All right.
I'm trying to find it. It might not be in here because this isn't the whole case.
My first time testifying at the Capitol.
In our law books, they generally pull out different sections
For PhD in chemical engineering.
depending on what they're trying to teach us.
My family has a long history.
Yeah. Also, I'm wondering if the colleges are dictating what they want you to learn.
Yeah.
Great grandmother, Rebecca Mott. She lived in Charlestown, South Carolina. The British soldiers occupied her home. She was delighted with the Patriots' plan to burn down her house to get the British out. She was so delighted, she provided the incendiary arrows that were shot at her roof.
Well, let me. Okay, so I'm going to go on this too. So, that last speaker was talking about how about the militia clause, and she was trying to emphasize the militia, and that's what it's for, right? So, under Section E of, I guess subsection E of Section 2 of the opinion in Heller, says that had the court believed that the Second Amendment protects only those serving in the militia, it would have been odd to examine the character of the weapon rather than simply note that the two crooks were not militiamen. Miller, the case, stands only for the proposition that the Second Amendment right, whatever its nature, extends only to certain types of weapons. And of course, then later he says those certain types of weapons are those in common use at the time. So that's just another thing that they refuse to read about Heller when they try to bring up the militia clause. That's what they refuse to understand about Heller when they talk about it not being unlimited, because they specifically say when it's not limited, that it's limited to prohibiting the carrying of, quote, dangerous and unusual weapons, okay? And, of course, to a leftist, any weapon is dangerous and unusual. But what they're talking about are, like, probably rocket launchers and things like that. Hang on.
That's where I went to school. So I'm Dr. Nathan Fleer. I am representing myself. I do support.
Okay.
House.
So another supporter there. That's good.
Yeah.
But
Is
that
there
was
any
the
way
only other
you-
spot I wanted to bring up. There was one other. I'm just trying to find it. They might have omitted it from this, but I'm going to let
Is there
y'all listen for
anybody
a little
there
bit
you
while I
could
find
text to mention this?
Personal sort of
it. The what?
Is there anybody there you could text to mention this?
No.
Oh.
Maybe get my TSA pre-check with it. Help
That'd be a great counter for somebody there. In regards to what's her name, what she said, she didn't say the rest of it.
Yeah, here I found the citation. So Miller was in 1939.
And he started chasing her and harassing
Wow.
her.
That's not really too long ago.
This and got away. But I thought to myself, I was like, well, I wasn't carrying a gun. She wasn't carrying a gun. What could I have done to, protect her,
1939, man.
try to kill her or something?
And that's when the NFA was challenged for constitutionality, and the court found that because short-barreled rifles and the case in Miller, he had a short-barreled shotgun. That's what he was arrested for, was a violation of a short-barreled shotgun. Now this is the second iteration of the NFA, because remember the first iteration was 1936. That was ruled unconstitutional, so they rewrote it and they made it only applicable to firearms engaged in interstate commerce. Hang on, I'm missing my chat room here. Engaged in interstate commerce. And then for the second iteration of Miller, this guy was arrested with a short-barreled shotgun. So the case was about a short-barreled shotgun. At the time, in 1939, the military didn't use short-barreled shotguns. Now, you remember in the 20s, this was the time of the mob, and they had sawed-off shotguns and all that kind of stuff. And so this is shortly after that, and they didn't make short-barreled shotguns really in rifles. You really actually had to cut them down, and so but the court said, as he mentioned, that it protects guns in use at the time. Let's see who this is.
David Markle, David Lovelace, Brian Bodnar.
Yeah, that was during Prohibition and moonshining.
Yep.
It's okay. We answered everything. It's not my name. It's my husband's name.
Okay.
But Christine Shy. I'm in support of
Okay.
House Bill 1238.
Another supporter and a female.
Okay.
We had a lot of female support.
There's a lot of
Yep.
persons up here on the board, so that's where I'm from. Trophy Club.
I am gonna find this
near
damn
DFW
part.
Airport, kind of next to South Lake, next to West Lake, and then we have a little Trophy Club right there. But up until a year ago, I didn't have that much experience with handguns. Mostly it was shotguns. But my birthday is September 1st.
Yeah, I think in
So my husband
1932 is when they had the bonus soldier march.
police of
Mhm.
dreams. And so that's where I spent most of my birthdays was hunting guns. So, but last year, in January, we bought a rental house for our daughter in West Dallas near the intersection of Hampton and Vickers. It's in Jasmine Crockett's district, District 100. It's an extremely rough neighborhood, so fraught with crime. The home builder put locking wrought iron cages around the.
All right, so this is another part that they love to conveniently ignore in Scalia's opinion in the Heller case. So the phrase "keep arms," what does that mean? So it says, from our review of founding era sources, we conclude that this natural meaning was also the meaning that bear arms had in the 18th century. In numerous instances, bear arms was unambiguously used to refer to the carrying of weapons outside of an organized militia. So there you go. Bearing arms is an individual right, and to bear arms means to carry arms. If you're going to carry arms, you got to be able to carry them. Where? In public. So,
but
there you go.
Does he have a rubber stopper in the chamber?
When she brought up the Heller case, it always cracks me up because they focus on literally like 10 words out of this massive case that discussed so much.
Fee to carry personal protection. I believe that the fees are an infringement.
Yes,
to
sir.
rights granted by the U.S. Constitution. For these reasons, I support
Miller 1A. Miller is the case that says gun use at the time. It's the 1939 Miller case. I can give you the exact citation. I'll put the citation. Miller v. U.S. in 1939. Oh, they actually don't have the full citation. They just put U.S. v. Miller 1939.
My name is Mandy Kirkland.
But that's the one that talks about guns in common use at the time. And I would argue
Constitutional carry because my Second Amendment.
Okay, so that they're in support also. I would argue now that Miller, that case is actually the holding is still, I think, good, but what I think is not good is the decision, because in the military, when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, first of all, the M4s that we have now, many of them are short-barreled weapons. Short-barreled rifles and shotguns are in common use in our military right now. And so I think that if that case were to be tried today, that it would be different. Yeah, that's it right there. United States v. Miller 307-174.
Brian Bachner registered for the bill.
So I want to tell you guys, I don't know if y'all know how to read case citations. This might change your mind here or change how you look at case citations. So the number's 307. That's the journal number. So that's journal number 307. And the Miller case starts on page 174 of journal 307. That's how you read those. The first number is the journal. U.S. identifies the court. So it's the U.S. is Supreme Court. Now they've changed it now. Instead of U.S., the Supreme Court uses S.CT. So Supreme Court. So that's journal 307, and the case starts on page 174 of that journal.
So I did what you do.
Man. That's how you read. That's how you read a case.
I ran with the baby in the diaper bag and $900.
Kind of like
He wouldn't
the
give me a
Bible. Because he speaks in parables, and in the middle you have reference all these other scriptures. And I'm like,
house, got a babysitter, and I work. That just made him even madder.
Thanks for that info.
Yep.
he stopped me and
So, and if you want to quote like a specific section, like for example,
that being said,
you know, if you wanted to quote where Scalia says that the right to keep and bear arms is not unlimited, and that happened on page 182. So the citation of that quote would be 307 U.S. 174, comma, page 182. All right, you wouldn't put page, you just put 182, and that way you can go directly to the source of that quote. That's how you read those, but I don't know, kind of nerd stuff. Lawyer
No,
nerds.
that's cool. That's cool.
Good morning. Or next. Yes, go. I'm
It was
sorry.
like you'd be like that Matt. What was his name? Matt Damon in that movie with where what was he, a brilliant mind or something?
Yeah,
that
brilliant mind.
Where he was embarrassing that guy in the bar.
38.
I don't understand why the left, they couldn't stick around and oppose this bill.
They're getting
If I was
slammed, that's for
here,
sure.
I would have gone up there and given them this Heller history for 2 minutes.
Without extra permission from our government.
How's my phone doing? Oh.
Have to deal with criminals,
Mine's at 100% plugged in.
Yeah, I got 21%. I might have to switch phones here pretty soon.
All right.
Many businesses next to us.
We're going on.
I worry about my wife's safety and my employees' safety constantly, and I don't believe I should be forced to take.
We're going on 3.5 hours on this bill,
and be subjected.
And we're going on almost 6 hours total live.
Already passed the exact
I don't think you're going anywhere. You're gonna sleep, man. After this,
I'm gonna sleep all day tomorrow, today, whatever.
you got to turn off your phone. Except for an emergency call. Leave one for emergencies.
decisions on carrying. Punish the criminals, not law-abiding citizens.
Let's see
Pass
what
constitutional carry for Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark Randolph. Mark Randolph. Okay.
Dang it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mark Randall. I'm representing myself.
Sorry, hang on a second.
Testifying in favor of House Bill. Which one is it? 1368?
12:38. Good golly, it's late.
It's been pretty much said all day, so I'm not going to waste everybody's time.
Okay, good. Thank you. Next.
I urge you to go ahead and pass this bill, and let's get her done.
Yeah, this is live in Texas, Northchester County. We are trying to become the next constitutional carry state.
Melissa Weekly, David Weekly, D. Chambliss, Catherine Nolby.
Wow, that's a lot of people.
Hello. My name is Jake Nider, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Young Conservatives of Texas for this bill. YCT was founded 41 years ago behind one singular idea, a unifying desire to put principles over party. These principles exist most completely, I believe, in the American dream. This American dream is what separates us from all other nations and people.
You know, it's sad. When Open Carry Texas was founded, there were 5 constitutional carry states. There are now 18.
It's a dream that's
Yeah, I know. I've been saying every time one passed, I'm like, come on, Texas, come on. Where's Texas? Where's Texas?
Yes.
Came before us.
Absolutely, JH.
Their family.
Everything has been said. Just pass the bill and move on.
Many of those cannot be with us right now because they're busy. Take the young worker, for example. You all know one like him.
GOA needs to be talking to its people saying, hey, look, guys, just get up there, say everything's been said. I support this bill. Please pass it. Next.
What about the single mother?
Well, I wouldn't mind a little personal touch.
I mean, if you've got a personal story, yes, but
the bus home from work late at night.
I mean,
well, here's a
each
personal
one's
story.
different.
It sounds like.
I mean, each one's different. Like one guy
Yeah.
say, you know, you're there to protect,
But I mean,
serve us, protect the Constitution and enforce it, not take it apart.
But I think at this point we're really at the point that
It's an egregious miscarriage of justice.
you know, I think the bill's going to pass and everybody's in favor of it. So even some of the personal stories, unless they're really compelling, are probably
Okay.
not necessary at this point.
The American dream quickly becomes an American nightmare.
Well, as long as we've been putting up with it, I think they should put up with it.
Yeah, yeah.
Drill them, just drill them, slam them, man. Or do you think that would be detrimental to the case?
Well, you don't want to drill them because they're friendly right now. I mean, we've got a friendly. This is going to pass probably 6-3 out of the committee.
you know, things that people say and try. I really, really, really have no faith in our government because we
Yeah.
had the evidence. They had evidence and witnesses and proof of voter tampering, and people think our votes are going to count locally, cities and state, federal.
Also know that council has funds away from the police department, and that has caused a shortage in officers. So as a single female who's typically out running errands alone, I need the ability to be able to protect myself because there's
Oh,
no
All right. So here,
another woman.
here are,
yeah,
here's,
anyway.
so I see the question.
I'm a law-abiding, tax
Who was it?
society. I can walk into the
What
gun
states
store,
have
purchase me one
constitutional
gun, and
carry?
anything I
So
want.
let me put this on mute here. Here are the states that have constitutional carry: Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Idaho, Kansas, Kentucky, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Vermont, West Virginia, Montana, and Utah. That should be 18. I think that's 18.
From carrying a firearm
And then
on my
Tennessee
person,
and another
even though I
state
legally
are
purchased
pushing it
and
now,
possess the firearm,
and it's
and
passed
even
the
carry
House.
firearm in my vehicle.
It was
I'm
Tennessee and
convicted.
some other state. That'll make it 20.
I'm proficient with a firearm. I do
Here, I
typically
just put a
carry
link
one.
for them.
If I can get to my vehicle, odds are I will have a chance to protect myself. With all due respect, that's a big if.
I've got a map that I need to put up on our website of constitutional
If
carry
Texas
states.
successfully repeals the license
Yeah, I remember. Well, I've seen it grow, like you said, over the years.
I'd be able to put on a
So,
holster now.
yeah, we need a current one.
I'd be able to protect myself. If Texas fails to repeal the licensing requirement, it'll be another 2 years.
Hey Charles, I'll tell you what, you're right, man. I have it's interesting because law school, Charles, has it's really I don't even know how to put this, but it really kind of tears you down. It's like going through basic training because it tears you down and challenges everything you've ever thought and kind of how you think. And you feel like as you go through law school, you're like, oh my gosh, there's all this information. How am I going to remember all of this stuff? All right, let's see if she's pro before I.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you again. My name is Melissa Weekly. I'm representing Texas Liberty Defenders. And
so yeah, she's pro. No, that was the Ninth Circuit, JH. That was the Ninth Circuit that said that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, and so Charles, it's weird because you go through this and you're like really doubt. That's the word I was looking for. You really doubt yourself because there's so much information thrown at you, especially the first year. The first year is horrible. It's absolutely terrible. You feel like a complete loser. Oh, I didn't know what that finger wag was about. I wonder what that was about.
He registered for the bill.
I missed that one.
D. Chambliss. Good morning. Good to see you again.
Oh, Lord. I'm not going to go over time. I'm in favor of 1238.
Okay. And so you really start doubting yourself as you go through class. And then, like, we had my contracts professor sort of helped me to, and I think many of us to get through this, but he's like, you're going to be surprised when you go to take the final exam, you know, how much you actually have retained. And contracts was probably, it's weird. It was one of my hardest subjects. And I mean, I got an A in it, but I had to really bust my ass to figure out contracts. And when we finally got the final exam, I was so worried because I'm like, there's so much involved in how do you form a contract? How do you cancel a contract? What's the difference between oral contract? What is extrinsic evidence? What is parole evidence and all this other kind of stuff? And then you go take the all fits in there and you realize how much you're soaking up on it. But I'm an old guy, man. I'm like, I just turned 47 and here I am in school with a bunch of 20 something kids, you know? And I mean, a lot of these kids literally are as old as my oldest daughter and my son in some cases, my middle son. And so it's really interesting. By the way, hang on. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that yet. Let me find out if I'm allowed to say that.
It's an equal opportunity law. So based on what we've heard, I think it should be a bipartisan law.
That's a good
We want
point.
all Texans.
She just made a good point. Constitutional carry does not discriminate. It doesn't discriminate. Whereas if you have to get a license, it discriminates against the poor.
I want all good guys to be able to defend themselves and their families. All Texans.
Okay, I can't say what I was going to
Thank
say.
you. Caden Mattingly.
Yeah, it's not public yet, so I can't say what I was going to say.
Mattingly Showing voting. Okay. Okay. All right. And we'll have Catherine Nolde, Mia Graddick, Jack Anderson, and Gary Zimmerman coming up next. Go ahead, Caden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is Caden Mattingly, and I represent myself, and I support House Bill 1238. I'm also a member of Young Conservatives of Texas.
So sure enough, the gun grabbers gave up, man.
The repeal of the requirement of
Gun grabbers gave up and went home.
That's a handgun. I should be able to carry a handgun for self-defense. This will restore the God-given right to defend myself.
They obviously don't believe in their cause that much. They're not dedicated to it.
Like House Bill 1238 makes states more dangerous. Statistically, this is not so. Vermont is one of the safest states in the union, and it has been a constitutional carry state since its admittance to the republic.
Exactly.
Gangs allow citizens to defend themselves. Gun restrictions only prevent honest people from not being able to protect their lives. Criminals committing nefarious acts are going to commit these acts regardless of the law. Reducing restrictions on our natural right to self-defense allows more people to live freely.
Hey, amen, warrior class. Amen.
To defend myself regardless of the law. My age and location does not negate my right to defense. Texas should lower the age to person to 18. Under current law, I cannot defend my own life because I am too young. I have a natural
That's
right to
wrong.
defend myself regardless of who is pursuing me.
Amen.
Man, beast, or government.
Yes.
If our right to defense is limited to who the government decides is worthy, then it is not a right but a privilege. The permit process of license to carry delays our Second Amendment right.
Okay, I need to call Rick on my other phone here in a second.
Eliminates this delay and restores the right of the citizens to arm themselves and
I'm
protect
going to
their
post
families. This committee
the
to
map
vote
you wanted
yes on House
on Freedom Lake.
Thank you. Catherine Nolde.
Why'd DPS pull that dude out?
Good morning. My name is Catherine Nolde, and I'm representing myself, and I'm a member of Baylor's Youth Conservatives of Texas chapter. And I support House Bill 1238, which removes the egregious requirements of a license to carry a handgun. In and around Baylor, as well as every other campus in Texas, I and many other women live in fear of sexual assault or attempted rape. Every adult has the inherent right of self-defense, which includes being able to carry a handgun.
Stop it.
Even though I'm under 21, neither my age nor my location negate my rights to self-defense. Constitutional carry.
Hey, I'm live streaming on my other phone, so I can't take the call.
In our cities and campuses, and exercise our God-given right to self-defense when the police are too far away to prevent crime or stop it in its act. I strongly encourage this committee to pass House Bill 1238. Thank you.
Thank you. Mia Graddick.
No, I can take your call on this phone, just not the other phone. The other phone I'm using to live stream with.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mia Graddick, and I'm representing myself as a member from Young Conservatives
The hearing.
Texas at Baylor chapter. I've
I've been live streaming it now for
I strongly encourage the right to self
almost 6 hours.
removing the requirement of a license and changing the age requirement to 18. We have been given the right, the privilege, and the gift to be able to protect ourselves. Restrictions on the Second Amendment
I know, what the heck.
young women such as myself who need to be protected. As a young woman living in this dangerous era, having the ability to protect my natural right to protect myself is part and parcel to the rights inherent from God and protected in the American Constitution. The rights that are, the bill urgently needs to be passed.
Well, it is 3 a.m. right now.
Firearm makes young women like me
So
all across Texas
you've
feel
already
proud and protected.
met your
Current
previous
government
record
code
now.
prevents me from
Anything after
protecting
this
myself
is a
because
new
of my
record.
age. A firearm is the only equalizer between me and a potential
You got money for a hotel?
I'm an undergraduate at Baylor, where there is a high crime rate and an aggressive homeless population. What happens when campus police can't get there fast enough? The God-given right for self-defense can prevent the crime before it can happen by acting as a deterrent, and what happens by acting as a solution. I previously lived in California for a year where the right to carry a firearm is significantly restricted.
Poor Biederman, man. He's been sitting there for like, we're on almost 4 hours on this
So I
bill.
came back to Texas, but unfortunately, I still don't feel safe. On behalf of all the young women of Texas, the right to defend, protect, and better equip ourselves. The right to carry is an essential good that will largely benefit and impact us in our current pandemonium. Young moms in a constant state of anxiety, whether it's being followed home while walking home with keys tightly wrapped between our knuckles, to having our cars broken into, potential home invasions from disgruntled friends, removing the licensing requirement and adjusting the carry age to 18 allows college-age women to protect themselves. My age, location, and my gender do not negate my right to defense.
Thank you. Chair calls Jack Anderson. Then we'll have Gary Zimmerman, Patrick Harris,
Yeah.
Stephen Callahan, Fred Stevens, James Wright. Jack Anderson. Or, okay, Jack Anderson. Okay, registered for, let's go to Gary Zimmerman. Registered for the legislation, Patrick Harris.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah.
My name is Patrick Harris. I'm the 18-year-old here representing myself and with the Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor, SICM. I'm here to testify for House Bill 1238. This bill will make our state safer by allowing Texans to defend themselves.
Can't hurt.
In
Well, tell
2018,
Kyle never mind. I've been
average
texting him,
police
so
response time
he knows
of
I'm going to
8
say
minutes
hi.
and 53 seconds. That is too long.
But yeah, he and I have
for
been
that
texting back and forth.
Constitutional carry will allow citizens to protect not only themselves, but the people around them when no one else can. This is exactly what happened when Jack Wilson stopped an attempted shooting at the Church of Christ in White Sutherland by using his own
I
firearm.
wish GOA would go out there and tell their people, look, guys, if you testified yet, but you're going up there, either, just go up there and say, look, everything's been said. I just want to express my opinion in favor of this bill. Thank you. Please pass it. And that's it.
Which could be the difference between saving oneself and others or becoming a victim of gun violence.
Yeah.
A recent study published in the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy conducted that there is a negative correlation between gun ownership and violent crime in countries internationally.
Yeah.
In other words, more guns equals less crime. In fact, every year.
I mean, if you look at these guys, I'm looking at them all right now. None's paying attention. They're all trying to keep themselves awake somehow.
That if guns
it's time to
carry in more areas, future shootings can be prevented and people can be safer. In closing, I urge the committee to pass this bill in order to allow Texans to secure their God-given right to self-defense and uphold our founding fathers' wishes to form a government which upholds the people's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Majority. I think it's going to be a 6 vote for you. It might even be 7. I don't know, but 6 at least.
For the House. Fred Stevens. Fred Stevens being shown for the House bill. Anthony Yard, or Ard, shown for the House bill.
Right, good.
Ian Kress. Okay, after Ian Kress, we'll have John Eaton, Justin Jessen, Dayton Wright, Ryan Fugar.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
My name is Ian Kress, and I'm representing myself. I support HB 1238. I had a lot written here, but other people have covered it a lot better than I could. So I'll just go to the end.
Really? Okay.
Say that the right to bear arms in Texas has gone from one that earned a veto in 1993 and the subsequent defeat of the governor to a concealed handgun license in 1995, then campus carry to protect those attending college, and open carry in 2015. Moving the constitutional carry.
Good luck to you out there, and thanks
step,
for
one that allows for all
being there and hanging in whenever you decide to leave. It's up to you.
Please pass constitutional carry from this committee and on to the full House.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Eaton.
That's what I'm talking about. That was a quick testimony right there.
4. Justin
all right.
Jackson.
Well, I'm going to keep watching, y'all.
Justin Jackson.
All right.
4.
Later.
Dayton Wright.
All right. Hey, guys, I'm going to turn this off for a minute. You're going to hear it, but you're not going to see it because I have to switch phones because my other phone's dead.
4.
I wonder if I can hang on. I'm not going to be able to charge it.
A Ripa.
Let me try.
4. Sean Sheridan.
See, does that turn it sideways for y'all?
Showing 4.
Oh, good. Okay.
Dunning.
I might be able to do this. Here, let me do it this way.
Good morning, Nathaniel.
Is it still up? Okay, good. That's a good sign. Good sign. Let me get my books out of the way here. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so I won't have to switch out phones now.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
There we go.
I am Nathaniel Dunning, and I am here representing myself as the chairman of Young Conservatives of Texas at the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor. Recently, I turned 21, and one of the first things I did was buy a firearm.
Nice.
The reason I did this is because
America.
At my apartment complex, was sexually assaulted and found running around the apartment complex, fully vulnerable, looking for help. Unfortunately, I was unable to help her because Texas law says that 18-year-old adults aren't allowed to carry a handgun for self-defense. This event has haunted me since that day and is the reason I am here before you today. I urge Texas legislators to support constitutional carry and removing the license requirements. The right to carry makes Texans safer, and all honest, legal citizens should have that right. If constitutional carry was the law of the land, I would have been able to help this woman by carrying my firearm instead of being another useless bystander. Restrictions on God-given rights allow situations like this to occur all over the state. By removing the restrictions, we can prevent situations like this from occurring by empowering individuals to protect themselves. I strongly encourage the committee to remove the requirements to need a license to carry a handgun and support carry for all of age adults. Please support HB 1238. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert, showing 4. Aaron Rickel or Aaron Reichel. We have Cole Creech coming up next. Aaron, yes, and Cole Creech coming up next. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to show my respect. I have a lot of respect for you guys for allowing us to do this.
Oh, shoot, that's sideways. That's not supposed to be sideways.
My name is Aaron Rickel. I am representing myself. I am.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening here.
House Bill 12.
Let me fix this.
38. I'm a proud member of the GOA. I'll cut this short because a lot of people have made good points. But there's one point I want to address. I own a shooting school.
There we go.
Training facility, and I travel all over the country and teach people how to shoot.
Better?
To be safe. I don't, with the current laws we have, the current
how's that?
Training
y'all good?
We have at LTC.
Can y'all see it now?
I think it's pretty pitiful what their minimum requirements, because I have students, I have people that's trying to learn, first time firearms owners trying to get a gun, and they think, hey, this is the minimum requirement we need to safely carry a firearm. Well, that's a false assumption that we are implying to the new firearms owners. So that's another reason. That's one of the big reasons why I think.
Man, I couldn't go to sleep if I wanted to because I drank so much tea
it invites
that I'm either going to be awake from caffeine or from pissing every 10 minutes.
Training. People fly me all over the country to teach classes. There's one organization that flew me out for over a year, once a month, to teach it in Arizona.
Oh, good.
Classes because they don't have a minimum requirement for shooting, so people seek out training. So the training requirement.
I didn't hear that. No, I missed it. I'm glad they heard me. No, he's for it.
And I think it's a liability to safety for each individual standards. That's what I feel. That's what I've been seeing, because people are not seeking extra training.
What? What are you talking about?
Repeat myself again. That's what I have seen.
Thank you, my friend. Cole Creech.
Was he for this or against this?
Cole Creech showing.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Sean Sheridan.
Amen. You know what? There's another one. Rose got another comment up.
After Sean, we'll have James Wright.
I don't know what he's talking about. I see people at the range and at training classes all the time. Every time I've tried to register for a training class, it was full. And I haven't been able to go because it hasn't worked with my schedule. So I don't know what that guy's talking about.
I'm also a member of Gun Owners of America. My support for this bill is
okay. Good.
I
Good.
actually signed up to registered in favor of all the other bills, but forget all those. Let's pass this one, and I'll tell you why. I have a young daughter. She actually came with me so she could see how government works. Honestly, for probably the last several hours, so she's seen how government works.
Is Schaefer waving at me?
Now,
Is Matt Schaefer waving at me? I saw him waving at me.
Gun safety memorized since she was 4 years old. When a little boy came over to her house one day to play Nerf guns with her, she stopped to teach him proper gun safety because she took umbrage with the fact that he had his finger on the trigger, and she very tactfully corrected his muzzle discipline. Okay. If nothing changes, when she turns 18, she won't have the right to carry for her personal defense for 3 years. That pisses me off. Okay? If she can drive a 2-ton machine at 16, go into the military at 18, vote at 18, get a job, get married, have kids at 18, there is no defensible reason why government should be stopping her from protecting her own life or the lives of her family at 18. Now, 2 minutes isn't enough to go through the dozens of cases I've read and collected of minors aged 11 through 17 who successfully defended their lives, their homes, their families with firearms. So I'm just not going to do
Hey,
it.
thanks, Felix.
But if they can do it, it's just kind of stupid to pretend.
Yeah, I'm on Freedom Lake and Parlor. I did create another Facebook page, but I'm not going to be using it until I graduate law school, and I'm going to use that to for when I get my law firm set up, so that at least I can, I'm only going to use it for business purposes to get cases and things like that.
Yes, James Wright.
Oh yeah, I love News Now OKC. Absolutely, I support them 100%.
Next, we'll have James Dickey, Rachel Malone.
Oh, James Dickey, the former chair of the
So late, and I haven't stayed up.
RPT, Republican Party of Texas.
So it's kind of normal for me, but.
All right, Cy, I didn't realize you dropped out. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, that's okay. I'm here.
I'm a married
I
father
put the
of 2,
wrong
and I'm
map
also
up.
I'm speaking in full support of this bill. Tons of specific statistics.
All right. Speaking of taking a piss, gotta go.
However, the Center for Disease Control estimates that there are anywhere from 500,000 to 3 million occurrences of the defensive use of a handgun. To put that in perspective, in the 2 minutes that I will speak, that's anywhere from 2 to 12 people who will successfully defend their life with a firearm. As an emergency medicine physician, I feel fairly confident that I've seen and treated more gunshot wounds than most people in this room. One particular one I will not forget. A married mother of 2, when I was in residency, was in a dollar store shopping with her kids. Somebody came in and held the whole store hostage and shot her in the head with a 22 long rifle. Lifeline brought her in, but there was nothing that we could do for her. And I know we can't live in the world of hypotheticals, but it makes me wonder that if they had constitutional carry with somebody else who is shopping at a dollar store and may not have the financial wherewithal to, or take time off of work to go get a license to carry, if they had constitutional carry, I might not have had to tell that husband that his wife was dead. Again, in summary, I fully support any bill that would repeal the licensing requirement for any law-abiding citizen to carry a firearm. And it may be a cliche, but however, the Sutherland Springs shooting with Mr. Williford and Mr. Jack Wilson in White Settlement, again, it's cliche and it's been said numerous times, but sometimes the only thing that will stop a bad man with a gun is a good man with a gun.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Chair recognizes James Dickey.
Morning.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. My name is James Dickey. I'm testifying on my own behalf in favor of HB 1238. I testified on this issue for 3 sessions now, including last session as the chairman of the Republican Party of Texas. While permit-free carry did not previously pass, in each session, progress has been made. Open carry was passed. Numerous organizations, elected officials, and then activists warned of pandemonium in the streets, and they were clearly and completely wrong. Campus carry was passed, and numerous organizations, elected officials, and activists warned of pandemonium in schools, and they were clearly and completely wrong. And this session, you will hear again numerous organizations, elected officials, and activists warn of pandemonium in the streets if you pass permit-free carry. Again, we can carry and without a license in our house, we can carry without a license in our car. But if we're able to carry in between those 2 locations, there will be pandemonium in the streets. They will be just as wrong this time. I have 3 daughters. Any average assailant would have probably 100 pounds and several inches on them, and therefore wouldn't need a weapon at all to overpower any of them, and wouldn't worry about the laws and permits regardless. But with a handgun, any one of them can even the odds against any size assailant and enable their continued safety. For far too long, the hateful residue of gun control laws expanded and abused during our state's Jim Crow period have stayed in effect. Please fix that. Enable women like my daughters to defend themselves without waiting for permission. And once again, let the world see how wrong those are who distrust law-abiding citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rachel Malone, Linda Nuno, Megan Harris, and Manfred Wendt will follow this.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America.
Okay, sorry.
And we are proud to
Had to-
support HB 1238.
Had to make me a protein coffee shake.
From our members today, you've heard that Texas is disturbingly behind the curve when it comes to recognizing the right to carry a handgun. 32 states allow permitless carry in some form.
It's 36, not 32.
If you own it, you can carry it. Open or concealed, no permit required. You've heard the data. When states pass constitutional carry, violent crime rates go down, accidental deaths don't increase. You've heard about safety. Getting rid of the permit requirement breaks down the burdensome barriers to self-defense, and it keeps Texans safer, especially the poor and vulnerable communities. And you've heard from law enforcement that they support this bill. And I have also given you, I believe being passed out now, a letter from Sheriff Mack of the Constitutional Peace Officers and Sheriff's Association, as well as a letter from Palo Pinto County Sheriff.
Did I miss James Dickey?
Showing strong support for constitutional carry. This echoes what I
don't think so.
All across Texas. And you've heard about rights. Government doesn't grant rights. Its purpose is to protect our rights, not the least of which is our right to keep and bear arms. This legislation is overwhelmingly the will of the people, and I urge you to listen to them and pass constitutional carry in Texas.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Chair now calls Linda Nuno.
That's her. That's her. Where's Rick?
Mr. White, thank you so much. I heard a few comments about being a bipartisan proposal. I'm also district chair for the Democratic Party, District 268.
Wait, what?
I cannot speak on behalf on my party, but I can speak as a mother. I can speak as a victim that could be in another situation if I had something to protect myself.
Did she say Democratic Party?
I don't think that we are too far behind Republicans or Democrats. It doesn't matter really. At the end, we are victims, and I have these victims on both sides. There's also true that we're talking about permits to get these guns. The academy only holds a cadet for 6 months. In a 6-month period, we're hoping to have an executioner, an expert executioner, to have a jurisprudence erudite. Even to just handle.
Yeah, I think she's for the bill.
To be a cosmetologist, you have to be like in a 2-year period of time. I think you can teach common sense and humanity on any course. This is something that is taught at home. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Nuno, could you do 3 things for me?
Yeah, help me out.
State your name.
Bingaruno.
Okay. Who you're representing?
Me.
I'm representing myself.
Good. Thank you. And your position on this bill?
Is for conscious, logical, smart, gun.
Okay. Well, on this bill.
I'm a Democratic Party. I also have that, but I can't speak on behalf of my.
Okay, so do you want to change your position?
She is so confusing every time she gets up there.
Neutral from 4.
Neutral.
Okay, so we'll change it to neutral. Thank you.
I don't think she knows what she's talking about. She's been in favor of these bills before. I didn't know she was with the Democrat Party, especially after her previous testimony.
The state of Texas represents itself as an entity of liberty, and up to this point, this is a massive.
She blows my mind every time. I don't get it. I don't. We had the same issue last time she testified. Nobody knew what she was saying.
I'm in favor of this bill because living in Waco as a single woman can be unnecessarily intimidating.
Especially if you're a Branch Davidian.
The national average in the areas of violent crime and property crime. Most concerning to me is that all statistics for murder, rape, robbery, and assault.
That was confusing, Kimosabi. That was way confusing.
Additionally, being under 21 should not hinder my ability.
Hey, kudos to the 30 people who are still here. Still here after 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Concerning crime and in reference to this bill, the idea that crime increases with gun-related deregulation is false. In fact, it has been proven that there is no significant impact on crime.
Yeah, she put her party affiliation before her vote, apparently. I don't know why it keeps kicking Psy out.
Obtaining and purchasing permits requires time and money, which is effectively discriminatory against the economically disadvantaged and the working class, amongst other demographics. I would like to see constitutional carry implemented for the sake of liberty and safety. The licensing requirement must be terminated because the right to self-defense.
She would have blown Goodwin's mind if she would have said, "I'm in the Democrat Party of whatever county it was," and then said, "I'm for the bill." Goodwin would have lost her. It would have blown up. It would have been against the wall. They would have had to bring in a hazmat team to clean the 3 brain cells from Goodwin off the wall. Yes, I have the Open Carry Texas stream going and my personal. This should be streaming simultaneously on Open Carry Texas and my CJ Grisham stream.
And I'm here representing the Young Conservatives of Texas, and I support HB 1238. I'm here to express that YCT strongly supports constitutional carry, and all those eligible to possess a handgun can carry that handgun. As a college organization made up of over 500 active members on 25 college campuses, we're the largest.
Larry, what's up, my man?
That being said, the majority
either you're up early or up late.
And a majority of our members are forbidden from purchasing handguns, carrying on their person, or protecting themselves.
He took a nap. We're still here, Matt. We're still here.
Constitutional carry doesn't mean
I got my protein coffee going now.
To holster up and carry weapons. It doesn't mean that criminals now have a free pass to carry firearms.
Oh, I didn't change the title.
Carry would allow law-abiding
I need to change the title.
To exercise their rights.
Thank you.
Themselves.
Let me find
Each
the
Texan has a God-given right
settings here.
And it's not a privilege that should require licensure from the government. As an organization with a significant amount
yeah,
of
let me fix that.
Personal safety on a college campus is always a concern. It's not out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I started this with one of the previous bills, which was about banning open carry. Now we're on constitutional carry bills.
These are simple events that our male members do every opportunity they're given to protect our female members from that being in the wrong place at the wrong time. As a former student, I can tell you that walking back to your dorm room or from your car at the late hours are a common occurrence as a college student. No matter how much a university tries, it cannot guarantee safety. In order to protect our members from the dangers of walking alone at a college campus, we support constitutional carry beginning at the age of 18 in order to allow our students to protect themselves.
Let's see, how do I do this while it's live?
Age or location. By
figure this
supporting
thing out.
legislation, you support keeping college students safe and reaffirming our need for safety. We strongly encourage the committee to support constitutional carry beginning at the age of 18.
Thank you so much. We got it. Thank you, sir. Okay.
We got it. Go next.
Chair recognizes Representative Biederman to close on House Bill 12.
Oh, we're done. Biederman's like, yes, get me out of here.
Thank you, Chairman.
I close.
Roel, great job. You've been here all day.
I close.
And, I close and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any questions for the author? Thank you, sir. If there is no objection, House Bill 1238 will be left pending.
All right, let's see what they're going to do. Let's see what they're going to do.
The chair hears none. 1238 is left pending.
Let's see which bill.
Members, before we finish out tonight with just a few more bills, we do have some pending business to clear out.
Okay. All right.
And,
let's see what we're clearing out here.
we're going to start out with the chair laying out House Bill 788. That is the Charlie Guerin bill as pending business, which relates to the eligibility of emergency service dispatchers to participate in a public safety employees treatment court program. Chair White moves that House Bill 788 be reported favorably to the full House for recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White.
This will be 9-0.
Goodwin.
It's kind of a nothing bill. Yeah, they're all going to be pending. All of these bills. So the bills right now that they're actually voting on, that you're going to hear about, these are from last week. We're not going to get. I'm going to go live again next week when they actually start doing pending business. So they're going to have to make some changes to the bill. They're probably going to consolidate the 4 constitutional carry bills, and then next week they're going to actually vote them out. And I guarantee you it's either going to be 5-4 or 6-3. My bet is it's going to be 6-3 in favor of sending it to the House. The next step will be getting it through the calendars committee. We've got a pretty favorable calendars committee this year as well. So I think we're going to get it through calendars, and then it's on to the House and then on to the Senate. So there is another bill in the Senate as well. And so, we're going to have to figure all that stuff out. But if you're expecting a vote tonight, we're not going to get a vote tonight. But what's important is understanding. I want to get an idea and a sense of where we stand on this.
Woman Victoria Nave is pending business, which relates to a forensic medical examination.
Okay, that's another bill I don't really care too much about. Larry, I think the odds. Here's the thing: the odds of getting it out of the House, I think, are pretty high at this point. The fact that we're going to get it out of the committee is good. I think we're going to get it out of the committee early instead of late, like last time where it just dies. Well, actually, we didn't even get a hearing, but I'm saying some bills that we really wanted got sent out so late and they just died because of Pancho Navarez. He was more interested in snuffing cocaine than he was in getting bills passed for pro-gun stuff. But the Senate's going to be the problem. And really, the only problem is if you're in Joan Huffman's Senate district, which is in Houston, I think, if Joan Huffman is your state senator, or somebody who's in Joan Huffman's district, you really need to be calling her, emailing her, visiting her, whatever it takes, and get her on board with constitutional carry. She is going to be, if it fails, it's going to fail because of Joan Huffman. And she's a Republican, but she's a Houston Republican, which means she's a Republicrat. She's the stickler. So that's why it's questionable in the Senate. And she's going to be the kingpin. If we can get her on our side, we're going to get this through this year. We're going to have constitutional carry by September 1st, unless they do the same thing to open carry, which is wait until New Year's. Stupid.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bowers. Goodwin.
Yeah, Larry, I think the since and that was a big discussion today was since so many states are going towards constitutional carry. I mean, that's the direction of the country. The only states that are going backwards are states that were already bad, like California, Illinois, and New York, and New Jersey.
2733.
Now Virginia's starting to go backwards.
10-year-old
as pending business, which relates to defendants restricted to operation of a vehicle equipped with a ignition interlock device as required to submit to alcohol monitoring and
Oh wait, this bill was heard tonight.
database of those defendants. Chair White moves that House Bill 2733 be reported favorably.
Wait a minute, I think that was a bill for tonight.
Be passed and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Yeah, they're doing one bill.
Aye.
Hey guys,
Goodwin,
no, we're not going to get this voted on tonight, but some stuff might get voted on tonight
Patterson,
because this was a bill that they just heard like a few hours ago.
9 ayes, 0 nays. The motion prevails. So, as we're tracking here, members, we are moving bills that relate to criminal justice reform. The Pacheco bill today, the Ave bill, which kind of really gets some guardrails on how law enforcement works and these sex assault kits. So it may not just be always the big exciting bill. We are moving bills on law enforcement accountability and criminal justice reform. Okay. This is something else. I haven't done this since it's been a long time since I had a 24-hour day almost. It's been a long time.
Military. You're a veteran there, White. You can do it.
Are you
okay, CVED? Thank you, brother. Again, I haven't seen a donation in a while either, but thank you very much. Thank you. You rock, brother.
From here, if y'all are okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members for hearing this.
Okay, hold on a second.
Wait, what are we laying out?
Let me get it laid out.
Yeah, lay it out. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm ready, man.
What is this? 1069?
Chair lays out House Bill 1069.
Okay.
Recognizes Representative Harris to explain. Recognizes Representative Hefner to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Representative Harris had important business in the district,
and I believe he has a substitute.
Yes, he does.
Okay. The chair offers up the substitute to House Bill 1069.
So this is a good bill.
I get you if I'm ready to roll.
We're neutral on it.
All right. In many rural areas, including my district.
Oh, okay. See, some people have done donations through directly through Open Carry Texas and directly through my Venmo. So we did get a few donations, just not super chat donations. But I still appreciate that. And it still has been a while, but it's okay. It's okay.
Calls are initiated for non-violent reasons, but can quickly devolve into violent, life-threatening situations long before a law enforcement officer can arrive on the scene. For the families of these first responders, all they care about is whether their spouse or parent will return home safely after their shift is over.
Dang. Well, I think we can get Joan Huffman to come around if she knows that everybody else has come around and we got it out of the house. Hopefully we can lean on her.
That responder obtains certain training. Let me be perfectly clear. This bill does not permit firefighters or paramedics to perform the duties of a law enforcement officer.
Oh, there we go.
It simply allows them the opportunity to defend themselves in the unfortunate event that such an action is required. After spending many hours addressing the concerns of various stakeholders, the bill has been carefully written to provide liability protection for the employing municipalities, de-escalation training, weapons proficiency training.
Are you waving at me, Cy?
And more. In addition, the provisions of House Bill 1069
Oh, there you go.
will only apply to cities with a population of fewer than 30,000.
And that's not even updated.
And counties with fewer.
That's 2021.
Yeah,
but Utah's not on there.
Things such as
Utah's already passed it.
Require proof of $1 million general liability policy. It would bracket to departments and cities with 30,000 and counties with 250,000.
I mean, it was like last week or week before, so it might not be updated in the last couple of weeks.
Provide a method for a department to develop policies for the carrying of an firearm, which is to carry.
It says no permit.
So
it says no permit.
This bill is. I got everything muted. Hang on. One of the things about this bill, we are neutral on this bill, not because we don't like it, not because, you know, we think that paramedics shouldn't be allowed to carry, but we can't support it because it creates special rights for some people and not others. And it it does require a license as well, which is what other, what we require, what we need to have as well right now. So, but we're neutral on the bill because we don't believe in allowing people in government or people in certain positions to have rights that other people don't have. And that's the only reason we're neutral on this bill. Obviously, if it passes, that's a good thing because at least there are more people that are able to carry. And first responders, talking about like EMS and all that kind of stuff, they should have a right and be able to defend themselves as well. There you go. All right, what was that, Cy?
Okay.
Oh, Utah is permitless.
Representative Patterson.
Are they green? Oh wait,
Yeah.
what's? It looks black on my screen.
Yeah, it's green. I put it on Freedom Lake, that first post.
Oh, okay, okay, just look different from here.
And if you don't know the answer to this, it's fine. But can't volunteer firefighters already carry if they want? That's my understanding.
I'm not familiar with all the provisions of different first responders. I don't know if this is just applying to full-time or what.
So yes, they can. The answer to your question is yes, they can. The problem is a lot of departments don't allow them to, and this bill pretty much says they can.
And so I'm guessing what this bill does is it allows the city to make the determination.
No, the city can make a determination right now. The bill removes that determination.
Again, I know it's unfair. It's not your bill, but you're doing it for another purpose.
Yeah, I'm not sure enough to say, but I think it. I don't know that it's a. I don't know. I have to get back to your.
All right, guys. Some people are going to start waking up here. It's 3:30 your time, 4:30 my time. So like and share this video, and if you're willing to hit that super chat.
The chair will begin to call witnesses. If you could, please state your name, your position on the bill when you come up, and who you represent. The chair now calls Gary Zimmerman. And then we'll have Joshua Todd, Heather Hill, Joshua Todd. Thank you. Please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
So my name is Joshua Todd. I am testifying for myself, and I warned you ahead of time. I apologize. I've been up for about 46 hours because I came off shift to talk about this. I was originally going to testify strongly in favor of this. Based on that committee substitute, I have to reverse that and be strongly.
Yeah, this should be a slam dunk.
So
it should be.
The commander over special operations for Austin EMS. I'm certainly not representing my employer, but this is less a gun bill and more a healthcare equity bill. And I'd like to take a little bit of time to talk about two different aspects of it. So,
dude, you're spoiling me, man.
Our rescue and our tactical paramedics, and one of our long-standing problems in the tactical.
We're gonna do a walk together.
Our paramedics have and our physicians.
Next time I'm up there in Oklahoma.
No ability to arm themselves either for training or for call.
So when I come home, here's what when I come home from law school, I'll swing through Oklahoma. We'll do a walk together.
Tactical paramedic team and the supervisory staff, our internal affairs division.
Yeah, they are like chiggers. So true.
Firearms to work when we had specifically been ordering them to do that for 10 years, but it's against city ordinance because we are a large crowd municipality.
All right, I need to try and fix this.
2016, Officer Pittman got shot on one of our callouts. He was at the bottom of a stairwell just inside of a building. He had a GSW to the leg. And
that's gunshot wound.
Even in a well-resourced
GSW
urban municipality with a very large full-time SWAT team, we did not have any spare officers that could come off of their security details, tasks that they were assigned, to be able to move that medic from the armored vehicle in the front yard to the downed officer at the bottom of the stairwell. So it took 10 minutes to move a medic 10 yards to go treat that downed officer, who's obviously a very high priority You can imagine if you extrapolate that out to someone who's not a law enforcement officer, there can be equity issues there with us getting.
I'll change the description later.
The majority of people that we interact with in the tactical environment are going to be very vulnerable populations, either due to mental health.
But I was about to look something else up though, and I forgot what it was.
Oh,
I know what it was.
There he goes. He's yawning.
Our medics are trained in the exact same tactics, techniques, and procedures as our SWAT.
There's Rick. Hey, if Rick is up moving around, I can be up moving around.
Standard, and do all those things.
Mr. John, I want to confirm, are you, could you state your name again for the record?
Yes, sir. So my name is Joshua Todd. I'm here representing myself. I'm not representing my employer. I am employed as a district commander over special operations. I was originally going to testify strongly in favor of the bill. I have to rescind that.
Okay, so we're going to change that. House Bill 1069.
He's against it?
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
He just rescinded it.
Oh, because he's a cop. Because he's a cop. That's why. Because he's a cop.
Avicedo sent him a text.
And then we have Michelle Mostert, Catherine Vargas, Dr. Alma Rondondo Lynch, and Mr. Christopher McAllister coming after this nice lady here.
Arredondo again?
My name is Heather Hill, and I am testifying in favor of HB 169, 1069. I will make this very brief. I strongly support 1069. My son works in fire alarm. People may not know it, but the fire marshal actually is the highest official in the state. He holds all of the lives of all Texans in their hands. So it seems to me that it's a no-brainer that the fire responders who face these types of dangers all the time should have the same rights as all citizens of all Texans do. They should be able to defend themselves at all times with no.
Oh, another woman. I think more women that stood up than men. Or is it like 50-50?
Yeah, it's been a good ratio.
After Michelle Mostert, we'll have Catherine Vargas.
To be honest with you, I don't know what bill this one is.
Okay, this is House Bill 1069.
And it's for what?
That's too young.
Related to the carrying of handguns by certain.
Okay, you know what? I'm so tired. I don't even remember what it's all about.
Okay, so
what did I put down?
Well, you put down 4. Do you just want to withdraw that?
No, we'll do 4 because
You stay with 4. Okay,
but
so
I don't need to make any comments.
okay, great. So for the record, your name.
Michelle, I'm representing myself, Michelle Mostert, and I'm for the bill.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Go home. Go to sleep.
Catherine Vargas being shown against this legislation. Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch.
She's for it.
Being shown for.
I could tell.
McAllister.
Yeah, McAllister.
For. Mike Fleming. He's shown for.
That's it. Keep going. Keep going.
Rodney.
Keep going, James.
Zach.
Keep going, James.
Showing 4. Rick Briscoe.
There he is.
And Rick Briscoe is coming up. After Rick Briscoe, we're going to invite Butch Overhoff. Lewis.
All right, Rick.
Talk to CJ, people. He's fading. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just yawning.
To follow.
Yeah, you are.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Rick Briscoe representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking in favor.
You don't know, but you're sleep watching.
I am.
Responders who do not have the ability to be armed like many other first responders.
Okay, so this one we supported, and the reason we supported this one was because it really didn't present any. I went and looked at the bill. That's because you still have to have a license, but if you're a first responder, you can carry, and that's why they can't carry without a license, but they should be allowed to carry. So that's why we're for and not on this bill.
Yeah, because they go into mass shooting situations.
Yeah.
1069. We have several concerns about legislation that removes an agency's ability to decide, regulate who is
Oh,
anybody on
shut
their
up.
staff
They still have a
should
right no
carry
matter
weapons.
what.
There's several practical concerns about it. What's more, agencies that have decided that carrying weapons works for their system in their communities can already do so. They don't need a new law to do it. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, but there are people
But
in.
we do. Trying to work, and I think
Yeah,
it's
there
great.
are people in districts where they don't
I'll
allow
tell you,
it,
after reading
that the
some
people need
what's
it.
in the substitute language,
Why would you put
there
your
are
workers in danger by not allowing them to carry a firearm in
rural
self-defense? Makes no
Agenda
sense.
20, Agenda 21.
Yeah.
system, and I'm afraid, and I don't want to speak for them, but I'm afraid an unintended consequence is the language in the new bill will not allow them to do that anymore. So just one small example of why weapon causes a problem. So many of us are federal military installations, federal prisons. Texas can't pass a law to make it okay for us to bring weapons into those locations.
Key.
I think we get a call for help.
My
Now we go back to a
protein
station
coffee
or
will
an
hit any
office or
second now.
wherever and secure a weapon and respond. It's just a practical problem. We are very grateful to Representative Harris and his staff for working in good faith with all the stakeholders to come up with a language that everyone's comfortable with. We look forward to working with them in a continuing effort. I'll mention the committee substitute allows for agencies to opt out of carrying by passing an ordinance. So many EMS agencies provide service across jurisdictional lines. So if we serve a municipality of less than 30,000 people that's situated in a county of greater than 250,000 people, it's unclear how we resolve that. Or if we serve communities of greater than 30,000 people in a county of less than 250,000 people, how do we comply with that? We believe the agency should have the ability to opt in if they wish, if that works for their communities, if that works for their systems, and they want to opt in.
Hey, I'm looking at stuff here. That's why I'm.
Program. We think every EMS agency should have that authority to do so. But requiring the agency to opt out by pursuing ordinances, particularly across several jurisdictions, will be really burdensome and really take away the job, the primary job of
He was
saving
talking
lives.
about a community and how many people. Didn't you ever see Invasion USA?
They're already stretched
Chuck Norris?
No.
To have to put that additional burden on them, we think would be very troublesome.
Okay, Butch. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was
good morning.
Sort of surprised to see you this morning because
I've been here since yesterday morning.
Right. Yes, because when I first saw the bill, I recommended, because we've talked about this issue weeks ago, and so I recommended that your team,
all right, I'm gonna
in
cut this
Austin, talk with the representative.
And we have. It's been an ongoing conversation.
Okay, and then he sent word back to me. So I'm listening to you.
Hey, Larry, I won't be back in town until June.
So on my card, I'm neutral and I'm testifying on.
Okay, you're testifying on. And
News Now Fort Worth. When I'm in court, my number one priority is my client.
We're still talking. Yes,
still talking. Okay.
My client is always my number one priority.
All right. Lewis Likers showing against. Dylan Price.
Cable. I am.
And then we'll have.
That's okay. I'll block that. As it goes to Texas. So here's the thing. I love being a Texan. I'm a Texan first and foremost. Let me just make that clear. I'm a Texan first and foremost. But I also love being an American. I like that I don't need a passport if I want to go visit, friends and family in Florida or Oklahoma or wherever. So I like being an American. Now, let me tell you something. If America gets to the point where I can't be an American because all this liberal gun dense crap, obviously I'm for Texas. Absolutely. What I think Texas needs to do before we decide to leave the union, though, is exercise our rights under the 10th Amendment and just simply say, no, we're not going to enforce this crap. And anybody in Texas that enforces these liberal gun laws and these other unconstitutional things, we're going to arrest you. Now, if that forces them if that forces the federal government to send in troops and things like that, because we're arresting feds, then by all means, I'm ready for Texit. But I really want to avoid Texit to the greatest extent possible because I love being an American. But I am not opposed to it if necessary.
Have volunteers just use their license to carry, so they don't have to go through this additional training and have to go through all the provisions that.
Yeah, we are close to that now. Hey, Matt, thank you, man.
On the department.
Good morning. It's not Sunday morning yet. It'll probably be Sunday morning before we get out of here.
Thank you, sir.
It's almost 4 a.m. By the way,
Gregory.
so Rick has now exceeded his record. The previous record for how long Rick has stayed at the Capitol, actually both of us, is 3 o'clock, about 3 o'clock in the morning. And he's now exceeded that by 1 hour.
Does he get a patch?
Oh, right, Hodges.
What's that?
Does he get a patch?
On the authority.
Did I get a patch?
Intent.
A 13-hour patch?
Yeah.
The operative gotcha here, as I understand it, is.
I did get him a nice after that session though. We did get him a nice gift because he busted his ass that year.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And others in special classes and carve-outs.
Hey, 1A, I can't do retainers until I'm actually an attorney. It's unethical and it would be illegal. So I can't do retainers.
For the same reason, same lawful purpose, applied across the board.
But I'll be there, brother. I'm here for civil. And who was it? Someone said I'll be disbarred.
Chair recognizes.
I'm not going to get disbarred. I know the rules.
Lena
And this book right here, I will know front, back, and sideways.
I trust.
This tells me. This tells me. This is the law.
Okay. So
that my client is my first responsibility.
For the record is.
So I have that behind me, and I'm willing to fight it. I'll fight any judge.
Okay, and you are for. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
They need to put like freaking cots in there, so you can take naps between bills when it's like this.
Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 1069? The chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close on.
Yes, Cable. That's pretty much my.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
I mean, because I would really like to avoid leaving the union if possible.
Thank you, Representative Hefner, for laying it out. And the
but I'm willing.
substitute is withdrawn. And if there is no objection, the bill would be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and House Bill 1069 is left.
All right. What's next here?
Okay.
1094.
The chair lays out House Bill 1094 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is a bill by Representative Oliverson, who also had imported a business in the district yesterday. Thank you all for hearing House Bill 1094 today. Members, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner.
Oh, okay. That's what this is. That's what this is.
Domestic violence hotlines receive approximately 21,000 calls, an average of close to 15 calls.
So there really are only
the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
There really are only 4 constitutional carry bills.
Vulnerable victims by allowing someone who is 18 or older, who is legally able to possess a firearm and currently protected under a restraining order.
Yes, so your restraining order becomes your ability to carry without a license.
In order to carry a handgun.
Yes, okay, that's what this one
Victims
was.
will be protected under the following orders.
So we support this one, of
Restraining order
course.
or temporary injunction under subchapter F, chapter 6 of the Family Code. Temporary ex parte order, chapter 83, Family Code. A protective order, chapter 85, Family Code. And chapter 7B, Code of Criminal Procedure.
I don't have that one in
Or
there.
Magistrate's order for emergency protection. And that's in Article 17.292, Code of Criminal Procedure. Those who carry under this law.
I don't have that
are
one
required
in
to carry
there.
A copy of their order with them. That will act like an LTC for the time being. Requiring those who are already victims of
Okay, I've
domestic
got all
violence
those.
to wait and pay to receive a license to carry.
I don't have this one.
If these victims feel they are in fear of their lives, they should be allowed.
Sorry, I'm going through bills I need to add to our website.
I know we thought we were going to have some witnesses here to testify and tell their stories. And after that, I reserve the right to close and try to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any members, are there any questions for the chairman? The chair calls Gerard Hutchins.
Hey, Larry,
Showing
take care of yourself,
4,
man.
Gary Zimmerman. Showing 4, Alexei Swirsky. Showing 4, Jorge Landevar. Showing 4, John Balgiano.
Now you see those chairs are starting to get empty now. People can't hang.
Showing 4, Jorge Landevar.
Jeez,
Go ahead, your
making
name,
that dude
who you're
hobble all over the
representing,
place.
And your position on the bill.
Jorge Landevar, representing myself. My position on the bill is 4. I think that people need to be able to get the ability to defend themselves very quickly when they need it. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Alma Arredondo. Andy Turner.
Alma went home a long time ago. Andy Turner, I think she's with TSRA.
Barely.
Start. Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Andy Turner, Texas State Rifle Association, for the bill.
Okay.
Okay. I've already given testimony on domestic violence, so in the interest of time.
Thank you.
The first few days after a victim leaves is the most dangerous for that victim. This bill allows the victim to carry as soon as the protective order is filed. Waiting for the LTC application process could be the difference for someone, for a victim, between life
All right,
and
I'm going to
death.
enlarge this window here. Just wave if you need to get back on.
Protection to victims who choose to utilize this option. And for these reasons, we are in favor of this bill.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Rick Briscoe. After Rick Briscoe, we'll call Derek Cohn and Brandon Burkhart.
Rick will make it easy. He's tired too.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm yawning.
I'm Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking for the bill. For the reasons that Representative Hefner laid out, the bill makes perfect sense that instantly the individual can carry rather than having to wait on the bureaucracy to issue a permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Cohn.
OCT representing.
Showing 4, Brandon Burkhart.
Did Brandon
Showing
take his
4.
dog? I think Brandon took his dog home.
Steve Wallop.
Doggy needed to eat and poop.
Mr. Chair, members, I'm Steve Wallop. I'm the General Counsel of the Texas Hospital Association.
Oh, they're going to
I'm here
oppose
on
it.
behalf of our over 450 members to testify against.
Of course.
94.
Yeah, because all the unions and the damn associations are freaking a bunch of communists.
And while, like that bill, we understand the goal of the bill and certainly are not opposed to Texans who have been threatened with or subjected to violence.
Why would
being able to protect themselves? We are opposed to the part of this bill, the same as the last bill, that would create an exception to the longstanding prohibition against bringing a gun into a hospital.
Why?
Hospital.
Why is that a problem?
Prohibition has been a part of the license to carry law since the beginning and is as old and as entrenched as that law is itself. It's found in section 46.035B4 of the penal code. Went through the reasons why it's just simply not, hospitals are not a place for guns earlier today.
I got a big ass forehead. Look at that thing. Look how high that sucker goes.
They're there when
it's like a 5 head.
Often that is in the most trying times.
Couple more years, couple more months, I'll have like a 6 head up here.
Trauma, heart attacks, strokes, or as I said earlier, answering the call and when the world is in the grip of a global pandemic. In those instances, understandably, grief and fear and anxiety take hold. It's in these moments that common sense would dictate that guns should not be entered into the mix in those very
Who's common sense?
Situations.
What?
Would note that in this bill there is speaking in particular to the types of orders that would sort of invoke the protections of this bill. We are also additionally concerned that it would include an order entered under subchapter F of Chapter 6 of the Family Code. That's a type of order that's issued in a divorce case. Those are really very common. There's about 26 grounds under which those orders can be issued in divorce cases, many of which have simply nothing to do with violence or threats of violence. It's things like, you can't, during the pendency of the divorce case, you can't charge up credit cards, you can't go sell property, you can't do a lot of things. But very typical, very common. In other words, I think this bill may be a little bit broader than it looks on its face, and that would be an additional concern we have. But the overriding
I'm okay with broad gun rights.
Guns to be in hospitals, and hospitals are no places for guns.
Why is a hospital no place for guns? Someone explain that to me. Why? What makes a hospital different?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, OKC, thank you, brother.
Because
we'll be talking, man. We'll be talking.
Places where people want to go harm folks. There's been hospitals around the country.
Get some sleep. Take a nap.
My concern is the liability of testifying about not allowing guns in there when most of the hospitals I go to have unarmed security in them. And so, does it concern you at all that you don't want any guns in these places, and that we're openly talking about, I don't want guns, we don't want guns, we don't want guns? And then if something happens in a hospital here in Texas, there's unarmed security in many of them, and you're not wanting guns at all in those places because
Tenderhold is on it.
Where there are
bring my mic a little closer here,
and or licensed in Texas, and it looks like possibly
since I'm sitting back in my chair now, getting relaxed.
Carry folks. Are you concerned about the liability at all of not having any weapons whatsoever in many of these hospitals? Because I am.
You should be.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, again, for all the reasons I've stated here just now, and in my
because I'd sue your ass if I went to a hospital where I couldn't protect myself and the guards weren't protected either.
Guns on their premises.
Yeah, and they can be held liable.
Aren't unique in that regard. I've heard all the comments today about sort of gun-free zones being sort of the easiest.
Yes,
I certainly get that. Those are a little bit different. 7 businesses. They are areas, and many of the areas are essentially secured areas. So, and some do have armed security guards. Some don't. So. I don't think hospitals are any different in that regard to the issue you're raising than any business that prohibits guns on the premise.
And they're all got liability. I'm telling you, if you get injured in a place that doesn't allow guns,
have guaranteed that a person intending to do harm doesn't bring guns.
Andre, that's what we're so unconstitutional carry bill 1238. That one has been heard, and we're waiting on 3 others.
So how can guarantee?
I'll cross that one off here.
Your hospital. I don't think you can do that. I don't think any can do that. Some hospitals do, probably more so in urban areas, have metal detectors at entrances, but most don't.
So we got 3 more constitutional carry bills we're waiting on.
So you mentioned also
This should go fast now because people are most of the people have gone home already.
I understand how that is getting back to hospitals.
We just hit the 7-hour mark. We've been live for 7 hours.
For the breadth of this bill that actually seems to, on its face, be a fairly narrow circumstance where it could go without a license by having this type of order. The type of order that I was specifically referencing, those orders issued under Chapter 6 of the Family Code, really, in many cases, are very common in divorce cases, and in many cases have nothing to do with threats of violence.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
for your informative layout.
Yeah, thanks for being a jack-booted thug.
Alexi Swirsky, and then after her, we'll have Paula Hans, Brandon Holloway, Gregory Vital, Emily Taylor, Wayne Howell, Michelle Kupek, Bradley Hodges, and Amy Mobley Turney. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is on Bill 1094 by Alderson.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Alexi Swirsky. I'm speaking for myself, and I am for this bill. Gun control statutes, such as having to apply and wait for a license to be awarded to carry a gun, are unconstitutional as applied to battered women and as applied to other law-abiding citizens. Framers of the Second Amendment intended to guarantee an individual a right to bear arms that no state can abridge.
People are getting tired in the audience.
For a victim of domestic violence to be waiting for the
The
government
vice chair is getting tired too.
approved license to carry to come in the mail. I even imagine her being afraid that if she's still living with her domestic partner, that he see this license come in.
Yep, that was Leon.
Be enraged that she is obtaining the ability to defend herself. So I like the idea that she can go ahead and start legally carrying that gun to defend herself even before the license comes in.
Bit of research, gun-free zones in schools, 20 years. Yep.
There about what to do.
Rose is getting another one up there.
And I think this not having.
I've got a shirt that says gun-free zones or crime-spree zones.
Defend herself would be in her favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
On this bill.
Thank you. Paula Ans. Brandon Holloway.
Brandon's gone.
Gregory Bible. Emily Taylor.
She's gone.
Wayne Howell. Michelle Kupek.
I'm gonna send Eric a message that he's hanging in there too.
Okay, my name is Michelle Kupek, and I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. What I can do for you tonight is give you just a little snippet of my life, okay? As a child, my stepfather abused my mother, and at age 13, I found out how effective a gun can be. He was beating my mother, and she was trying to defend herself with a high-heel shoe. He had a gun. I knew where it was. I went and got the gun. I leveled it to his chest, and he dropped my mom.
Let's see if the guy in the front looks at his phone. I just texted him.
So that night, I say,
See if he's awake. See if we can hear his phone. See if he's got it off.
Then in my own life, later, when I got married, I experienced domestic violence.
Oh, did he get it? Did he just get my text? Nope. Okay.
In your own life, you have no idea the constant fear. For instance,
Hey man, OCT guys are hanging in there, bro.
I simply just
Bro.
didn't cook his chicken correctly and up to his standards. To this day,
The commander and sniff. I love that cable. I love that. I'm gonna put that up there.
Into being sick and nauseous because of the memories. So these are things that women deal with on a daily basis.
Commander of whatever.
So I think, so
I see some yawning up there on the dais.
do this silently. I didn't tell anybody, so I lived in my own hell, and a lot of women live this way. But when she finally gets the,
You know, those guys really need to stay awake. They need to contact Pancho Navarez. Maybe he can like pass out some of his cocaine. They can snort that stuff for a quick pick-me-up. Unfortunately, Navarez isn't around anymore.
wants to get that gun to carry it. She needs to be able to get it. She needs to be able to get it as quickly as possible, with no delay.
Hey, Robert, I'm in
And,
Virginia as well. Good morning.
She doesn't have to. She doesn't need to worry about risk of the gun-free zones. The attacker doesn't care.
For a lot of us, it's we haven't been to sleep yet.
Talking about gun-free zones, I had a stalker, and that's exactly where he found me. Gun-free zone, and he found me in the gun-free zone. So,
12-year-old pick, eh?
Thank you.
Everybody sees it now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty. Bradley Hodges.
All right, quickly, buddy.
Bradley Hodges, Amy Mobley Turney, Ian Kress, Melissa Weekly.
We don't need Abley Mobley Turney. She's with the
Brad Hodges, self, and
Women Against Freedom group.
neutral. Authority is good. Intent is good, with the caveat that once again, sauce for the goose is also sauce for the gander. So, if it's a good idea in one, well, constitutional carry.
Yes.
As for the hospital carve out, so the intent of the bill, you're not talking about concealed carry. You're not talking about open carry. You're not even talking about discreet carry. You're talking about covert carry, right? As in scrubs with an ankle holster. Ain't nobody know you got it. Yes.
Well, it would only apply to certain people that have. Go ahead.
For the hospital.
Okay. Okay. So you're Why don't we just, you asked a question, why don't we let the author just elaborate on that on the closeout? Okay, thank you.
I like that dude.
Amy Mobley Turney. Ian Kress. Okay. And we'll have Melissa Weekly and Linda Nuno following you.
My name is Ian Kress, representing myself in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Hey, Robert, you guys get all that rain that we got last night?
I support the bill wholeheartedly. I was a victim of domestic violence. You already know that. I'm gonna offer another glimpse into a victim's.
See, she's a Democrat, and she likes this bill being able to carry without a license. She's confusing as hell.
She was barely breathing. EMS had a captain and a rookie on that day. I called EMS.
So there's actually a story about this woman. I looked her up.
Forced to deny service to my baby, although she was barely breathing.
Nope, that's not it. Let me find it here.
Captain Rick sent me an email apologizing for the inconvenience.
Okay, and
officers need guns.
Okay.
So they have the same level of authority. When 9 cops are throats denying us that service and not letting EMS
All right, check this out. Let me tell you about this woman.
because they're defending another officer.
and again, for the record, your name is
Linda Luna,
you are representing.
myself,
Okay, and you, what's your position on this bill?
forward.
By the way,
Thank you, sir.
guess who sexually assaulted her?
Okay.
Guess. Anything?
Is there anyone else that wishes?
I'm gonna wait a few seconds. I want you to guess who sexually assaulted her.
The chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
I'm gonna let you guess.
on House Bill 10.
Who do you think? You don't have to be like specific, like by a person, but who do you think? Who do you think sexually assaulted that woman? Biden? No, she's too old for Biden.
Chair recognizes Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She's too old for Biden.
Talk to all of us.
All right, we're gonna quiz Cy here again.
To see this if it passes expedite.
All right, Cy, who do you think sexually assaulted this woman?
Beto?
You're on. Oh, hang on, I gotta take. Go ahead. All right, what was that?
Beto?
No, not Beto, not Epstein.
Cuellar?
Until they could receive their.
It was an Austin police officer.
Oh, Avicello.
An Austin police officer. There's actually a viral video about her on Twitter, I think. So if you type in her name, Linda Nuno, and then Austin, you'll see the video.
And she's anti-gun after that.
No, she's pro-gun. She's been testifying for all these bills.
Confusing.
But she's a Democrat. I mean, sometimes she's confusing though. Like that one bill she testified like neutral on, but all the other bills she's been testifying on the pro-gun stance, which is why I didn't know until that bill she testified neutral on that she was even a Democrat.
This is actually mine. So
Yeah, I heard.
The woman identified as Rosalinda Nuno Trevino. That's her full name. I'm gonna mute this. So
House Bill 2900.
hang on.
Allow for those law-abiding individuals.
This is another constitutional carry bill. So I'll do this later.
Yeah.
The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution says that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This means without regulation and oppressive licensure. Members, federal law does not prohibit the possession of firearms by anyone 18 or older. This bill, put simply, conforms to existing federal code in that it allows those same individuals to carry without a permit. This bill would also allow for campus carry. However, any other current prohibited place that exists currently would not be changed.
Okay.
Additionally, private businesses and private universities would still retain their ability to prohibit with signage the lawful carry of handguns should they not wish this to occur on their premises. Federal code does not prohibit possession, but the state of Texas does by setting LTC requirements in place. I think it's a problem that the federal standard is closer to the Constitution than our state. I've heard different numbers on how many states have permitless carry, but I have here 18 states have already afforded these rights. To
18 states, that's
I think
correct.
it's time we join the list. The people of Texas should have the same ability to exercise their constitutional right. As we have seen time and time again, the people who wish to do harm to innocent people have no regard for our laws. The only people following our gun laws are law-abiding citizens.
Amen. It's time to even the playing field.
Citizens to be able to defend themselves. Lawful a lot of times is the only thing that stops a person intent on doing harm with a gun. And so I think it's just clear to say that I'd like to see us arm the good guys so that they can defend themselves.
That's right.
Against the bad guys.
Put us on equal footing.
Reserve the right to close and answer any questions.
The only people right now in Texas that have constitutional carry are the bad guys.
That right to close, and this is on HB 2900. Members, any questions for Representative Hefner? We'll proceed with public testimony at this time. The chair recognizes.
Thankfully, most people will probably be gone.
Okay, he's registered for Michelle Moster. Registered for Nellie High School. Okay, Diane Velasco. Julie Campbell.
This is going much faster than the last constitutional carry bill.
Kenneth Gibson. Rebecca DeFelice. She actually registered. Eric Brakey. Randy Bellamy. John Bongiano.
Man, I can't believe John left.
As John is coming up.
Oh, there he is. Okay, John's here. I like John.
Is Michael.
Had to go home and take a nap or what?
Simpson, Ben Leader, Thomas Burns, and David Tony Robertson, William Nance.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Borgiano.
If John Bolgiano and Rick can do this, I can stay up for this. I'm sitting down. They got to stand up for a few minutes.
You're hanging in there.
Constitutional carry for about 3 years now. During that time, I've researched, talked to experts I could find, got a great deal of data.
So this is 2900.
It's too damn late for that.
So that page is done.
If you legally own a firearm, you should be able to carry it. Locally or
Only got 4 bills left.
there should be no distinction on time, place, or manner
Thank you.
of carrying between licensed and unlicensed individuals.
Amen, John.
I would ask you to return the report on this bill. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Belsick.
Next. Good job, John.
Ryan.
Love you, brother.
Ben Leader.
Hey, dog fights. What's up?
My friend from the greatest town in Texas.
Temple?
David Tony Roberts.
Oh.
5 hours. Gotta go. How's it going, David?
My name is David Anthony Robertson. I am for this bill.
Yeah, I think it kicked in. I'm good now. I got my second win.
We got to keep this, because we got a lot of people waiting for people to mess up. That's what we do around here. You said David Anthony. You're listed as David Tony.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you restate that then?
Yes, sir. David Tony Robertson.
Okay.
I am for this bill. I represent myself as a patriot of Hardin County. And everyone here has made very good testimony. Mr. Representative Matt, Mr.
Bunny Boots, yes. We have been going on now. This live stream has been going for 7 hours and 16 minutes. And this hearing has been going on since about
I'd just like to remind
noon, 11 o'clock yesterday.
Right is to protect against tyranny. It is not for hunting, self-protection, or sporting. Those are benefits. Just a few days ago, the president has threatened to use a king's decree, an executive order.
But this live stream has been going for 7 hours and 16 minutes.
To briefly quote Franklin, Peace is the goal, but strength is the means. One sword often keeps another in a scabbard.
Amen.
And make yourself sheep, and the wolves will eat you.
I like that. I like
I'd
that.
like to make one final comment that we cannot legislate away sin. Don't ever believe that or think that. And we cannot and should not legislate away liberty.
Yes.
And Tony, before you leave, you stated your name.
Yes, sir.
You stated who you represent. What is your position on House Bill
4?
29?
He said it.
Thank you so much for coming 5 hours from the greatest House district in Texas, House District 19. All right.
That's obviously James White's district there.
All right. William Name.
From East Texas.
Dr. Alma Arredondo.
Arredondo.
Okay.
Arredondo.
Still have to call the name out. Okay. Andy Turner.
All right, Texas State Rifle Association showing up again. Glad to see them still up.
Chairman Andy Turner, Texas State.
Wow. All right.
Texas State Rifle.
They've got new leadership now. The TSRA is once again a pro-gun group.
Here earlier this evening by Dr. John
They've got new
Roth and the
leadership.
policy behind this bill, and we thank Representative Hefner for having the bill.
Thank you, ma'am.
Short and sweet. Good job. Now here we go.
We'll have Francis Schenken, Stephen Williford, John Franklin, Brandon Burkhardt, Louis Whiters.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. I'm Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking for the bill. In view of the hour, I will simply say that for the many reasons stated by many witnesses, this bill represents a major step in restoring liberty too long denied to Texas.
Yes, sir. Rick, thank you. Short, sweet. Uh-oh. Where'd my video go?
Stephen Williford.
What happened to my video?
John
That's right.
Franklin.
It's hey, what happened?
I don't know. My phone's still on.
John Franklin.
It didn't die.
And I fully support this bill for the reasons I gave on constitutional earlier today.
Thank you, sir. Brandon Burkhardt.
All right. Looks like I'm going to have to redo this here. Let's see here. Copy.
Derek Reeves.
Why is it not copying for
Lone
me?
Garza. Dylan Price.
I'll log out for now.
All right.
Gregory Vital. Wayne Howell. Rick Reinhardt. Okay.
What
After
the crap?
Rick, we'll have Darren Roos, Walter Barnes, Jill Switzer, Christopher Turin.
All right. Y'all can still hear, though, right? Y'all can still hear, right?
Yes, sir.
Been a very long day, so I'm going to cut mine very short. My name is Rick Reinhardt. I represent myself, and I'm in support of this bill, HB 2900. I'm a Texan, but I lived in Iowa for 40 years.
Okay. I'll have the video back up here in a second.
1993, Flag Day, my father's 73rd birthday, and one of the most horrific mass murders in Iowa's 147-year history. Sometime around 10 p.m., my ex-brother-in-law broke into my sister's home, killed her, their 3 children, 18, 15, 11, and 2 young girls just spending the night in a sleepover, and they were 6 and 9. That night destroyed my family. My father died the following year, a broken man. And the rest of the family were just empty shells. They were overwhelmed with fear and terror. They were too terrified to sleep at night anymore. So they just sat up behind locked and barricaded doors. They slept for just short periods during the day, several times during the day. They sought all kinds of different personal protections, including guns. But at that time in Iowa, you could own a gun, but you couldn't carry it, concealed or open. And yesterday, Iowa,
Yeah.
in House File 756.
Yeah, my phone, it's feeling pretty warm right now. I guess after hours of live streaming, it's tired too.
Rick, you're saying we're now behind Iowa.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Could we keep it at that? We got it. Okay.
I just want to say one thing.
Well, we've got to move. We got to move. Thank you. Darren Roos.
Just say your one thing, man.
My name is Darren Roos, testifying in favor of HB 2900, and I am representing myself. I've already testified on previous constitutional carry bills and why I support them, and I would respectfully ask that you support HB 2900 for the same reason.
And you support HB 2900?
Correct.
Thank you. Walter Barnes.
Good. Short and sweet. We're almost done with this. Oh, man.
Christopher Turin.
All the anti-people are gone. So sad. Anti-gun people can't hang, man. All that hate makes them tired.
Hello, my name is Christopher Turin. I'm testifying in support of HB 2900. I'm representing myself. I'd like to tell you a story about how my work colleague was prevented from getting his LTC for 6 months. My company was hiring a lot more people for our team, and my colleague just moved here to start his new job.
Dude, it's 4:30. Wake up, man. Get excited about this stuff.
Just began the process to
You need some protein coffee. That's what you need.
Shut down all driver's license appointments. He had his driver's license from his previous days, so he was not deemed a priority by DPS. He had to wait 6 months before he could get his driver's license. Then he could work.
By the way, guys, I get my if you're looking for some good protein coffee that doesn't taste like protein, check out Maine Roast. MAINE, like the state, Maine Roast. And they make some powdered protein coffees that are great for smoothies in the morning. Like if you got to get up really early and stuff. Delicious, man. Maine coffee. Let me see if I can find a website. But that's what I drink. And man, that's, you can tell, I don't know if you saw, but like, 30 minutes ago before I took my my protein coffee, I was starting to,
hurdles to get a carry permit are
I was going down slowly, but I'm freaking wide awake now. That's because of my Maine coffee. And I think it's I have the
Eric Schaefer.
Mocha latte, I think is the one I just had, but I've got a few others as well, just waiting. So,
My name is Eric Schaefer.
yeah, it's mainroast.com. Maine Roast, MAINE, like the state.
Thank all of you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Eric. Hey, brother. Love you, man. I wonder if he responded to my text.
Justin Miller.
Doesn't look like it.
Bradley Hodges.
Bloop.
Bradley Hodges, self and 4, as previously stated.
Thank you. Cody Ryan.
We're getting it. Everybody's tired now. They're like, oh, just go home. Just want to go home. All right, guys, pay attention to that gun.
Cody Ryan, representing myself, and I'm very much for this bill. And
Watch,
thank you all for your time.
watch what his gun does. Watch out.
Kurt Norton.
Oh, it just sat there. Dang. Hey, Rose, thank you for all your comments. I appreciate that. I do like Black Rifle Coffee, but Black Rifle Coffee doesn't have like a powdered coffee option. They actually do real coffee, as opposed to a powdered sort of,
Burl Cotton.
if you want to make a shake or something.
Mark Pitts.
But I love Black Rifle Coffee.
Jake Collier.
If I ever need coffee.
Thomas Anderson. Kyle Garacco.
Rose, take care of yourself. No, it's not a paid promo, I promise you. But in case people are wondering how I got my second wind, I wanted to let you know. Watch out. Watch that gun. Watch that gun.
Thank you, my friend.
Wait. No.
Edmiston.
Oh, it just sat there in the holster. That was a close one, guys.
Jonathan Finley.
That was a close one.
My name is Jonathan Andrew Finley.
That dude, it's so late, his pants are even tired. Look at that.
I'm in favor of this bill. My previous testimony, HB 1238.
Okay, let me see. You're testifying on House Bill 2900?
Yes.
Okay, in your position? support. Okay, thank you, sir. Harrison Illiff.
Harrison Alpha, and it's my name, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 2900. And my previous statement for Mr. Bierman's bill carries over, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Anderson.
Now we're moving.
Lindsay Hall Schwagman.
Hey, let's give all those that showed up against tyranny a great big Texas hip hip. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Clint Polar.
Oh yeah.
Mark Yanaros.
The stars at night are big and bright.
Cheryl Barnes.
Hey, I want y'all to pay attention to this though. Look, watch.
Sherry Barnes representing myself. I am for the bill as previously
Hey,
stated.
why is it that patriots are able to stay up all night? See, this is the problem, man. You know, liberals, they live these cushy lives. They don't understand sacrifice. Damon Rambo, that's the man right there. I voted for him.
Shelby Williams.
Endorsed him.
Amy Mobley Turner.
No, the League of Women Voters. But you know, these liberals, man, they can't hang. They can't hang. They don't understand sacrifice.
John Brandt.
You know, they just want to whine a lot. That's it. They
Bonnie Nelson.
just want to whine a lot and
Alexander Vargas. Jordan Clements.
yeah, we're fighters, absolutely.
Julian Anderson. Karen Lane.
Oh, Cable, there's your picture again. Your 12-year-old picture's up.
Hello, I'm Griffin Smith, representing myself. Speaking on favor of this bill, I would like to see modifications to remove the gun-free zones. Please pass this bill.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Christine Shag.
Next.
Nathan Fleer.
FLIR, forward-looking infrared radar.
Mandy Kirkland. David Markle.
Yeehaw! Hey, man, these Patriots, I'm telling you, man, these Patriots are freaking awesome. It warms the cockles of my heart that we've got people that are testifying at 4:30 in the freaking morning. And they're not there early. They're there late. They've been there all night. Yes, we own the night. That's the comment right there. We'll put that one up.
I'm speaking for myself, and I am for this bill. We need to pass this bill to restore our full constitutional Second Amendment rights to Texans. Thank you.
Yes, do it. Do it.
Oh yeah.
Mark Randall.
GOA and OCT
Jake Knight
showed up, and the TSRA. Well, I mean, their lobbyists did.
Felicia Bull. Melissa Weekly.
Felicia Bull didn't show up. She's with Texas State Rifle Association, I thought, or is she GOA? No, she's GOA.
Caden Mattingly.
All right, brother, go get you some coffee. Get you some Maine roast coffee. Just kidding.
Jack Anderson.
Hey, they should sponsor this channel.
Press.
I'm gonna contact Maine Roast and get some free product.
My name is Ian Kress. I'm representing myself, and I support HB 2900. Thank you.
Thank you.
You rock, man. What if they had questions for you?
Damon Wright.
Next.
Rose Ripa.
Rose.
Megan Harris. Sean Sheridan.
Sean, I didn't know Sean was out there. Did Sean leave?
Nathaniel Dunning. Tara
Meacher, there she is, NRA. The NRA's there too. OCT, GOA, TSRA.
Mr. Chairman, committee members,
NRA.
Tara Mitchell, NRA, in support of House Bill 2900. If we're going to make Texas a sanctuary state for real, The strongest thing the legislature can do
Yes.
this session is to pass permitless carry.
Yes. Tara, speak it. Tara, speak it. I need to send her a text.
Antonia Cover. I'm covered. Aaron Rickle.
Wait a minute. Why don't I have her number in here? What happened to my doggone it, I lost her number.
My name is Aaron Rickle, and I support HB 2900, and I represent myself. Please pass this bill. That's all I got.
Thank you.
What? 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 I didn't know the CEO donated to Obama. All right, I need to. Oh, I know Rachel didn't leave. I was gonna say, I know Rachel didn't leave.
Rachel Malone, I represent the Gun Owners of America and myself, and we support HB 2900. If you're at least 18 years old, you can legally possess a firearm. You should be able to carry that firearm, open or concealed, no permit required. This bill does exactly that, and we support it for all the reasons already listed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Rachel. You rock, yo.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2900? Oh. Okay, we have one here.
Dude! Dude! Seriously? Wait, what's going on? What's up? Wait, where's he going? No! God, why? For some reason, they couldn't sign him up in here? Is it because it's a new day? Oh, that was that. Oh, you know what? You know what else it was? Wasn't the Black Rifle Coffee Company? Didn't they also like have this issue with? Because Kyle Rittenhouse had a picture wearing a Black Rifle Coffee Company shirt, and like didn't they turn their back on him, on Kyle Rittenhouse? I don't remember the Obama thing. That's what I remember. I'm gonna see if see what that was about. I mean, that just makes it even worse. Oh, let's see. See, we're sitting here doing nothing, wasting freaking time because some dumbass wanted to wait until 4:30 to. Oh, I gotta register for this. Golly, man. Some people. And I know he probably supports the bill, but still, dude, it's like 30-1 in favor of this bill. If you didn't get on there, you didn't get on there at this point. You know, it's like that scene in what was that cheerleading? Bring It On. It's like that scene in Bring It On where they're at the competition, and like it's like really late at night, and there's like a squad outside the window of the hotel still like practicing and stuff, and she yells out the window, "If you don't have it by now, you don't have it." Yeah, that's kind of how I feel right now. Okay, that was when the story broke. Gotcha. Okay. Man. Dude, we are sitting here doing nothing. Look, everyone's like, it's 4:30 in the morning. We're not. Oh, I would be so frustrated. So frustrated. This is uncalled for. Absolutely uncalled for. Yeah, because there's not a kiosk right next to this hearing room. They're at the very end of the bottom floor of the extension, at the very, very last room on the left. That's where or on the west side, if you want to do directions there. They're in the very last. So the nearest kiosk is like, I mean, I mean, it's not like a long, long walk, but it's not close. Jeez. Chris, no, not that I'm aware of yet. But I'm also not an attorney for another year. And then there will be cases about taking away rights from felons. So.
Chair calls Jesse Cohen.
There we go. There we go. Come on, Jesse. Run, buddy. Run. You best range walk.
Him, Troy Jones Jr.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm Jesse Cohen. I'm representing myself, and I support HB 2900.
That dude has. Oh, that's the cop.
Thank you.
That's the cop. I like him.
Chair recognizes Troy Jones Jr.
There we go. All right, come on, Troy Jones.
Good morning, committee. I am Troy Jones Jr. I reside in Paris, Texas. I represent myself, and I am for this.
Okay, I'm glad you're for it. I have a feeling you're autistic, so I feel bad.
In the district of the Honorable Mr. Van Dever.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Wait, Van Dever's not a representative anymore.
All righty.
All of that for that.
Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 29?
All of that for that.
The testimony is now closed, and Representative Hefner is recognized to close on the bill. Chairman, I close.
Representative Van Dever, by the way,
members, any questions for the author?
was the first representative to file an open carry bill. I think it was HB 700 way back in 2013 that the NRA did nothing for.
Bill 2900 is left pending.
All right, next. Where we at? Moving along. I think we did 1094. Yeah, we did 1094. That one's done.
Chair lays out House Bill 1927 and recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have a committee substitute.
Okay. The chair offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1927.
And I don't have copies of these committee substitutes yet. I'm going to have Rick get them for me. No whining, tough guy. All right, I'm going to put that one up.
Appreciate all the work that you've done over the years. Your circle of influence is very important. This bill seeks to accomplish many of the goals.
The difference between this bill and the previous one is this one is stuck at 21 years instead of 18 years.
If I was a committee of one, I might have written the bill a little bit differently. But this is a body of 150 members. And so it was written with a few challenges ahead of us in mind. That being said, it also has a couple of wrinkles in it that maybe some of the other bills don't. One being, this issue of gun-free zones. Gun-free zones, by and large, stay in place in my bill, but we also allow for people to make mistakes. We had a member of the legislature make a mistake in their airport a few years ago. So it does have a clause in this that if a person possesses a handgun or a gun on a gun-free zone, that they would get a chance to have oral notice and to leave the.
Look, here's the truth about gun-free zones, okay? The legislature should be out of it completely. This needs to be a civil issue, and nothing more than a civil issue, period. This doesn't need to be a criminal issue. If I go onto your property and you don't like me on your property because I've got a gun, that's a civil issue between me and that property owner. It has nothing to do with, it should not be a criminal action. If that guy wants to sue me and take me to court for trespassing, he can do that. That's a civil thing.
We'll start calling up the witnesses.
I just don't like that it's a civil issue has been made into a criminal issue. All right, now we're going to go through all this here.
Call up uns.
Most of these people won't be there. You'll hear the same people.
Julie Campbell. Sylvia.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes. Just like that, Felix.
Eric Brakey. Fran Rhodes. John Baggiano.
All right, John, get up there, buddy. That's my boy. Now Rick is my boy, but John also. I love John. John's a good man. John's a good man.
Morning, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair members. My name is John Bolgiano. I'm representing myself, speaking in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Randy Bellamy, Ryan Simpson, Ben Leader, Catherine Burns, William Nance, Dr. Lynch, Andy Turner.
All right, Andy, get up there, yo.
Great timing.
Andy Turner, Texas State Rifle Association. For the bill. TSRA stands fully behind the research of Dr. John Lott and the policy behind the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is she leaving? She got one more constitutional carry bill. Okay, she ain't going nowhere. All right. Representative White.
Chairman, members, I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, for the bill. I'll simply say the OOPS provision, which you have added to the committee substitute, is a fine way to keep citizens who inadvertently enter a place from clogging up the judicial system. It's a logical extension of the bill we passed about airport secure areas a few years ago.
Yep.
And it's not proven to be a problem.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Rick.
Francis Schenken,
Love you, brother.
Stephen Williford, John Franklin.
Rick's got quite the goatee going on there. I gotta work on mine.
John.
He's had a little bit more time than I have.
John Franklin for myself, and I fully support this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Burkhart,
Yeah, Brandon left. He's gone.
Derek Reeves, Brandon Holloway, Dylan Price,
Dylan Price. Here we go. We are winding down, folks.
Speaking on behalf of myself.
Do you think we can get this done before we hit the 8-hour mark?
Carrying 2 minutes. I'm not that compelling of a speaker. This is a complex issue. It's 4 a.m. But real quick, for those of you on the fence, 1927, what it does is it puts all the pertinent laws into one section. So think about that. It fundamentally recognizes the Second Amendment, removing the distinction between handguns and long guns. So it's just firearms. That's one thing to consider. And it treats anyone 21 and above as an LTC holder. So takeaways here: long guns, handguns, same thing at this point. Firearms, all laws are in the same place. It consolidates it, removes a bunch of verbose language from other sections of other laws, and anyone over 21 they can carry now. So
if you want to be a part of OCT's high tower, you got to have a goatee, and it's got to be white.
Emily Taylor.
It's got to be a white goatee. Emily Taylor with Texas Law Shield.
Good morning, Emily Taylor, testifying for myself for this bill. I believe this to be an incredibly elegant bill. Chapter 46 of the Texas Penal Code is difficult even for attorneys who live and breathe there every day. This is an excellent job of keeping law-abiding gun owners law-abiding by simplifying the law. In addition,
What's up, TG Epidemic 3?
That we have, which is also a wonderful.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Howe.
Yeah, Emily Taylor's with Texas Law Shield, the law firm.
Darren Roos.
Walker and something. Walker and Taylor, or Taylor and Walker.
Hi, my name is Darren Roos. I'm in favor of HB 1927, and I'm testifying, representing myself. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Wayne Howe.
Yeah, you called that one.
Jill Switzer.
Oh gosh, no, she went home. She's a liberal.
Christopher Turrett.
It's past her bedtime. Either that or she's out like burning buildings somewhere with Antifa.
Hello, my name is Christopher Turan. I'm testifying in support of HB 1927. I am representing myself. Most of my testimony has been covered by other speakers, but a few small points have not.
I have only, all of our testimony, I've only heard two reasons in favor of keeping the LTC, the background check, and training requirements. The only thing I have to add on the background check is that most criminals buy their guns off the black market for a substantially cheaper price than they do from a gun store, thus skipping the background check. The training requirements.
That's because they're stolen usually.
The gun owners generally seek out training regardless if they're required or not.
Yep.
We've had permits in Texas for some time. Honest citizens behave well.
We've also been carrying rifles without permits. I don't understand why it would be any different to have a
I
handgun.
urge you to support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirement.
Thank you. Jeffrey Rhodes.
At some point, even my coffee can't. Here we go, Eric. Let's go, brother. Boy lives in
My name is
Waco.
Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. Thank you very much, sir, for drafting this and presenting it. Thank all of you for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Dahl. Justin Miller.
I feel like I should get Eric a hotel room as well. I mean, I think I've gotten enough in donations tonight.
And for authorities clean, good intent.
I can get him a hotel room. I'd have to download. I don't even know if I can download it. I don't know how to download my money. Like, right. Usually I have to wait every month.
Cody Ryan, represent myself, and I support this bill 100%. Thank you.
Well, actually, we did get $100 PayPal donation. Thanks to Cy there. I'm gonna contact him and see if he needs a hotel room tonight because he's been testifying all these bills, and I know he's a local leader.
Rick Reinhardt, I testify for myself.
So I'll offer it to him because he's got a long drive back up to Waco.
Patrick Wamoff. Jason Bennett.
Unfortunately, he didn't respond to my text. Oh, there he is.
Jason Bennett, I'm for this bill. Thank you very much for authoring it and representing myself and Hope Firearms.
Burl Cotton. Mark Pitts. Jake Collier. Thomas Anderson. Kyle Gorko.
Yeah. Kyle Gorko, representing myself, 100% for this bill.
Thank you. Joe Burns. Jonathan Finley.
Okay, now I'm talking to Eric.
My name is Jonathan Finley.
He finally texted me back.
Representing myself, I am in favor of this bill.
Let's see if he looks at his phone.
Harrison Ellis.
Let's see if he looks at his phone. Got some hobbling people there, man. Some of these young people looking worse than I am.
And strong support of 1927, HB 1927. And thank you so much for hearing.
We've only got 2 bills left. One constitutional carry bill and
Misty Howard.
oh, these are both White's bills.
Lindsay Hall Schwagen.
Both of these are White's bills.
Clint Polar.
Hey, Robert. Hey, I appreciate that, but really, you guys are the good people because the money that y'all donate through my super chats, this is what I use it for. I rarely use it for me. I use it for the cause. However, I can find a way to use it for the cause, and so because of my donations tonight,
Marco Alama.
I can pay for his hotel, and that's what I'm gonna do. So really, you guys are the good people because you're the ones that made this happen. Cy helped, and a lot of you guys helped.
Griffin Smith.
Hi, I'm Griffin Smith, representing myself, speaking in favor of this bill.
Yes, we are winning this hearing. I have not heard anybody against it yet. Hey, Druzy, how you doing?
Nathan Fleer.
Now, I did hear a couple of names get called that I would have testified against it, but I'm talking like 3.
David Markle. David Lovelace, Brian Botnar, Rebecca McNair,
There's 4 that would have been
Kev
against
Moore,
it.
Jake Nieder, Felicia Bull,
What?
Melissa Weekly,
Missed that one.
David Weekly, Caden Mattingly, Catherine Noldy, Mia Graddick, Jack Anderson, Patrick Harris, James Wright, Dayton Wright,
James Wright, representing myself, I support this bill.
Did they wake him up? I think they woke him up. I think they woke him up.
Mandy Kirkland,
He was asleep. That dude fell asleep, man.
Dayton Wright, Rose Ripa,
Yeah, he was asleep.
Megan
They woke him up.
Harris, Dr. John Lott,
Oh, did John go to sleep?
Sean Sheridan,
Yeah, Sean left.
Chelsea Barlow, Nathaniel Dunning, Tara.
Yeah, we're still alive, Boda. We are still alive. Here's the NRA.
Mr. Chair, Tara Mitchell, NRA, in support of House Bill 1927. Representative Schaefer, thank you for bringing this thoughtful and meaningful legislation before the committee. And committee members, thank you for your hard work, patience, and time this evening.
Yeah. You know, they get a lot of heat, but look, every single one of them legislators is up there still on that committee. And it's 458.
My name is Aaron Rickle. I represent myself. I support this bill. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Okay. Rachel Malone.
Rachel's probably got something good to say here.
My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself.
See?
We support this bill.
Told you.
Thank you, Representative Schaefer. I've been working and waiting for 9 years to pass constitutional.
Yes. We've been working
To
hard.
wait as many hours as it takes with these wonderful Texans in this room with me to do whatever we need to make sure we pass it this year.
Preach it, girl. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, good night, D. Chodel. Coachittle? I don't know.
Jesse Cohen. I represent myself.
Anyway, have a good night, brother. D. I'll just call you D. Sister. I'm sorry, sister. Sister.
And we have Troy Jones.
Good morning again. I am Troy Jones Jr. from Paris, Texas.
Paris.
And
I've been there.
Myself
If you haven't been to Paris, Texas, they have a mini Eiffel Tower there.
am supporting this bill. I have driven 300 miles to be here for these specific bills for this constitution.
Yeah, Rachel's a warrior, man.
It's high time that
I'm glad she's on our side.
it's past time to get this passed. Thank you very much.
Man, I'll be doing more than headbanging when this passes.
Is there anyone else that wishes to
No.
testify on
No.
or against House Bill 19?
No, next bill. Let's go. Let's close this out. We got 4 minutes left until the 8-hour mark. Let's get this done before we hit 8 hours of live.
Members, any questions for the audience?
All right, so that one's closed. Are we doing 1911 or 1396?
And if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1927 is left pending.
Yes. All right, 1396, 1911. Both of these are White's bill, the chair. And we're done. Okay, 1396. We're doing 1396 first?
Members, any questions about the substitute?
You gotta lay out the substitute.
All the stuff that can happen after. Okay, we're gonna have to run out. Okay. What it says here? The committee substitute is withdrawn. Okay, and if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1927.
Okay, yeah. Don't screw that one up there, buddy. Because you know the Dems are going to run all over that. All right, so 1396. And he's probably going to lay out a committee substitute, maybe?
The chair lays out House Bill 1396 and recognizes Chairman White to explain his bill.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and second to the last one. Okay, and real quickly here, earlier today we heard a lot about a lot of very acute inflection points as it involves our local police.
Let me see what this was. 1396.
Yes.
I do have.
Yes. The chair offers up the committee substitute for HB 1396.
Okay. And thank you so much. And so earlier today we heard.
So this is where they have to report when law enforcement officers screw up. So they're finally going to hold some accountability here.
In regards to how citizens interact with their local police. And apparently when these events happen, there's some trust, and we've heard that throughout the loss of trust. We've heard that even from our law enforcement officers. They sense that. So I remember the several days during the aftermath of that horrible George Floyd incident, and President Trump's executive order was the safe policing of safe communities. So House Bill, the committee sub 1396 mimics the concept that were put forward by President Trump's executive order, which is, I know that's kind of hard for some people, but that was, borrowing a term from someone else just a few moments ago, it was pretty elegant. You know, someone may not associate elegance with Donald Trump, but I thought the way he
I don't know. I think his tweets are pretty elegant.
Executive order and how it relates to police.
Yeah, Bodo Bob, I guarantee you, if the police unions are even awake right now, it's only because they want to oppose this bill.
Governing bodies of municipalities and residents.
PNP News, what up?
Located within the
Welcome. Good morning.
To adopt
You're just waking up. We're getting ready to go to sleep. We just hit 8 hours of live streaming here. 8 hours.
The use of no-knock warrants, the intervention by a peace officer to stop or prevent another peace officer from using excessive force. This legislation also requires law enforcement agencies to report misconduct by law enforcement.
Yes, good.
Employed by the agency, including instances in which there was a conviction of a criminal offense or there was certainty that the officer used excessive force against a person. The agency shall also note if the officer was disciplined or terminated. All this information will be kept in a centralized, statewide.
Good. Because then they can't go to another law enforcement department after they get fired.
Transparency and accountability. Additionally, this bill sets some requirements as standards for law enforcement agencies to qualify for grants.
If you want to read it, this isn't the committee substitute that I'm putting in the chat,
Advisory commission
but this was a good bill before the committee substitute, and the committee substitute I think made it a little bit better. Oh, PNP News is still up. No sleep tonight. All right. Yeah, like Almost Park. Exactly.
The substitute asked T. Cole to create 3 more on the following.
Okay, this is the substitute.
duty to intervene, Class C misdemeanor fine only offenses.
Okay.
A law enforcement agency is required to adopt policies on these three areas and may, if they choose, create their own or implement those suggested by TCO. These measures are the first of many steps that we must take to rebuild a relationship in our communities that is broken between law enforcement agencies and the general public. It is imperative that we act now.
Yes, like Odessa.
Tragedies will be avoided. Madam Chair, I humbly reserve the right to close.
You certainly have it. And so I believe, Mr. Chairman, that you have some witnesses here.
Yes.
And so we'll open up to public testimony. The chair calls Derek Cohen. I believe your witnesses are here.
They may have to go to sleep.
Next, the chair will call Chris Jones, Eric Schaefer.
Eric, let's do it.
Chair calls Eric Schaefer.
Shoot, did he reply to me?
You know the drill.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Eric Schaefer.
He has not replied to me yet.
Representing myself, and I am for this bill.
Yes, Boda, absolutely, man.
Anytime we have people putting authority over us, we have opportunity for abuse.
Yep.
And I believe this bill addresses some of that. I don't know the details of the bill, but I trust that there's.
Hey guys, my camera makes everyone look like twice as big as they really are. Eric's a really skinny dude. I just noticed looking at the camera, he looks like a kind of a fat ass.
For government agents.
I think it's because my screen is angled.
Very much.
And then my camera is angled to look at the screen. And so I think that.
Please state your name.
Oh, here he goes. Now he's looking at his phone. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, that's his mask. Dang it.
Thank you for staying so late. My name is Linda Nuno. I'm a well-known victim.
Linda Nuno?
I do believe I'm the biggest victim that APD has created in the last 10 years. 24 people have died at the hands of police in the last 10 years. 24 out of 30 since it was created. Since it was created, 30 people have died. In the last 20 people have died. That mother, 24 mothers are crying on their graves, children's graves. I don't have closure. My baby still has this pedophile sociopath who is hiding behind the blue line.
Yes.
This has to stop.
And so, Ms. Nuno,
Google her name, Linda Nuno Austin. Linda Nuno, N-U-N-O, Austin.
So would you like us to change your?
That's who this woman is.
Sign up against House Bill 1396.
No, I need this.
So you're for?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay.
Man,
So
she's
we
been
send
screwing
this
up
to
all
the
these.
record, and you are here representing yourself?
And my daughter.
Okay.
Tiffany Caitlin, a victim of 6 years and a half. Try to put your kids in the situation that my kid has been for this long.
Thank you. And so, members, are there any questions for the author? Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 1396? The chair recognizes Chairman White to close on HB 1396.
At this time, I close.
All right, last bill. Last bill. We're on the last bill, guys. The last constitutional carry bill. 1911. My favorite number. My favorite number. Eric, look at your phone, dude. We're almost done here.
Okay. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. HB 1396 is left pending.
Last bill. Last bill. Last bill.
The chair lays out HB 1911, which is Chairman White's bill.
Last one for the night.
And the morning. Rick, we've got a new record here. It's 5:10. We've exceeded our previous record by 2 hours and 10 minutes, brother.
I don't know. Everybody's got a boss. Sometimes up here, my committee clerk is my boss. Okay. All right. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 1911. This is. Okay. Which is my bill. And let me just lay it out like this. We don't have to belabor this very much. I think we have carried enough.
It's only the fourth one tonight.
Another, what I thought was an improved draft, but I'm not going to lay that one out. I'm going to lay out the original draft. And today has just been very incredible, Vice Chair. Seems like everybody wants their rights.
Yesterday?
I mean, everybody wants their rights. And it doesn't matter if they're on the left or the right, or even in the middle. Everybody wants their rights. And so I don't know if we have bid this up too much, because the way the members on this committee have handled today, they've definitely displayed that they are listening. And I don't know what that means as far as stuff getting off the floor and all this stuff, but everybody wants their rights, and everybody wants the government to respect them. And
yes, exactly, Felix.
And this is very interesting. So pretty much this original draft, which I will lay out, was the draft that got out of this committee back in 2017. Okay, so that's what it is.
That's the one that died because Pancho Navarez waited to the last minute.
And then next week we'll, on all this, and I'm talking about all this stuff, not just the stuff we've been talking about for the last 7 hours or so.
Oh no, it's 8 hours.
Move forward. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with public testimony. And again, it's just what I passed in 2017.
So he didn't lay out the committee substitute.
We'll do this.
And then I get to go take a shower.
Sylvia.
And then I get to go to bed. Is the light out yet? Nope. Still a little dark outside.
Paula Ann's, George Gerhardo.
Exactly, Kimosabe.
Julie Campbell. Mark Phillips.
Yes, absolutely.
Jackson,
Amen.
Kayla Thompson, Shelby Williams, Randy Bellamy, Eric Breaking.
Bingo. Nope. Okay.
Gary Zimmerman.
Sorry.
Alexei Swirsky.
Here comes Eric Schaefer. Nope. Nope.
Well, yeah, if you're registered to testify. Oh, you want me to go through the whole 9? Okay, I just thought y'all probably just wanted to go home. Okay.
Are you kidding? Who said that?
So we've already done the bill layout. Okay, so you don't want to come. Okay. Okay. But it's a constitutional carry bill.
He says as if it's not a big deal.
What I'm seeing where I live, my name is Alexei Swirsky. I represent myself, and I am for the bill. What I'm seeing where I live in Harris County is, and I'm not picking on the police, but and this is, I've got an incident relating back to 20 years. The police go after the low-hanging fruit, and the criminals are let out on bond again and again and again. That's been happening the last year, especially 20 years ago.
Dude, it happens way too often, man.
Neighborhood with
We need a bill just to be able to.
And was hit by a drunk driver.
Never mind, I won't say it live.
The mailman came over, and I got his license plate.
Hey, first day, we don't know. It'll be next week, most likely. Could be Thursday. Let me look and see if they've got something scheduled. I don't think they'll have anything scheduled till Monday, but if it's going to get voted on, it will probably be next Thursday. And if that's the case, I'll go live again and we'll watch the vote live. But let me see if they already have something said.
They swim in the lane so the police get there. The first thing the policeman says is not the first thing. I'm exaggerating. I apologize. He wants to look inside the car, and he wants
Nope.
to make sure I have car seats.
Say no.
He said he would write me a ticket.
Say
if
no.
I didn't have car seats for those girls.
You
I
never
was very
allow a
much
police
interested
officer to
know
search your
about
car
that.
for any
I've
reason
never heard
whatsoever.
whether there's
Ever.
a law
Ever.
or not. So he was satisfied.
Yeah, they don't have anything scheduled for next week yet. The schedules will probably come out Monday.
They said, "Oh, we called the owner of the car. He said he didn't know anything about it." That was the end of it. So the police take the occasion to make sure I'm obeying the law, which is fine.
Make sure you like this video, share it.
Should be mandated. Nothing is done against the drunk driver.
We're winding down. This is the last bill. This is your last chance to do any super chats that you might want to do. I'm gonna bring Cy on for the end of this here, in case he's got something to say.
Go to sleep.
In case I need to quiz you again. See how awake you are.
Oh no.
For little things.
P&P, I'm with you on that one, man. I love good cops too, and I wish I could. I found a couple. The problem is, it's like you got to look for a needle in a haystack these days. But I found a few needles.
Nellie Heiskell, Charles Rains, James Dickey.
James,
I was a record driver for 5 years, so I worked a lot with PD, different Leos,
and
FBI, ATF. There are good ones out there, but there are some bad ones too.
Yep.
John Balgiano.
All right, John, get up there, buddy. Let's hear it. He's probably going to do a quick thing. I think John's as tired as everyone else.
Oh, yeah.
Chair members, my name is John Balgiano. I'm representing myself. Speaking in favor of bill.
Eric, look at your phone, man.
Important to me that y'all pass a
P&P News Now.
everyone in possess firearm. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Simpson.
Yeah, I think I get all the bad ones too. They're NC Tyrant Hunter.
Ben Leader.
But you know, we found some when they came out. Brandon's gone.
Kenneth Gibson. AJ Louderback.
He's gone. I would have liked to have known what AJ Louderback was going to say. I'd like to know if he was supportive of it.
Irvin Light.
Because AJ Louderback is with the Texas Sheriff's Association.
Oh, Irvin Light. Okay. How you doing, Pastor?
I remember a few years ago, Antifa was coming to San Antonio, and militia and us, we went, and some of the OCT guys helped back up the cops, and they were thanking us.
And taking your time to be here. I think all of us are looking pretty close to 20
Boda,
hours.
thank you so much.
I've done 72-hour stints.
Honestly, thank you.
I know how dangerous it can be. And
I'm actually trying to get a hotel room for Eric Schaefer, one of our local members up in Waco. So that's where your money goes, is to stuff like that. I rarely
testifying for myself.
Buy stuff for myself unless it's mission related.
Do they give you a receipt?
Gregory Vital.
Who's that?
Tony Roberts.
The one to get a hotel room? Or
yeah. I have them giving me a yep.
Or do they go to a strip joint and then sleep in the car?
Oh no, I have to get a receipt. I need a receipt. Always get a receipt. Strip joint in Austin, man. God, come out of there looking like a burnt hot dog.
Sorry, stand behind the restriction policy behind this bill, and please y'all work it out. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you, TSRA.
Ramon Garza.
Ramon Garza, is he gone? Did he leave? Ramon Garza is my man. That dude, that Marine took a punch from Antifa and just stood there. Oh, here's Rick.
Yeah.
Rick's like, I can go to bed now. Go to bed, Rick.
Members, thank you. On a personal note, I want to thank each and every one of you for your commitment to stay through this hearing. I've testified in wee small hours in the morning on several occasions. I remember one which you were at, sir. And this is the most members of any committee I've ever seen hang into the bitter end. So thank you all very much.
But I don't see Goodwin there.
One very short story.
Where's Goodwin? She couldn't hang?
And in College Station, Texas. On a Sunday afternoon, he was watching a football game, and there was ruckus outside. He did not have a license to carry, but he went outside with his telephone in one hand and a handgun at his side in the other, and he saw ruckus, and he stepped over his property line to get a better view of what was going on, and it was a beatdown. And when he said, "I've called the cops," well, the gang split like a cubby of quail, except one girl who hung around who probably was a gang member anyway. And there was a shot fired at some point. Police finally showed up after a while. They looked around for shell casings, found none. Examined his gun, had a full magazine plus one in the chamber, smelled it, it had not been fired. He said,
Then he checked his hand for DSR.
"We've got to arrest somebody, you're it."
Yeah, because he went off his property without a license.
And, dragged out for 2 years.
Because he didn't have a
Because he
license.
stepped over his property line. He was charged with unlicensed carry of a handgun.
Oh,
Surely we thought
that guy's not a good
the
cop.
prosecutor would drop the case because the guest of honor at the beatdown wouldn't stop telling.
Oh, there's Goodwin.
This guy saved my
She's
life,
back.
Defense of another. And
She had to go snort a few lines, I guess.
Well, he went to trial. The jury convicted him of unlicensed carry because they decided it wasn't immediate enough to require him.
Wow.
To do
That story.
Juries sometimes do weird things. Unlicensed or permitless or constitutional carry would solve many problems.
Yes, it would. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Rick.
Good testimony, Rick.
Okay, and Rick.
So would a few repeats of Athens, Tennessee revolt.
Yeah.
Appearing for Open Carry Texas in favor of or for the bill.
1911. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Francis Schinken,
Good job, Rick. You the man, buddy.
Stephen Williford,
We gotta work on that
John
goatee
Clark.
though. We gotta work on that goatee. I gotta tell Rick, we gotta work on that
John
goatee.
Franklin for myself, and I'm in
I think it's
support
a
of this.
Van Dyke or a Fu Manchu.
Yeah. Well, not Fu Manchu, but probably more like a Van Dyke close to.
Just would like to ensure that the language covers anyone who can possess a firearm. Thank you.
Hey, NC Tyrant Hunter, I went to Asheville and we were gonna do an open carry event there. And everyone warned me about going to Asheville and doing an open carry. And so I've postponed it because I wanted more people to go with me because of the way the cops are and the fact that Asheville is essentially the San Francisco of the East Coast. So NC Tyrant Hunter, send me, if you don't have my cell phone, if you don't have my cell phone, send me an email, cj@cjgrisham.com, and give me your contact info, because I am going to go back down to North Carolina to do an open carry event with my rifle in Asheville, the most liberal place on the East Coast, apparently. And I'm going to need some 1A auditors. I'm talking about my rifle, and I'm talking about in Asheville. I was told anywhere else. I even called North Carolina gun groups, and they're like, don't do it in Asheville. Anywhere else is fine. Don't do it in Asheville, which is why I want to do it in Asheville, because I'm not supposed to do it in Asheville. And, you know, when someone tells me no, I guess I'm dyslexic when people tell me no, because I always hear do it. But anyway, CJ Grisham, send me your contact info, and I'll let you know, and I'll text you my info, and I'll let you know when. Oh, here's Eric.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. I am for removing the prohibition by the state of Texas against inanimate objects and the possession of these objects. We already have laws against doing bad things with the objects. So thank you very much, sir, for this
You mean
bill.
like when you had a banana in your holster?
All that you've done. Thank you.
Donald Dahl, Justin Miller, Bradley Hodges.
Hey, what was that? What did you say?
You mean like when you had a banana in your holster?
Yeah.
Look forward to your committee substitute and hopefully try to pick from the best of all the options at your disposal to upgrade freedom and liberty for all.
Got to upgrade.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Rick Reinhardt.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Rick Reinhardt.
Now, Eric, will you check your dang phone? Or did you already check your phone? I didn't see it. Nope, you haven't checked your phone yet.
My name is Rick
Of course, at this point, can you even get a hotel? Because now it's like early in the morning.
Everyone's checking out. They got to get clean.
Yeah, because I guess if you get a hotel now, you got to check out at 11, right?
Yeah.
Cody Ryan.
Or 1 or whatever time it is, usually 11.
Bill, but I'd like to see that includes.
Oh, watch his gun. Watch that thing. Watch it. It just stood there. It didn't do anything. Dang, I don't understand these liberals.
Mr. Chairman, Tara Mitchell, NRA, in support of House Bill 1911. Chairman White, thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Yeah, John.
This committee.
Hey, we got the lead singer of Korn in here, John Davis.
Staying up a few hours. Easy.
We look forward to working with you and all the authors of Permitless Carry to get the job done this session. Thank you.
Okay. Kurt Norbert.
I hope they don't have any hearings tomorrow. Hopefully the legislature takes the day off. Yeah, I'm going to look and see if there's any hearings scheduled tomorrow.
In support of 1911 for myself and for Huckleberry Arms. God bless Texas.
God bless Texas.
Huckleberry Arms.
Burl Cotton.
Committee scheduled for the week? No, I don't want the committee schedule. I want the floor schedule.
John Kepler.
House floor
Jake Collier.
calendars. Let's see.
Thomas Anderson. Kyle Guarco. In close.
Nailed it that time.
Okay.
Oh, well, look at that. There's nothing for. Okay, so they don't have to worry about it. They can go home and go to sleep.
Let's just get that committee writer in there.
That's good. They don't have any hearings tomorrow, so they can go to sleep. They've earned it.
Chris Edmonds. Karen Lane. Jonathan Finley. I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Me, right? Yes. My name is Jonathan Finley. I am testifying on behalf of myself. I'm in full favor of 1911, and I look forward to a committee substitute that includes coverage for all.
Everybody. Okay.
Eric, check your email. Okay, Rick just checked his email, so he's going to tell Eric.
Harrison Elam.
It may be too late to get a hotel. That's what I'm thinking now.
Doug Anthony here, Snell.
But I told him I'd pay for it.
Myself, fully in favor of 1911. Just a quick note, if I might add. I hate military elitism. I hate the idea that only the military and police are special magical people and only they should have guns. And I know you feel me on that one, Mr. Chairman. Please pass this bill. Thank you, folks.
I feel the same way, and I'm a veteran.
Maritza Magira. Clint Polar. Mark Yannaros.
Oh, he's getting her phone number. Finally, I'm getting some contact info.
Richard McKenzie. Cheryl Barnes.
Rick is taking care of me now. He finally looked at his phone. Yes, I saw that Gorf Patrol. Yes, I did. And also you got the ninth Circuit saying that you have no right to open or conceal carry in public. This country's, I don't know what the hell's going on, man. These courts.
Damon Rambo.
He's not there?
Leonard Perez. Joseph Rowe. Amy Mobley Turney.
Nope, she's not there.
Marco Alaban. George Clement. Leonard Perez.
We are rolling it down,
John
Bubba.
Grant.
We're gonna get done before 8 hours and 30 minutes.
Alexander Vargas. Jordan Clements. Julian Anderson. Griffin Smith.
Hi, Griffin Smith. And representing myself, testifying in favor of this bill. I like to see language to include everyone that can possess. Thank you.
Got to get everybody. Thank you a lot, Doctor. Christine Shea. Nathan Fleer.
We are moving through. Fleer, forward-looking infrared radar.
Andy Kirkland. David Markle.
Megan's brother.
David Lovelace.
Bagheera.
Brian.
Brian.
Oh, okay.
They're all tired. They don't even know what they're doing anymore.
Brian Botnar. Rebecca McNair.
I'm yawning again.
Kenneth Moore. Mark Randall. Megan Harris. Jake Nieder.
My protein coffee's wearing off.
Dr. John Lott.
2 minutes.
Melissa Weekly. David Weekly. Dee Chambliss. Felicia Bull.
She's gone. All right, got a minute and a half. Oh, that's Felicia. Oh, she came back. She must have fallen asleep.
People representing Gunners of America and myself, I would just reiterate what everyone else is saying. Please submit the committee substitute because
She must have fallen asleep for a few bills. Either that or she was just trying to move them along so she didn't testify. I'm glad Felicia's there.
Or okay, you stated your name, who you represent.
I'm on the bill as
On the
filed, would support with the committee.
Okay, so you're on.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
did testify in favor.
Okay, so you
Or
did
registered in favor.
you registered in favor. We can change it to on. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Caton Mattingly.
Why did she register on the bill? Why would GOA do that?
Catherine Noldy. Mia Graddick.
Yeah, it should have been 4.
Yeah, she changed it from 4 to on.
James
He
Wright.
I don't
did,
know.
and she agreed.
Well, no, she had said that, and then he asked her for clarification.
Oh,
Oh, wait, maybe she's fixing it now.
James Wright, representing myself.
yeah. Don't let them Democrats get away with it.
Thank y'all very much for all y'all's time and effort. Thank y'all.
He said the right plural, all y'all's.
That's okay. That's okay. The chair recognizes Felicia Bull.
Okay, yeah, she's going to fix it now. I think she realized what she did.
So, for the bill. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, state your name.
Felicia Bull, Gunners of America and myself for the bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. She fixed it. I was going to say, that's not a GOA position there, lady. Now, Felicia's good people.
Yeah, but I don't trust the politicians though.
Yeah.
Myself support the bill.
I mean, we've been going for 8.5 hours, so I'm sure some people are starting to get a little confused about everything
Ryan,
because they haven't drank their protein coffee powder yet.
Chelsea Barlow.
He forgot 8.5 hours and 9 years.
Yes.
Rose Ripa. Sean Sheridan.
Sean's gone, go.
Daniel Dunning.
All right, we are done. Pretty much. That's it. All my sheet is full. We have done all the bills, ladies and gentlemen. 3 pages. Wait, 1, 2. Yeah, 3 pages worth of bills. He really hammered out a lot of good stuff today.
Antonia.
I'm going to put that up there. I'm going to save that one for later.
So Richard's going to linger and politicize with them and rub shoulders for another couple hours?
Probably. I don't know what he's going to do.
Thank you. My name is Aaron Rickle. I support the bill.
There's no rooms anyway. He'll probably say, I had to wait till a room was available at 11.
Yep.
Please pass the bill. With one note, please add, for me, it's important to me to pass the committee substitute, including everyone who can possess a firearm. Also, by the way, I do love the name 1911.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I do too. That's why I want 1911 to be the bill we pass.
Rachel Malone.
All right, Rachel. Words of wisdom, lady. Come on, girl.
My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself, and we support HB 1911. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for your active attention and participation in this hearing. We appreciate it so much. And as you and I have discussed, obviously we want it to apply to those, to everyone who is able to legally possess a firearm. We appreciate this. I think we can all agree, as wonderful as this evening was, it should be a once in a lifetime experience.
Yes.
Let's make this the year that we pass
Yes.
constitutional carry.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Let's not do this every freaking 2 years.
And as he's coming up, is there anyone else?
Let's
that
pass
wants to
this.
testify on for or against
Man, I
House
got
Bill?
that battle spirit. It's like
I
feel
If I do a
I feel-
two-way audit with my woman and she carries an AR-15, is that an open rifle carry? Rifle carry. Open rifle carry. That's the best one I've ever heard. I'm gonna use that with my wife when I get home.
That's a good one.
Off wins the comment of the night right there. The best comment of the night.
She gets a free patch. Comment
Yeah.
patch.
Bill, we need to get this passed.
All right, F off. You win an OCT lapel pin. So send me an email, cj@cjgrisham.com.
Thank you, Troy.
Because you won the comment of the night and the morning.
All right.
cj@cjgrisham.com. Hey, extra good citizen. Thanks for asking my my questions at the Leon Valley event the other night. Welcome. All right, F off Productions. There's my email address. Send me an email. Give me where I can send your hat pin to. And I'll also throw in a let's see what else I got up here.
Something dainty and demure.
Oh, here we go. A Gadsden flag pin also I'll send you. There you go. That's what you win for the comment of the night.
All right.
Nuno again. This woman was sexually assaulted by an Austin police officer.
Sure, recognize this Linda Nuno.
Linda Nuno.
Sure, thank you so much. The only detail that I saw while I was reading the bill the other day was the fact that
This
if
goes-
somebody's categorized under any kind of mental illness, they will be taking the right to own a gun. The problem with that is that even people with under depression.
What? How is she a Democrat?
Diagnosis for the last, I don't know, 10
Throwing in 80% lower. I wish I had one. Wish I had one.
Taken consideration. A lot of people have been misdiagnosed.
I've already used all my 80% lowers. I've even used my 8% uppers to create my ghost gun here, my Star Wars ghost gun.
And you representing?
I'm a Democrat. I'm a proud Democrat.
No,
She's a proud Democrat and she's voting for this constitutional carry bill. Goodwin's brain is about to explode. Watch. All three of her brain cells are about to get splattered on that glass. Just from the mind being blown.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I think she's short-circuiting. She can't move. She can't blink. She has lost her faculty. Goodwin's like, what did I just witness? A Democrat supporting a constitutional carry bill?
And I will now close on the bill. If there is no objection, 1911 will be left pending. Is there objection?
No objection.
There is none. House Bill 1911.
And we're done.
Before I conclude today, I'm not going to ask you to break decorum, but please, as you're leaving, thank our troopers that stayed with us for hours and hours and hours.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, troopers are out there getting some overtime tonight.
I kept you up. Well, y'all broke arm. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Members, this concludes today's agenda.
All right, y'all.
I think we're going to Easter observance, so we will not do this next week. We'll do some bills next week, but it won't be like this because we got to do Easter.
All right, we're going to close that out here. All right, folks, that is it. We are done. All the constitutional carry bills have now been officially read. They've all had their hearings. I'm going to close this out. We've been doing this for 8 hours and 37 minutes, and we're done. The committee's been going longer than that because I was in class when this first started, so I didn't get to even start this until afterwards. HBO Matt, thank you, brother. And what was I saying? Yeah, so the next step, just so y'all know, the next step is these will be brought back up probably on Thursday. Generally, that's when they do these mass rolls on bills and things. And then because a lot of the representatives are in different committees, they will come and go. But if there's ever like a break or they're waiting on one of the representatives to bring in a bill that's on the agenda, they'll handle pending business. And so what I expect is next Thursday, I expect there to be a vote at some point on either one or some of these constitutional carry bills. And here's what's going to happen. This is likely what's going to happen. If we don't get a hearing next week, it's because they're still negotiating how to boil the 4 bills down into one constitutional carry bill. Yes, we will be involved in that process, making sure that we get the best possible amalgamation of constitutional carry bills. So whichever one it is, we'll make sure we're plucking the best things and that we're getting the best bill possible. So if it does happen next week, we'll know what'll happen is the committee will lay out a committee substitute for whichever bill. Like I said, it's probably going to be 1911. No matter what the changes look like, the bill number will probably be 1911 because that's just a gun number. And everybody loves that. And it's also the chairman's bill number. So, the chairman has that privilege. They'll bring it up as pending business. If they don't bring it up next Thursday, it's because they're still dealing with that. And I would say if it's not brought up next Thursday, there's a 90% chance or better that it's going to be the following Thursday. So 2 weeks from today. But either way, once I know, we'll once again do some live stream stuff, and we'll make sure we cover that as well. And it won't be as long. We're not going to be here as late because the only reason we were here late today is because they had the Sandra Bland bill, they had the George Floyd bill, and then we had the constitutional carry bills. And these were all bills that there were tons of testimony on. The George Floyd bill itself was almost 3 hours of testimony. The first constitutional carry bill was 4 hours of testimony. So that's what took up most of the time, as you can see. And the rest of it went pretty well, went pretty quick. So that's how it's going to work. That's the next process. Once the committee votes it out, and I anticipate a 6-3 vote. This is my prediction. In this committee, we're going to have a 6-3 vote on one of these constitutional carry bills. They're not going to do all 4 of them. They're going to pick one, and they're going to move that one forward. The other 3 will die. And so on a 6-3 vote, it'll go to calendars. Rick is already working on calendars. We have a good chance of getting it out of calendars as well. I think we also have a good chance of getting it out of the House. And then the real work begins. You thought this was bad. The real work is in the Senate. And again, for those of you that weren't here before, but you're here now, if your senator is Joan Huffman, you need to get on that phone and get her to support constitutional carry and explain why. Okay. She needs to know why. And you need to get your friends. If you know any friends in the Houston area that they fall under Joan Huffman, if you can visit her office, that's the best thing you can do is visit her office, either in Austin or in Houston, and make a personal showing. The next best thing you can do is make a phone call and follow up that phone call with an email. And then the last worst thing you can do is an email, because they need to hear your voice. They need to see that you're a real person and that you're not sending out a form letter. That's where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. We've made history tonight. And I think we're definitely going to get it out of committee. I'm just going to put that out there. 100% chance a constitutional carry bill is getting out of committee. 100% chance. I'll put it at 85% chance to get out of calendars. And if it gets out of calendars, I'll put it back up to a 90% chance it's going to pass the House. And then after that, it's 50-50. It goes down to 50-50. And honestly, the most powerful person in the Senate as it relates to constitutional carry right now is Joan Huffman, because she's going to be the deciding vote. And after that, it's Kel Seliger. So if Kel Seliger is your senator also, put some friendly pressure on him. I think we've got him on our side, but put some friendly pressure on him. All right. I wouldn't admit to having a friend in Houston, First Day said. Yeah, good question. Yes, make Texas, Texas again. I'm going to end with that, highlighting that comment there. Thanks, everybody, for joining me. I'm going to try and get some sleep. I don't know if I will. I'm still kind of high on caffeine. Cy, thanks for being there. Also, to who else was on with us? Where are they at? Shoot. I can't think straight. Who else was on with us? It was Billy. Yes, Billy. Billy
Yeah,
was
the guy that was high on his octane drink.
Yes, and one other. I suck because I forgot. All right. Y'all take care. Be safe. Be free. I'm going to end this, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging with us. It's been a long night, and 8 hours and 43 minutes we've been going. Good night, guys.